Good morning. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. It is 9:33 a.m. on Monday, February 26, 2024, and we are holding this hearing via a hybrid format with public and government witnesses testifying via Zoom and here in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janiceward4.com/live. Here are some brief reminders about this committee's protocols for witnesses participating virtually. All witnesses participating in the Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of your screen that looks like a video camera. Representatives of bona fide organizations will be given 5 minutes to testify. Unaffiliated public witnesses will be given 3 minutes as well. When your time is up, I ask that you please conclude your remarks so that we can stay on schedule. We will be calling up witnesses in several panels, and council members present will have 7 minutes to ask each panel questions. If you have any technical issues during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the council's hearing management system website. Witnesses are reminded to please submit a written copy of their testimony for the record by uploading your testimony to the hearing management system or sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing closes 5 p.m. on Monday, March 4th. Today, we will be holding the public witnesses portion of our annual performance oversight hearing for the Department of General Services, better known as DGS. We will hear from government witnesses on Thursday, February 29th at 2 p.m. The mission of DGS is to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio, which includes all DC public schools, Department of Parks and Recreation, and other municipal facilities in the city. DGS splits its work into 6 divisions: capital construction, contracting and procurement, facilities management, portfolio management, protective services, and sustainability and energy. Last year in this hearing, I laid out 4 main objectives for my oversight of DGS. My opening statement today will take a look back at those 4 topics and what we've accomplished together, the executive, the council, and our constituents, to advance these goals and improve the work of DGS. I'm incredibly grateful for Director Hunter's leadership and the partnership we've built serving our home city together as Native Washingtonians, and excited to hear from our public witnesses today about what's next on our agenda. Number 1, we talked about improving DGS on-time completion of routine work orders. We continue to get complaints about overdue maintenance requests, but things are getting better. In fiscal year 2023, DGS overall on-time performance was up 4%, including a 4% increase in on-time performance for routine work orders from 51% to 55%. A 1% increase for high priority work orders, and a 4% increase for emergency work orders. By problem type, we saw an increased on-time completion rates across 5 of DGS' 7 main problem types: exterior, electrical, plumbing, interior, and other. There's still a lot of room to grow based on these numbers, but we're making real progress here, and we look forward to continuing making that progress based on feedback from our witnesses today. My questions today will build on this work and look for other ways we can identify barriers to quick resolution of maintenance requests. For example, in preparation for this week's hearing, we took a deep dive into DGS work to maintain our fleet of over 250 elevators across our schools, rec centers, and government buildings. Elevators are just one example of the dozens of issues that DGS manages across our public facilities, and our employees and residents depend on DGS to identify process improvements and efficiencies to get things fixed faster. I'm excited to support that work today with input from our public witnesses. We also passed and funded the School Security and Transparency Amendment Act of 2023 last year, which requires DGS to work with DCPS to complete comprehensive assessments of any security vulnerabilities in our public school facilities. This subset of work orders, those for our locks and doors especially, is something I'm proud to continue focusing on in this upcoming year. Further, I'm hoping to build on Director Hunter's commitment to invest in preventative maintenance, also known as PM, and work to instill a more proactive approach to facilities management through our portfolios. As Director Hunter said during his confirmation hearing, more preventative maintenance means less work orders. I couldn't agree more. This week, we'll dig into how DGS is documenting and planning for preventative maintenance, which will help keep our building systems operational longer. Number 2, we talked about holding our contractors accountable for their work. In May, we held a hearing about Roosevelt High School's longstanding maintenance issues and DGS's use of the comprehensive maintenance contractors. We followed up with a letter pushing DGS to rebid these contracts or reassess their approach to these contracts altogether. We'll follow up on that subject with Director Hunter on Thursday. In November, we passed the Work Order Integrity Amendment Act last year, which codifies access for DCPS employees to review work orders and provide feedback to DGS. This bill also requires DGS to train DCPS staff on how to use Salesforce to enter, track, and manage work orders in their schools. DGS launched its Life Cycle Administrative Support Team, also known as the LAST team, last year in direct response to these issues and the auditor's report released in late 2022. We're making great progress on this front and continue to see improvements in making sure DGS contractors deliver high-quality service and that we're getting good return on our public dollars. We'll follow up on Thursday regarding these issues with Director Hunter. Number 3, we talked about strengthening transparency and communications with the public and with DGS client agencies. We spoke about the need to add more DGS service requests to 311 last year. And I'm pleased to share that we passed a law requiring that expansion in last year's budget, and DGS launched this expansion in December of last year. Members of the public can now submit and track their own service requests for playground repairs and overflowing recycling cans in our DPR parks, a small but meaningful improvement for residents' ability to help keep our parks clean and well-maintained. Additionally, we spoke about strengthening DGS public work order dashboard last year. In October, DGS added work orders for DPR sites and reformatted the dashboard to allow users to track issues by the date they were requested. Further, I built on my experience as Ward 4 council member, visiting every DCPS and DPR facility in Ward 4 by this past year, visiting a school and recreation facility in all 8 wards. In December, we also toured several other municipal spaces, like our police stations, our fire stations, our senior centers, and our Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services Center to identify gaps and improve these systems within those areas. My firsthand experience with the work of DGS supporting its wide portfolio of client agencies was critical. During these visits, we identified serious issues with communication between DGS and the agencies they serve. I sent 2 letters to DGS Director Hunter about my observations and plan to spend quite a bit of time on this topic on Thursday. Number 4, we talked about improving the energy efficiency of our public buildings. I know Director Hunter shares my desire to go green, and we'll speak about the newly reopened Steed Recreation Center, our first net zero ready recreation center, which DGS Capital Construction team just finished in Ward 2. We've got a growing portfolio of the net zero buildings, and DGS's role as the purchaser of utilities across the district government makes energy efficiency a very important issue for this committee. Lastly, we passed and funded the Greener Government Buildings Act last year to strengthen the district's net zero requirements for future construction projects. I know there are several people signed up to testify today about the implementation of this bill, especially as it relates to the new archives building. So I'm looking forward to hearing from them and how we can make sure the law is implemented with fidelity. We've had an incredibly productive first year with this committee, and I'm looking forward to building on that success today and later this spring when we help ensure DGS has the budget and policies to do their job. I look forward to hearing from and engaging with our public witnesses today. I'll say from the outset, we have such a long list today, over 60 witnesses signed up. I'll keep my questions brief and mostly focused on clarifying the concerns of each panel. My questions of Director Hunter on Thursday will start with follow-up on the issues people raised in today's hearing. Then we will move on to the broader topics. At this time, I'd like to recognize and thank my colleagues for joining me today. I see we are joined by Ward 3 council member, a member of this committee, Councilmember Matt Fruman. Councilmember Fruman, do you have an opening statement that you would like to give at this time?
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Lewis George. I don't so much have an opening statement as to want to echo the priorities that you had referenced in your opening statement. And I want to commend you and Director Hunter on really the great work that's been happening in the last year or so in this area. We have a long way to go with DGS, but we actually are seeing very meaningful improvement. DGS is in the process of, I hope, transitioning from the largest construction company in the city to the largest maintenance company in the city. And it's really important that we get that right. We hear all the time about issues at different buildings and different parks, and we need to be prompt and get those things fixed as soon as possible. We've invested literally billions of dollars in new buildings and parks, and it's critical that we maintain them. For now, I want to step back and hear from the witnesses who are on the ground, who see the issues very clearly, and hopefully that can help inform my questions to the director as well as yours, Chairwoman Lewis George. Really want to thank you for all you're doing in this space and look forward to hearing from the witnesses.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman, for you and your outstanding team, both on the constituent services and legislative side, who, when we have our facilities tours in Ward 3, always show up and are a meaningful addition to our oversight work. So thank you as well. We will start with our first panel of witnesses. First, we have Dr. Fraser O'Leary, Ward 4 Representative, State Board of Education. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative of the State Board of Education. Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative, State Board of Education. Kathy Riley, Executive Director of SHAPE. And Marja Plater, Youth Justice Council, Washington Lawyers Committee. Good morning, Dr. Fraser O'Leary. It is always good to see you. You are starting us off, and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Lewis George and Councilmember Fruman. I'm Fraser O'Leary, the Ward 4 representative on the State Board of Education, and these opinions are my own. I have spent a lot of time testifying about DGS during my tenure on the board. I want to begin by noting that for the first time, there is light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to what has been accomplished since Delano Hunter has been in charge of DGS. My testimony today is about two schools in our city whose problems are both unique and typical. I know that this is a contradiction, but let me explain further. In December of 2011, Cardozo High School was totally remodeled on the inside, leaving its classical edifice intact. It reopened to students in the fall of 2013, and it still, thanks to its superior custodial staff, is pristine at the beginning of each school day. However, since its reopening, there have been constant problems with the HVAC system, leaks in the lower floors of the building, and a faulty sound system in the auditorium. Work orders piled up forever. One thing that was never addressed during the remodeling of the building was the locker room in what we at Cardozo call the dugout. When I first came to Cardozo, we played our baseball games on the football field, thus the name. There has been no significant repair done to the dugout and the locker room since 1980. It is in total disrepair because the dugout is right under the bleachers, which are filled with cracks in the cement. And when it rains, provides easy access to the ceilings and walls of the locker room. Anyone who has been in the dugout and has seen its condition has been appalled. The second school is Whittier Elementary. Whittier is 98 years old and shows its age physically but not educationally. Whittier, in spite of the neglect from our educational system, as work orders pile up and basic needs for comfort and safety are neglected, is a beacon of educational progress in DCPS. It is the only elementary school in the city with 6 self-contained classrooms for students with special needs. It is a green ribbon school and has an incredibly involved and supportive community. The 24-25 school year will be the school's last year in the building. And what it needs from DGS is a 100% commitment that when the students, teachers, parents, and staff enter the school in August 2024, the building will be completely functional for their final year. Next, the mayor, the chancellor, and the council need to come together on a plan that will allow the Whittier community to stay in the community while their new building is created. Ideally, that would allow a space to be created with mountable classrooms close to the campus, just like Coolidge High School and Murch Elementary had during their remodeling. I hope that you, our council, will use your voices to affect change and make it better for all who care about our students, parents, and those who work tirelessly in our school buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser O'Leary. Next, we will go to Robert Henderson. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Lewis George. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Robert Henderson. I am here in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education. I am not representing the views of the board as a whole. I'll be speaking today primarily about school facilities in Ward 5. First, I would like to thank DGS Director Hunter and Michelle Loggins for establishing clear lines of communication to raise and inquire about facilities issues. Special thanks also to Director Hunter for a quick response over a weekend last August to address a leak at a Ward 5 school. I appreciate the agency's increasing attention to preventative maintenance, and I hope that that approach will stem new additions to the list of outstanding issues. We still have a long way to go to clear the backlog of work orders, some of which date back to 2020. I ask for the council's help in moving DGS to close this gap. This year, I count 358 open work orders for DCPS's 13 active Ward 5 schools, which is an improvement from the 438 at this time last year. This school year, Ward 5 constituents and school leaders have brought a range of facilities issues to my attention. I want to call your attention to testimony that you will hear later from Micah Haskell-Hull about conditions at John Burroughs Elementary School with particular concerns about flooding, and to written testimony from Jamie Fearer about long outstanding issues at Wheatley Education Campus and Joe Cole Recreation Center. Other issues that have come to my attention recently include Wheatley's need for working lights in the parking lot where teachers arrive or leave in the dark at some points of the year, repairs to a frequently flooding bathroom, and reliable heating for a pre-K classroom. Phelps and Noyes have ongoing HVAC problems. McKinley needs additional key fobs and repairs to the gym floor and bleachers. As I have noted before, Ward 5 has several schools that received only partial modernizations and are not slated for full modernizations in the near future. Some of these schools have significant, often system-level needs that I hope can be addressed through small capital projects. It would be helpful if DGS could work with DCPS to help identify those areas where there have been recurring facilities issues that could be remedied through capital projects. From my observations over the last several years, HVAC upgrades at Langdon, McKinley, Noyes, and Phelps, roof replacements at Luke Seymour, Noyes, and Wheatley, renovation of the cafeteria at Langdon, and renovation of the communications annex at McKinley would fall into this category. Small capital projects like these could shore up perpetually failing systems like the Frankenstein 6-part HVAC system at Langdon. It is important that we get this right because the quality of our school facilities send messages to our students about how much we value them and their education. And in a system of school choice, we owe it to school leaders to ensure that facilities conditions, which are largely out of their control, are not an impediment to the work that they do to recruit and retain students. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify. My written testimony also includes some more details on work orders that are highest priority to some Ward 5 schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative of the State Board of Education.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George, Councilmember Fruman, and Council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 Representative for the DC State Board of Education, and I am pleased to join you at today's performance oversight hearing to provide testimony regarding the Department of General Services. Today, I will be testifying in my individual capacity as a board member and not on behalf of the board. This will be part 2 of my 5-part performance oversight testimony regarding the performance of agencies that impact education in the District of Columbia, and I'd like to thank you for holding this important hearing today. Overall, I have been very pleased with the performance of DGS these past 14 months while serving as Ward 3's State Board of Education representative. DGS was created by former Mayor Vince Gray in 2011 to improve the efficiency and responsiveness for construction and maintenance of DC buildings, which was previously managed by a myriad of DC agencies. When a constituent has raised an issue with me, DGS has always responded in a prompt manner. An example of this was the air conditioning issues that several Ward 3 schools experienced at the beginning of school year 23-24, most notably at Mann Elementary School. Based on the data I have seen, DGS has improved work order completion rates, including HVAC repair. Further, Director Hunter and Michelle Loggins have improved transparency and communication. For example, DGS will reach out and inform me if there is a serious issue that impacts a Ward 3 school, such as the recent water leak that we've seen at Hearst Elementary, which DGS is already working on. I will closely monitor the projects at Hardy, MacArthur, and Deal in the coming year. Additionally, I am hopeful that DGS and DCPS can quickly develop a new policy for interior classroom door locks prior to these modernizations commencing. I was delighted to join you, Chairperson Lewis George, and Councilmember Fruman for your tours of Jackson Reed High School, and it was very good to see many items on the list from the beginning of the summer be fully resolved by the second walkthrough. While there will always be room for continuous improvement, it is really great to see how Mayor Gray's vision for DGS has now been realized, because this represents a massive improvement over the process for construction, maintenance, and work orders versus where DC was a decade ago. And I really want to congratulate Director Hunter for his work in achieving that. However, DGS is limited to what it can modernize by the decisions of DCPS and the Deputy Mayor for Education. I have been very disappointed with the drafts of the school boundary and student assignment study. I've attended or viewed every meeting of the boundary process, and very few recommendations have actually been incorporated into the draft. Additionally, the few boundary changes that have been recommended have generated tremendous concerns from parents at schools like Janney, Mann, and Eaton. My concerns with the systemic recommendations are as follows. There's been no effort to ensure that Ward 3 children can finally receive by right in boundary DCPS, pre-K3, and pre-K4. Ward 3 is the only ward that has no pre-K3, and pre-K4 is still by lottery. There is no effort to solve Ward 3 school overcrowding by adding new schools. School overcrowding is by far the most mentioned concern by parents, and the boundary study doesn't use sample populations from the Office of Planning's Rock Creek West Roadmap, which has a stated goal of increasing Ward 3's population by 10% over the next decade. Even though these two studies exist in the same decade-long time frame, they don't sync up, meaning that increased housing density could easily overwhelm Ward 3's already overcrowded schools, possibly causing Ward 3 to lose its limited pre-K4 classrooms that it has now. There's a very real feeling that the only thing the Deputy Mayor has done is shift students from extremely overcrowded schools to moderately overcrowded schools, like we are seeing proposed right now for Janney and Mann. There's also, number 3, no commitment to eliminate trailers, which are not appropriate permanent classrooms, and we need to replace them with permanent physical school building space. 4, there's no effort to build capacity for DCPS programming for inclusive special education for all students with special education needs within a reasonable distance to each student's home address. 5, there's no consideration of dual eligibility enrollment, like for Eaton families, for example, who may not own cars and may want to continue at Jackson Reed. And lastly, there's been no effort to obtain the Whittle School site to alleviate school overcrowding, despite the fact that Councilmember Fruman, myself, and 5 Ward 3 A and C commissioners have supported DC government pursuing the purchase of lease of the Whittle campus. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I do encourage you to reject the boundary study, send it back to DME and the drawing board. And lastly, I'd like to thank the students which will be presenting written testimony on a Green New Deal for schools. They came before our State Board of Education from the Sunrise Coalition at the School Without Walls and Jackson Reed High School. And I would encourage you to review their great recommendations, and I'm in full support of them as we modernize our buildings. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I will submit my written testimony for the record. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Next, we have Marja, is it Platter or Plater? Plater, Marja Plater, Youth Justice Council, Washington Lawyers Committee. Good morning.
Good morning. School conditions have been a civil rights issue since the Supreme Court decision in Brown versus Board of Education. And now it's nearly 70 years since that decision, and still where a student lives, their race or ethnicity and their economic status determine the quality of a student's education. Although there have been many improvements to DC public school buildings over the years, inequities in physical school conditions experienced by students of color, lower income students have persisted. My name is Marja Plater. I'm Senior Counsel and Youth Justice Counsel at the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. And thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. As schools are experiencing challenges with re-engaging students since the pandemic and the community is experiencing an uptick in crime, the district must prioritize investment in students' education and send a message to young people in DC that they are valued and worthy of our investment. At a minimum, this requires a true commitment to ensuring that school buildings throughout the city are physically safe and welcoming environments for all students. We do acknowledge that there has been progress that's been made in improving school conditions, particularly with some of the recent legislation that has been passed and implemented, but of course, more needs to be done. A couple of points I would like to raise and highlight today are regarding the online dashboard, and then just uplift some things we've heard from teachers and school communities. In some conversations that we've had with school staff and families, there are a lot of concerns about the current dashboard. One main concern that we're hearing is the accuracy of the work orders that are listed on the dashboard. A lot of school staff complain that repairs have been submitted. They're either not showing up on the dashboard or they're showing up as completed when the work hasn't been done. And we're hoping that the Work Order Integrity Amendment Act will address some of these concerns that we're hearing. Also, the dashboard isn't very user-friendly or easily accessible. It's very difficult to search for specific data and even export that data to be analyzed later or used to verify concerns going on at the school when school staff are double checking repairs. Also, the dashboard doesn't provide language access for non-English speakers, at least that we're able to determine. So if the function is there, it's not easily able to find. And another problem with the dashboard is it doesn't give a broad scope of the information regarding the repairs. For example, there's this pending assessment category that is uncertain what that actually means. It seems to be some sort of placeholder for a work order that hasn't been addressed in any way yet. And that's something that could be more, provide a little bit more detail and transparency about the issue. A couple of other things that we took a look at when reviewing the dashboard is paying particular attention to this pending assessment category. We took a look at a couple of work orders in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8. And there's a number of work orders that have this pending assessment category, and it just seems to be a holding pattern for these work orders. And they range from being submitted from a few months ago to just to even a few years ago. For example, I noticed Whittier Elementary School, which is in Ward 4, has a work order that was submitted in January of 2023 that has a pending assessment category. At Kelly Miller Middle School, which is in Ward 7, there's a work order that was submitted in June of 2022 that still says pending assessment. Woodson High School is another example. There's over 25 open work orders listed as pending assessment. And at Henley Elementary School, we noted that there is one work order listed as pending assessment that's been pending since June of 2020. So these are just a overview of some of the concerns that we have around some of these repairs, and that there's still a number of schools experiencing lengthy delays in these repairs without any further explanation as to what's going on. So as I wrap up, we are grateful for Chairwoman Lewis George, this committee, and the council's dedication to improving school facilities. We ask that this effort continue through robust and routine oversight of DGS's maintenance of DCPS school buildings, and we offer 3 recommendations that we would like to see take place. We would like for there to be a protocol for DGS to conduct annual safety assessments to ensure that the schools are safe to re-enter before every school year. We also suggest prioritizing implementing the 2022 DC Auditor's Reports recommendations, and also prioritize implementing the recommendations from the State Board of Education report. So with that, I will conclude. I have submitted my testimony, which includes more details, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your detailed testimony, and many of the suggestions truly helpful. Next, we're going to have Kathy Riley, Executive Director of SHAPE.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for holding this. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I'm Kathy Riley. I facilitate SHAPE, the Ward for Education Alliance, and C4DC on a monthly basis. And for SHAPE for the last 26 years. First things are really improving, as people have noted. For years, building and facility concerns have dominated the 3 meetings I convene each month. For whatever reason, that is just no longer true. It does not mean that there is not work to be done, but the huge financial investment of the district and the work of you, Councilmember Lewis George, and Director Hunter is making progress. The maintenance and repair and modernization of the schools has to be a joint effort, though, between DCPS and DGS. As you've noted, preventive maintenance is the key, and I look forward to hearing if the preventive maintenance is now embedded in the work order system on Thursday when you talk. Adequate staffing with custodians is also key. The building industry has standards for cleaning levels in school buildings. Level 2 cleaning recommended is 20,000 gross square feet for an 8-hour shift. DCPS custodians are not only responsible for cleaning, but also for level 1 maintenance. The raise that RW5 and RW3 custodians receive for this year is long overdue. But this does mean that along with other positions in this tight budget, they are more expensive. They are L2 in the DCPS budget, which means they are required and rarely flexible, but it can be appealed. So for the larger schools in particular, according to industry standards, the schools are already understaffed. So I want to just keep this on your radar as the submitted budgets come out, because if we're understaffed as custodians, the preventive maintenance is at risk. And the buildings are at risk. Some schools to highlight. Coolidge is one of our newest buildings, yet falling plaster from leaks in the auditorium have been reported. While it is not a crisis at this moment at Roosevelt, the promise of this modernization primarily with regard to the HVAC has just not been fulfilled, as you've heard and as the audit showed. For Czech, one of the very first modernizations, the outstanding work orders still include doors and lighting that were identified, as well as needed repairs to stair treads and gym bleachers. Roosevelt Stay, now Garnett Patterson Stay, finally has its own site. They have been promised an elevator and a child care center and told that the initial funding is there, but nothing has happened. Nothing has even started. Even driving by the building, it's clear that it needs new windows. STAY serves over 700 students, and I hope you can get an update on Thursday on where this work is. I know it's a lot to juggle between the buildings. You know, that Garnet Patterson building has almost gotten nothing. I think what you need to see is a plan that takes into account the preventive maintenance, but also the buildings that have not been modernized, and the ones like Czech that were the first that were modernized. You know, now it's like 20 years ago. So I think a plan should be one of the next things on your docket of how we can do this. You know, the roofs that are starting to go, the things that are starting to go from even the first modernized buildings. DCPS fields and pools, as well as the buildings, are a community asset. Outside groups reserve and pay a fee for their use. According to the table and the questions that you requested, the fees are as low as $10 a day, and, you know, up to hundreds. But, and I don't, you know, I mean, wasn't able to find exactly what this links to, because the website notes that a custodial fee will be charged in reports, but reports from the schools indicate that the school custodians regularly arrive in the morning to pick up trash and much more in order to get the things ready for school. So I would ask that you look this over. I know that Councilmember Brooke Pinto, I think, had a bill last year, and there was a pilot. But the way it's administered and reviewed, I think we need to look at it. It's a lot for the custodians, and I don't know what the status is with the pools, but I think it's the same, that they end up being required for all the community use, and that ends up coming out of the school budgets. So thank you very much. I look forward to the rest of this hearing and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much. We're going to start with a round of questions for this panel. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Fruman first, followed by Councilmember Parker, Zachary Parker, who's joined us from Ward 5, and then I will round us out with questions. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions for this panel?
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Lewis George. I really want to thank this panel for your testimony, and Ms. Platter. Thank you. The Washington Lawyers Committee does great work in this area, and thank you for that. Mr. O'Leary, when you talked about the challenges at Cardozo, was like you just hear the same thing everywhere: HVAC systems, the auditorium, and the locker rooms. They come up everywhere. Thank you for your work on those things. We have to figure out how we're going to solve them. I do have to say, I saw you at the Cardozo-Jackson Reed basketball game. Boy, those guys, the Cardozo team played with so much heart. Lots of congratulations to that team. You talk about Whittier and the need for swing space. Do you have any specific sites in mind?
There's an obvious site on a rec field at the corner of 5th Street, where if they just put up some temporary or the mountables as they had when Coolidge was out of their building, it would solve the problem immediately. The problem
that's helpful.
that we've heard is that the DPR doesn't want to give up part of the field for that, but it has to come from the mayor to say, well, we need to do this because we don't want our community to lose the space, because right now they're scheduled to go all the way down to Sharp Health on 13th and Allison, which is about 3 miles away.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for that, and I will talk with the agencies about that. Mr. Goulet, thank you for the shout out to Mayor Gray and the launch of DGS. I'm sure you played a role in that at the time, so thank you to you for your work on that. When you talk about pre-K 3 and pre-K 4, obviously a giant challenge. What do you think of the role of the CBOs and the arrival of Apple Tree as part of the solution to the pre-K 3, pre-K 4 issues in Ward 3?
Well, I think, Councilmember, I appreciate your work on this too, and I think they're an important part of the solution. I think we've got to figure out how we incorporate them in and potentially look at allowing some of the charter schools that we have Apple Tree right now, but allowing those to be considered possibly as almost in boundary schools, which is not how we treat any charters right now, in the event that the in-boundary school does not have full access to pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. So I think they are a very valuable component of this. However, when I do talk to most parents, they are hopeful the city will fulfill its original promise with this. So we started with the Title I schools for pre-K 3 and 4. There was a commitment by the city, though, that if we dealt with the highest needs first, when we got to Ward 3, though, if space was needed, we would then find the space either by building new space in schools or acquiring new schools. And that would be what most parents want, is to be able to send their kids to an in-boundary DCPS school for 3 and 4 year olds, like all other wards of the city can. So we're really hopeful that we incorporate the CBOs into that, the charters, the one we have now, perhaps others will be part of that. But we'd like to make sure we get full pre-K 3 and 4 in this boundary study.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And you referenced a couple of different sites. I'll throw another one out to you, the Department of Homeland Security site, which I think has a lot of opportunities. So let's stay together and work together on trying to bring some of those things home. Ms. Riley, you talked about custodians, and I had a meeting recently about a different topic, and there was somebody from the union, from the custodial union, and they raised the idea that DCPS custodians perhaps should be employed and paid for by DGS, making a seamless approach to maintaining the buildings. Have you ever thought about that? What do you see as the solution here, and could it be useful for DCPS custodians to be part of the DGS budget and part of the DGS team?
I think, I haven't thought about that before, but the first thought that occurred to me is the stability of many of these custodians. Like we have that with security in a way. They're employed by MPD. And then what happens is a lot of times it's out of the school's control of who goes in and out. So I think there would be some, you think it would be seamless, but the person on site reporting to the school leader, that's kind of a big deal. I think there are some things that would really have to get worked out. And the hiring happening at the school level, none of that happens with security right now, which is, part of MPD. So it's not exactly seamless. These people are in the building. So I am not sure about that. I'd have to give it more thought, but I think there's some definite complications. The promise is always it'll be better. But we found out, like you, with the Wilson, what was then the Wilson pool, when we gave it to it used to be part of Wilson, now it's part of DPR. That has presented its own challenges. So it's not always seamless.
Well, thank you very much. Mike, I'm already over time. So much to ask of this panel. Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson, also for your testimony. This issue of some of the schools that have yet to get a full modernization, that really needs to be a priority. I hear you that small cap projects can be part of a solution, but it's a Band-Aid. Every school in the system needs to, at some point, get a full modernization. And thank you to all of you for all of your work in these areas.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Next, we're going to turn to a member of this committee, Councilmember Zachary Parker, Ward 5.
Thank you.
And you can have an opening statement as well as time for questions.
DGS is a critical agency, and I appreciate you all weighing in today. I want to start by thanking our State Board of Education representatives for testifying today and continuing to elevate the concerns of our area schools. I especially want to thank our Ward 5 Rep, Robert Henderson, and your clear recognition of the ways in which DGS, I think, has strengthened communication. And so we will be sure to tout the work of Director Hunter. But I wanted to ask, has the State Board of Education taken up the issue of school conditions? And if so, what has been the outcome or recommendations of the board? And that is for Representative Henderson.
We recently completed a report with a contract for healthy schools. I can make sure that you get a copy of that report. So that's the most recent thing we've done on facilities.
Okay. I am familiar with that contract that I think went back several years, or at least it got started several years ago. Can you just frame the outcome or the recommendation? Is that just simply saying every school should have a certain set of criteria to deem it a healthy school environment for our students?
Can I join in?
Go ahead, Fraser.
Yeah, I was on the committee for that, and it's very thorough. It's not just okay, let's fix, every school needs this. It's very thorough and gives many recommendations. So I would just advise you to take a closer look at it.
Yeah, I
And
appreciate that.
and it's also just a recommendation, which is all we can do. But if the council okays it, it'll be monumental.
Absolutely. And maybe this committee can have some type of roundtable on some of the recommendations in that report. I will acknowledge I have yet to read it, but I will add that to my to-do list. Representative O'Leary, I do want to note your concerns around Whittier. Every year we hear and have heard about the conditions there that are unacceptable. And I can just say we have and are facing a similar concern in Ward 5 by way of fighting to keep our schools in the community as they are going through modernization. So that point resonated with me. Ms. Platter, I wanted to come to you. I appreciated you calling out that school conditions are a civil rights issue. You recommended that DGS ought to conduct an annual safety assessment. Can you elaborate what you mean by that?
Yes, thank you. Sure. Essentially, it would be something akin to the school readiness checklist that Chairwoman Lewis George kind of structured over the summer and issued with her letter. I understand that DGS has also created their own school readiness checklist, but something that is standardized, I think, would be helpful to at least address any immediate safety concerns that would compromise the health or safety of students as they re-enter the school at the beginning of the school year, and create a process for addressing those immediate needs.
I completely agree that that's important. It's also worth noting that last year we received word from DGS and DCPS that they were no longer committing to doing those walkthroughs with council members. And so I echo that we ought to standardize it and do it for each community and ward and follow up on them. Ms. Riley, I wanted to come to you. I appreciated this focus on custodial workers. Has SHAPE provided a recommendation of the number of custodial workers schools ought to have?
Yes, I can send you, it's on the C4DC website. It tells you, at each school, what they had as of January 2023. We can update when we get the submitted budgets. But there's a whole chart that shows where everybody is in terms of the industry standard and what custodians there are. I put the link to it in my written testimony.
That is helpful. And I'm intrigued by this idea of paying for those workers through the DGS budget versus DCPS. I also appreciate you flagging how these positions are L2 classified positions and could be on the chopping block as schools are facing tightening budgets. And so we want to make sure that we continue to do everything we can to lean in towards preventative maintenance, but also making sure our schools are properly staffed. I want to thank you all for your testimony.
Can I just add, I am a little bit worried about the DG. We have the nurses not working for the school. We have the security. I would look at how those are working as outside agencies in charge of a functional, really big deal thing inside the school before we jump to that. Thank you.
I would just note quickly, I think the nurses, albeit different, and they have different constraints. I am of the mind that the nurses program should be run out of DC Health, as they are the ones that have that expertise. And similarly here, why this is intriguing, many would argue that DGS has the expertise for custodial workers, but it's a thought for us to look into, and I will huddle with Chairperson Lewis George on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Plater, thank you for your testimony. Last Friday, my days are going ahead of me. Friday, I had a hearing with the Office of Disability Rights. And we talked about assessments of specific agencies. One thing that was clear was that the assessment we received, that Office of Disability Rights received back from DCPS was was extraordinarily incomplete. They only included one building assessment, and that one building assessment was not even a school building. Similarly, we found that DPR hadn't even submitted their Office of Disability Rights report assessment. When we talk about readiness for schools and accessibility for students with disabilities as well as educators and staff, what is, when we look at school readiness, what should be considered as far as accommodations and accessibility and in compliance with the American with Disabilities Act? And what are you hearing or seeing from schools regarding that being a specific issue?
Sure. We have heard some about that, particularly at Whittier. I think Bunker Hill's elevator is under construction, which is also causing some disruption to the classroom that we've heard. I think at minimum, the focus should be to make sure that schools are in compliance with the ADA. I know there's some exceptions to that for older buildings. There's some grandfather clauses and things that provide some level of exceptions. But I would think that just a basic minimum, they should be in compliance with ADA, and there should be some sort of contingency plan or workaround for other circumstances.
Yeah, that's something that we're going to be asking about and seeing across the board. And I made very clear, especially with DCPS as the agency, that accessibility, having elevators that work, having things needed, necessary accommodations for educators are a huge part of school readiness, and that's a huge piece there. The other piece has been what we focus on: security, locking doors. From the Washington lawyers aspect, how important it is, especially in this day and time, for locks and doors and security, especially work orders of those natures, to be considered sort of an emergency given the times and days that we're in.
I would agree with that. I think that is all part of assessing a school's condition, right? Is also those physical security constraints. So we've heard a lot about that. We've heard about even newer buildings that have been renovated and have these new digital key systems, keys not working for classrooms. So teachers are either leaving the doors unlocked because they're unable to reopen them. We've heard that's a concern. We've also heard about PA systems not functioning properly. So if there's an emergency threat in the neighborhood, say there's some sort of issue, even in the community, being able to alert students on the school grounds to the safety concern is really a concern and is part of school conditions and should absolutely be considered when creating plans for ensuring safety and of the school buildings. And we have to take into account too that we may not want to make as much of that public as for other safety reasons, but it's absolutely part of school conditions.
Still should be a part of what you're talking about as an annual assessment that should be considered.
I would suggest yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there any other categories that should be an essential part of the DGS doing an annual safety assessment?
I would say heating and cooling and air quality as well should be considered in that. Pest control, those things that can be addressed immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your testimony and your recommendations, and we will be utilizing that. Ms. Riley, Councilmember Pinto is actually planning to join on Thursday to ask about the pilot program at Banneker and Garrison. And so she's already let me know she will be here to ask on that topic, and I've already alerted DGS to that in that regard. And I'm going to follow up on a request for the actual state plan. You're right. We need to just get that in writing and have an actual plan there. State Board of Education, Henderson, thank you for including specific issues and work order numbers so that we can follow up on that. Dr. O'Leary, do you know if DGS considers the repairs to the Cardoza dugout to be a capital project, or is it just a maintenance issue?
No, it's a capital project for sure. It's because it's got so many things that have to be done. And there's no sense in fixing something down in the locker room unless the sealant is placed on the stands in the
Got
football
it.
stadium. So it's about a 2 or 3 or maybe a $4 million project, but that's chicken feed compared to $50 million for the Wizards.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was looking, I saw there's a work on a dashboard that was open on January 6th of 2021. And maybe that the reason why that work order is, I guess, still open is because it ended up needing to be a capital
No, it's
project.
a capital project for
Yeah,
sure.
it's a capital project. Okay. I wanted to, oh, my time. Thank you to this entire panel, and I will move on to the next panel. Thank you all, and I will follow up with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel is Susan Friddy, Kelsey Snell, Micah Haskell-Hole, Ty Andrews, Kimberly Kraska, and I'm gonna get Paul's last name, Paul Strizlik. I can't wait for everyone to tell me how much I have tortured your names. Please don't charge it to my heart, just my inability to pronounce correctly. So we will start with Susan. And Susan, let me know how I pronounce your middle name. And thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lewis George. It's Susan Friday. I take all pronunciations on board without without complaint. Thank you so much for this hearing today. I testify today as a DC resident and as a parent to twin boys who attend pre-K at Whittier Elementary School. I testify to express with increasing urgency the need to keep Whittier in our neighborhood during its upcoming modernization. When we moved to Brightwood in 2018, I had lived in Washington for 15 years. I was pregnant with twins, and we were priced out of our old neighborhood when we needed to find more room to house our expanding family. We didn't know a single person in Brightwood. Now, in the past 2 years that we've been a Whittier family, we have an incredible network of friends and neighbors. It takes a village, and through Whittier, we found our village. Every morning, our boys bike to school while we bike or jog along behind them. We exchange a chorus of greetings with neighbors and families as we head to school. At drop-off and pickup, parents chat and kids take advantage of the extra playtime together. Weekends are filled with impromptu playground meetups and kids' birthday parties. I find myself thinking on a daily basis how incredibly fortunate we are to have lucked into this community. It's something I never would have expected or hoped to find raising kids in the city. When I think about this community getting broken apart because of a multi-year hiatus as we either suffer an incredibly long commute to and from the sharp swing space or ricochet in all different directions to charters across the city, it breaks my heart. Whittier is the community school DC wants to have. It is a shining example of a diverse school making a difference for students and families, putting a community on a path of growth and improvement. To ruin all of that because the city can't find the money or the will to embrace a better solution is depressing beyond words. I ask that you please reconsider the proposal to relocate Whittier Elementary School to Sharp Health during the upcoming modernization and instead relocate the school to an alternative or modular space in the local community. The burden of a move to Sharp is too great and risks too much of what makes Whittier an amazing place for students, families, and the community. Our parent community has worked tirelessly to identify alternative plans, and we believe there are common sense plans on the table that will not only keep Whittier in the community now, but contribute to a long-term solution of overcrowding in the school cluster in our neighborhood. By investing in Whittier now, we can keep kids in our neighborhood, the neighborhood that we love, and in the school community where they are thriving. I ask that you work with all necessary DC educational authorities and agencies and in partnership with our parent community, come up with an alternative plan that works to meet the needs of our school and satisfies the growing need for educational resources in our community. There are common sense solutions that will keep Whittier here, and as a community, that is what we need and what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey Snell.
Hi there. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak today. And Susan, I have to echo everything that you said. You are as a wonderful advocate for our community. I'm Kelsey Snell. I testify as a DC resident and as a parent at Whittier Elementary. My older child is currently in pre-K 4, and my younger child will be starting at Whittier during the first year our school is set to be in a swing space. I should say that my younger child will not even be 3 yet. At that time, he turns 3 in September. So I'm looking at this from the perspective of somebody with a very small child who will be asked to travel potentially on a bus 2 miles every single day. I have lived in DC for almost 15 years, and I have lived in my current community for 5 years. I have never felt more at home and more part of the community than I do right now. And that is largely thanks to Principal Johnson. She made sure from the moment we enrolled that we knew that we had a home. And she made sure that every parent knew that they were welcome at Whittier and that all of us were partners in a community. We talk about community so much at this school because it's kind of at the heart of the way our children learn. So I moved to my community to invest in my city. I know parents at least a dozen schools in DC, and to a person, they are stunned by the level of connection and community we have at Whittier. And we want you to come and visit us and see that for yourselves. Please come see those children who refuse to go home after they're picked up because they want to stay at school. They want to be together. Please come see what we're asking you to invest in because we really want you to know that this is worth your time, it's worth the city's money, and it's worth focusing on the growth of this city. You know, you've already heard in the past about some of the condition issues in our building, so I don't want to belabor that specific point. And we are excited about modernization, but we are sad and we are scared that we will lose all of the good things about Whittier if we're asked to move to a swing space at Sharp. You know, the other part of this that I think is worth understanding is that as a campus, we have older siblings at places like Wells and Coolidge. So many of our students who, as Susan said, walk or bike to school come with older siblings. Asking us to move one school out of that community could disrupt the lives of many, many families who rely on family support in order to meet the educational goals of their children. And for me personally, going to Sharp would be, as I mentioned, very difficult with small children, but also I simply can't safely put my kids on a bus like that every day. And I refuse to lose the small amounts of time I have with my kids each morning and each night due to busing. Community schools build strong families, not just strong communities. And as committed as I am to DCPS, I am more committed to having that time with my children. So we're also asking for, support for our self-contained classrooms, families who travel to our campus for these services and would see their lives and, plans and the ways that they support these children with additional needs completely disrupted. This is a question of equity in a lot of ways. So we're asking you to invest in us the way that we are investing in this city, the way we are investing in this community. And we're asking for these modular classrooms. I would like to echo the request for either the space at 3rd and Sheridan or 3rd and Whittier. There are large open park spaces where these could easily be built and could continue to support our community. We do realize that this is a significant investment. We know that these modular classrooms would be expensive, but they would solve a lot of problems. Wells is overcrowded, Coolidge is growing, and we have a chance to assist those schools in years to come and show this community that we can allow the growth and success of Whittier to trickle up to Wells and Coolidge because these families want to stay. So yes, modular classrooms do cost money, but so do buses. So does the loss of learning, the loss of equity, the loss of the many families who will certainly choose a nearby charter school because we have many in our community instead of busing their children all the way to Sharp. There's also the really serious concern about the loss of tax base. We know from a survey of our families that many families would simply move out of DC if we are asked to move to Sharp. That is losing people who have chosen to buy homes here, who work here, who are part of the DC community who would no longer be there. There are also really significant losses to the safety that we see in our community of having foot traffic and relationships with our neighbors. And all of that is part of a bigger equation that is beyond just the cold, hard cost of building modular classrooms near our school. And so we're really here to work with you, and we're asking you to join us in finding this solution. And the last thing I really want to say about this is that all of those effects, everything I listed in that equation, are why in this election, I am a single issue voter. This is my issue. This is how I will decide who I'm voting for. And we're asking that we can find partners here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Micah, Chair, John Burroughs Elementary School PTO Advocacy Committee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George, members of the committee. Will, thank you for holding this important hearing today and for the opportunity to testify. My name is Micah Haskell Hale. I'm a Ward 5 resident, parent to 2 students at John Burroughs Elementary School, and chair of our school's PTO Advocacy Committee. At this committee's October 12th, 2023 hearing on DGS, I testified that our experiences with the agency, quote, involve breakdowns in equipment and critical infrastructure and in communications between DGS and Burroughs leadership, end quote. Since that time, it's been mostly 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. My statement for the record fully details all of this, but in the last calendar year, our school has dealt with a critical boiler rebuild that took 10 months and barely concluded before the cold weather last fall, a pre-K4 bathroom that was unusable for over a month, 2 floods in the school's ECE and occupational therapy spaces after a similar flood in January of 2023 that also was the cause of the school's boiler being condemned, heating that failed over the course of 2 school days when temperatures were in the 20s and 30s, and that was the brand new boiler, and a malfunctioning lock on the front door that required 2 separate work orders and my testifying here last fall to be fully resolved. These incidents uniformly have involved frustrating and confusing communication with the staff from the agency. Drilling down on communication around the 3 flooding incidents illustrates the point here. On January 23rd of this year, I emailed DGS staff about the issue and potential need for a solution to what seems to be a chronic problem of flooding in the basement of the school. After over a month, I still feel like I'm chasing my tail. I did finally receive more detail last Friday about the 3 incidents from DGS staff, and they told me that the cause of each incident was different and that repairs had been done to address these different causes. Questions remain, however. For example, is there a potential mitigation that could prevent future incidents? Is there an issue with a geological feature such as a pipe stream under the school that needs to be accounted for? I asked staff for the DC Flood Task Force about these considerations, and refreshingly, I received responses within about 24 hours with research and some probing questions that could inform next steps. Unfortunately, with DGS, it's felt like pulling teeth to get information, and I fear what the experience will be like if cross-agency coordination, including DGS, is required to address the problem. These experiences lead me to a few larger thoughts. First, DGS at least sometimes takes too narrow a view of what it means to successfully complete a work order. In the instance of the Burroughs front door, I think we'd all agree that staff at the school had requested the work because they wanted a functioning front door. What happened, though, was that the agency did to the letter what was needed to move the work order from the open to the complete pile. The lock was fixed, but the door was left not working. Then communication dried up, leading the school to believe that the work had not been done at all. Also, the agency can improve dramatically in responding to public requests for information. In the cases outlined in my testimony, the lack of clear communication has been frustrating and confusing. One could say that agency employees report to the director or the mayor, but I'd like to think that their ultimate responsibility is to the public. When there is a need that arises to the point of motivating parents and caregivers to contact the agency, we need clear, comprehensive information. I understand that DGS can't move work along more quickly than it is possible sometimes, but understanding why can at least allow members of the public to understand and feel included in the process. That goes a long way. It also appears that the needs of real people are being lost in the process here. This occurs through the fixation on data, tracking, measurement, and how information flows through the DGS system. On the customer end, people want problems fixed. On the agency end, it appears that there's a very intense focus on moving work orders from one pile to another. This gives DGS employees and contractors who actually swing the hammers less autonomy to follow through on what requesters want when they open a work order. It also translates into less communication by the agency to requesters and the public. The specific dynamic around why this is unclear, but it comes across as defensive, guarded, aloof, or some combination thereof. I believe the agency needs a more customer and human-oriented approach. How DGS can gain public trust and improve its responsiveness are questions that are beyond me as someone with limited view into the workings of the agency. However, centering the question of how can we meet the needs of the people relying on us today seems like a good start. This also calls for greater transparency because information helps people feel like a situation isn't out of control. Ultimately, I think these changes in approach would lead to fewer questions from the public about why work isn't being performed, and the agency would feel less like requesters, residents, and oversight entities are looking over the agency's shoulder. Obviously, the agency needs to track its work, expenses, contracts, and other elements of its portfolio and serve as a good steward of public funds. However, there's also a need to balance this with a focus on the customer experience and service to the public. The day after this committee's October 12th hearing, a DGS crew showed up to fix the front door at Burroughs. Staff seemed pretty overjoyed. I believe this is not only because the work was being performed, but because they felt cared for in that moment. Maybe that's too squishy of a principle by which to run a city agency, but I personally don't think it's too much to aim to help people feel cared for and seen as human beings. We have a city full of deep human needs, and government at its best can help its residents create community, joy, and dignity. DCPS and OSSI have too much money for us to be subjecting our learners and school staff to dehumanizing experiences. These are all equity issues because caregivers with students in the DCPS system who have time, money, political connections, and more can get resources devoted to their children's schools. It should not take a parent testifying at council to get a school front door fixed quickly. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. I very much appreciate all of your support for our school. Councilmember Lewis George, thank you for being here, Councilmember Parker, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Ms. Ty Andrews, a PAVE parent, McKinley PTO, and Plummer LSAT.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilwoman Lewis George, also Councilman Parker, the rest of the DC council and staff. Thank you for hosting this meeting. My name is Ty Andrews, and I'm a Ward 8 resident, native Washingtonian, and proud parent of one child at Plummer Elementary and one at McKinley Tech. I'm also a parent leader with PAVE on the citywide board. My apologies, I was getting a call and then it interrupted. Excuse me. I'm also a parent leader with PAVE on the citywide and Ward 8 PLE boards, Plummer LSAT member, and McKinley Tech PTO first vice president. Today, I'm testifying about the necessary renovations and modernizations that need to be completed for the Mary H. Plummer Elementary building and demanding that they receive funding to build a whole new school. First, the Plummer building requires full modernization. Plummer has not been renovated since 2005, and the renovation took place in just one summer break. More time is needed to renovate an education center for our children. The library currently has folding chairs and old carpets for children to sit on. The bookshelves are too high and not conducive to the height of elementary school children. The first floor has limited natural lighting due to lack of windows, and the brightness and colors inside any school impact the mental stability of the staff and students because a brighter school is a happier school. Plummer needs to look more inviting to the community to increase enrollment and ensure funding increases. In addition, Plummer has been having ongoing HVAC issues since 2016. In 2019, it was so hot in the school that they had to move the summer school to another location. Repairs for the system are always temporary, and some rooms must have window AC units. There's exposed piping in the stairwell and gym, and Plummer currently has an electricity issue that they cannot get an electric marquee for due to the inability to provide the appropriate power. There is limited storage in classrooms, which is different from newer schools. And the remodel, like I said before, the remodel done in one summer is unfair and acceptable to the school community. It's challenging for Plummer to compete for enrollment with an older building. I have been in contact with a DGS representative about these issues since October of last year, consistently up on the status of all Plummer's work orders. There is an inconsiderable amount of open work orders for Plummer that have been categorized as high or emergency priority that have been pending assessment, some for over a year. Initially, I was told that they would be fixing the issues as soon as possible. However, I reached out more recently. I was told by someone they would get back to me once a full assessment was complete, and it has now been over a month. And I have reached out again and still waiting on a follow-up response. DGS and DCPS must collaborate to ensure school buildings are safe. They must conduct annual safety assessments before the start of every school year and develop a system to repair high priority problems that immediately compromise the safety of students, teachers, and staff. School staff and DGS staff must be trained to use the work order system and have access to the work order system. DCPS and DGS must identify points of contact at both DCPS and DGS responsible for the building repairs and regularly communicate about individual school needs. One way to improve communication, transparency, and accountability may be to create a team or a specific division within DGS that is either solely or primarily dedicated to DCPS school maintenance. Inequality in school conditions is a civil rights issue. It is well established that the poor condition of school buildings correlates with poor educational outcomes and disproportionately impacts of color. The U.S. Department of Education guidance clearly states that unequal access to safe and appropriate school facilities violates children's civil rights. Based on these facts, plumbers should be added to the DGS School Modernization Project list of schools. Thank you, and I welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we have Kimberly.
Good morning, Chairman Lewis George and council members. My name is Kimberly Kraska, and I'm a third-year student at American University. And I'm testifying in opposition of the plans to build a new DC Archives building that burns fossil fuels. This plan includes the use of a gas boiler as the main heat source for the building. As the Policy and Research Chair of Climate Reality AU, I have researched the environmental and health impacts of gas boilers, and I am alarmed by this plan. Exposure to fossil fuel combustion increases students' risk for a host of respiratory health issues. The boilers will reduce air quality in Ward 8 and pollute the environment. Gas boilers are the technology of the past and should not be included in the redesign of the archives. American University was the first college to become carbon neutral, and we take pride in the energy efficiency of our buildings and the range of alternative energy sources we use. Using modern technology, our university decreases energy consumption and ensures that the energy we do use is cleaner. The DC government has previously built public schools to a net zero standard like at Banneker High School, and the students at UDC deserve the same investments in their energy infrastructure. Not only is it required by the Greener Government Buildings Act of 2022, but it would be shameful for the construction of the archives to fall beneath these standards. The archives being built on UDC's campus is an amazing opportunity for students to connect with scholars and increase research opportunities, but it should not come at the cost of burning fossil fuels where they used to have their community garden. It is unfair to students to fail to comply with the Greener Government Buildings Act of 2022. American University stands with UDC students against any plans to use fossil fuel combustion in the new archives. Net zero standards are an investment in our future. There are many options that can be used in combination to reach the net zero building standards. Passive solar, heat pumps, and solar panels are just a few examples of the many ways the building can be built in compliance with the law. I would encourage you to note the solutions that will be detailed later in this hearing by the Sierra Club and Beyond Gas DC. I urge the committee to take a firm stance against this unnecessary evasion of the law and protect UDC students and residents of Ward 8. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Paul.
Thank you so much, Councilmember George. We appreciate all of your advocacy in supporting of DC schools. My name is Paul Strelchek. I'm a parent of a pre-K 4 student at Whittier Elementary, a hopefully pre-K 3 student next year, as well as the husband of a very overworked DC public school teacher. And I'm going to go off script from my initial testimony that I'll submit. I wanted to focus on the problems that we see at the Whittier Wells and Coolidge campus up in the Tacoma Manor Park Brightwood area. We've highlighted a lot of issues that are happening. We've seen that Whittier, Wells, and Coolidge. Whittier is 100 years old. Wells and Coolidge are brand new buildings, but they're all having significant issues of maintenance. Maintenance that is not happening. And for a building that just had a $160 million renovation, they are already seeing significant problems. We are also seeing in our part of the ward, of Ward 4, there is an explosion of new housing stock coming to market. There are over 3,200 housing units that are going to be coming between the Walter Reed development, the Sheridan Street development, the former University development up on near Tacoma Park, as well as the new Tacoma Park Metro development. There is really no one that we've seen on the other side of either DCPS or DGS who are addressing the needs of the students that will be coming to these units. I don't know where they are going. They are supposed to, all those 3 locations are currently zoned to move into the Tacoma Education Facility. That is a big problem because they're already at max capacity. This is going to be a huge problem that is going to be coming up down the pike in a couple of years, and nobody is addressing it. We think that on top of this being a big problem, this is a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity to expand on the facilities that are coming to Ward 4. We need to, specifically for Whittier, we need a better building, a more updated and modernized building. There are 3 opportunities that we see. We see building modular space on trailers at the location nearby. We see the ability to buy back buildings that DCPS had formerly gotten rid of as part of the policy about 10 or 12 years ago, including the former National Children's Center, which is just up the street from Whittier Elementary and is currently an abandoned building. We also see the ability to be innovative. The Whittier, Wells, and Coolidge campus has an enormous amount of space. It's a 10-acre campus. And with some smart and better design, we could increase the size of the physical plant at the building. But we need to know that that building, anything that will be built, has to be better maintained so that we don't have these chronic systemic issues. My daughter's pre-K 4 class and 3 class last year had sewage running down the middle of the floor. That is not a facility that we want for 3 and 4-year-olds. I see I have my time, so thank you so much, and for everything, and for any questions that are about there, I'd love to answer them.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a round of questions. I will first start with the Whittier families, parents Susan, Kelsey, Paul. Thank you, all 3 of you, for testifying on behalf of Whittier. You do not have to convince me. I am fully on board and pushing forward to try to find a solution for Whittier families and parents. My team is working day in and day out to aggressively identify and have a solution for this as soon as we possibly can. I want to ask you, as we look at some of the options, one thing that previously DCPS has pushed back on with modular spaces is, when there's issue, when we have inclement weather, sometimes parents complain about, the modular spaces during inclement weather. I would love for you to respond to what I find to be not a founded sort of a reason not to have a modular space, but I think it's important for them to hear from the parents sort of how well you and your families will be able to assist in the need if there is inclement weather.
One thing I'll say about that is
I know Kelsey has to leave, so I'm going to let Kelsey speak first.
Thank you. Yeah. And, one thing I'll say about that is we actually have parents who are helping out at drop off and pick up every day anyway. And that's part of the way that we have built our community, is that there's parent involvement. We didn't have a ramp to get into the pre-K classrooms. We still don't have a ramp to get up to the main entrance of our school. And every single day I watch parents make sure that children can access their classrooms and access the school. So we are already doing that. It's not on inclement weather days, it's every single day. And, one of the things that Paul mentioned is he mentioned the sewage in our children's classroom, but we also deal with really intense swings in weather and in the temperature in our classrooms throughout the entire building. So it actually might be better for our kids in a situation where there's better control over their internal classroom environment. We have really high CO2 levels in our classrooms right now. And often my son will come home from school saying he was sweating and hot and he drank too much water all day because it was so hot in his classroom. So inclement weather is not something that we're particularly worried about.
Thank you.
I would also just add, I've never heard that inclement weather bit, but obviously I'm not as close to this as you are. But I would be more concerned about having to travel to a different neighborhood on inclement weather days. I think a lot of parents are really battling with the kind of decision that Kelsey talked about in her testimony of whether or not to put small children on buses in the first place. I think that, a lot of us are anticipating that we would maybe have to have a driving commute if we were at Sharp. So I would be more concerned if the swing space leaves the neighborhood, that we would have issues around inclement weather and traveling, that distance. And as Kelsey said, I don't think you would have to do a lot of asking to get parents involved to help if there were issues, accessing the space on troubling weather days. And as she said, the classrooms, I know Paul talks about this a lot with his wife, having experience in modular spaces, that they're in a lot of ways, the air conditioning and the heating and cooling and all of that stuff is much more reliable than what we've seen in our aging building. So just to say that would not be a concern of mine at all.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you both for those responses. And it seems like the school community works together already. Both Wells, Whittier, and Coolidge are working together. And when we talk about utilizing space, some of the space, perhaps even next to where the dog park is located on the further end, how do you see, the schools being able to work together within the acres of space to be able to coordinate, pick up, and drop off? It seems like that's something you all do already. So sharing space and coordinating pickup and drop off is already a current practice that you can continue doing.
Absolutely. I think
Go, Paul. You're closest to all of that.
I think this is a great school community that does a lot of work. There are a lot of kids, as Kelsey said, that go between the three schools. There are older kids that pick up younger kids. This is what would be so devastating about us moving so far away, is because a middle school student who usually picks up their younger sibling who's in third grade will not be able to do that if we're down at Sharp or if we are located too far away. It is vital to keep these schools together because that will make it easier. In fact, otherwise you'll have two sets of parents or two sets of caregivers who are going to different locations. That's going to increase traffic. That's going to increase other problems that we don't need to have because we are so close. I think putting them on the immediate facility would be by the dog park or behind the baseball field or on any of the DPR fields would be very convenient and actually spread out the traffic a little bit because we wouldn't all be in one location. Right now, everybody's pretty much dropped off right at the Fifth and Sheridan entrance.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And I look forward to seeing you all at the DCPS public witness hearing, as well as the Deputy Mayor for Education. Thank you so much. I'm going to move to my colleague. I don't see Councilmember Fruman here, so I will move to Councilmember Parker for a round of questions.
I want to thank the parents from Whittier that came to testify. Again, we are facing and have faced a similar challenge in Ward 5. And the parents at Burroughs succeeded in many respects in keeping that modernization and the students during the modernization close to home. I would just encourage you all to also chime in at our upcoming education oversight hearing with DCPS in particular. While I appreciate and we will certainly take note of your testimony today, I think it's important for the chairman to hear you as well as those educational leaders, including the Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine. So that would just be my plug for that upcoming hearing. And anything I can do to work alongside Chairperson Lewis George, who has been a great champion for Ward 4 schools, I'm happy to do that. Mr. Haskell Holt, thank you for your advocacy on part of boroughs. I wanted to come back to something we heard in our first panel, which was around the dashboard and concerns around transparency. I know that you highlighted a need for greater transparency in DGS processes. Can you speak to your experience with the dashboard, concerns that you have, and any recommendations you might have for how we may increase transparency via the dashboard?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, council member. I would say that in my testimony, for the record, there's a full list of open and completed work orders for boroughs right now. There are many outstanding open work orders that range back to, I believe, as late as 2021. And I believe there are some work orders there that for which work is complete that have not been moved to the completed pile. So just trying to figure out what work has and hasn't even been done from that view into the agency is very difficult. Plus, there's no detailed information about work that's being done related to those work orders in the dashboard. So all you get is the briefest of descriptions of what the problem is and no sort of insight into what the remedy that the agency is pursuing is. So recently, I've had to email staff over at the agency to learn more about why the basement is flooding in the building so frequently. And it took them, weeks to do the research to tell us what the difference was between each of the incidents of flooding. If there was a little bit more information that I think is probably being entered into the back end of that system that we could see as the general public, we wouldn't have to bug staff so much over there. And we would know a little bit more about what the agency's doing.
That's helpful. And then you noted the discrepancy about the front door, that the lock was changed, but ultimately the front door still was not addressed. What do you think in that example would have ensured that the front door would have been fixed? What I'm trying to get at is, what is the actual fix that we can press with DGS?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. So there obviously was a DGS employee or contractor on site to fix the lock. Afterwards, the door was not staying closed properly. At the last hearing, I mentioned this, and DGS staff that were on the panel looked up the issue in the system during the hearing and testified that the subsequent issue was that the door frame required fixes as well, and that's why the door wasn't closing and opening properly. If they were able to see and understand that problem that quickly while they weren't even on site, it's obvious that the agency knew what the issue was. I don't understand why the work order would have been closed without the person who was on site doing the work checking in with the staff member in the building and saying, hey, we realized that the letter of your work order says fix the lock, please, but now the door isn't staying shut or isn't locking still because the door frame needs to be repaired. We need to amend the work order. We need to have you submit a new work order. It was just, the information was not there. It was in a black hole. There was just no proactive communication from the agency to staff at the school building. So then there's an insecure front door. And we prioritize safety and security in our school buildings to the point where we don't even list security related work orders publicly on the dashboard, but then there's an actual security issue at the building and nobody even follows up with the school.
And for me, that speaks to quality control, knowing that we're working with a number of different contractors and DGS's internal process of circling back. I'm running out of time, but I want to thank Ty Andrews and Kimberly Kraska for your testimony as well. Andrews, I appreciate your advocacy and work at McKinley. And similar to boroughs, we will continue to endeavor to ensure our schools are deserving of the young people that they're educating every day. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, and I apologize for going on and off camera. I'm at work in the office.
Thank you. Thank you to this entire panel of witnesses. Thank you for your testimony on the archives. We have a few panel of witnesses later on that will also be covering in that, but very much aware of the environmental concerns there and will be pushing back on DGS and not complying with green government buildings. So thank you. Awesome. Our next panel includes Julia D'Ambrosi, Ellen Carnival, Bernice Blacknell, Aikisha Shackelford, Jacqueline Manning, Sabria Trotter, Regina Bell, General Vice President, Washington Teachers Union, Adam Libinskin, WTU Representative, Tacoma Elementary School, Karen Caskert, and Elizabeth Evans. All right. Good morning, Ms. Blacknell. Thank you so much for being here. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Council Member Lewis George and other esteemed members of the council and the staff of the Department of General Service. I am Bernice Blacknell. I am ANC Commissioner for the S&D 5D09, which consists of all the schools on the Hill in Northeast Washington, D.C. The schools are Spingarn, Charles Young, Two Rivers 1 and 2, and Brown and Phelps. I'm here today to testify in behalf of the Department of General Service in reference to Spingarn. Okay. It is great to be here with you today to discuss my experience with the Department of General Service. For the Department of Employment Services and their Infrastructure Academy, DGS has undertaken a $64 million renovation on the historical Spingarn High School. The Academy will educate, train, and recruit the DC residents in various infrastructure trainings. Excuse me, I'm kind of nervous. This is
it's okay.
This is my first time doing this. I normally do it online. So
Oh, wonderful.
please forgive me.
Good. We're glad
if I stumble. Okay. And DCIA will continue to be a significant contribution to the economic and promises opportunities for the residents. The modernization will find the next chapter of Spingarn High School with sensitivity, continuation, the Rimmer promise that provided the education and enrichments and the sources in its community. I would like to thank Director Hunter, who is a Spingarn alumni, and the wonderful staff of the Department of General Service for their work and working on this precious building, which it is a very historical, precious building. And particularly, I would like to acknowledge Mr. John Stokes. The Spingarn community and alumni cares deeply about their neighborhood and this project and are very vocal about it. At first, we felt that we were not being heard. Then when I got a phone call from Mr. Stokes, he became the voice and reason for the community members and the different Spingarn Alumni Associations groups. We who want very specifically requested with the DCIA, he helped organize a productive, thoughtful community meeting. I would call him at all hours of the day and night, and also on the weekends if there was any situation at Spingarn High Schools. The neighbors would call me. I would call him. The Department of General Service team would come out and fix the windows, the doors, whatever was necessary to secure the building. And that's true. and they would do it quickly once they received the phone call from me. Okay. He and the Department of General Service has made working with the district government a pleasure. This is the way it's supposed to work. I was happy to attend the groundbreaking last November as we move towards a ribbon cutting in the year of 2025. And I hope they keep their word, and I hope that we will have our ribbon cutting. And I look forward to the same ongoing cooperation and collaboration between the Department of General Service and the community. And that is my testimony. Also, I would like to add, it was a discussion brought up about Brown dealing with the HVAC system. Since I'm the ANC commissioner about that, and I think I have a little bit more time left, I would like to speak on that. The kids at Brown are at the swing trailers. So if there's an HVAC situation going on there in the swing trailers, I don't know anything about it, but I will take care of it today where I leave here. I will call the Department of General Service to find out what's going on. Brown is also under renovation. I just toured the site on Thursday, and they have guaranteed me and promised me that they will be finished the building in December, and the kids will be moving back in January of 2025.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Commissioner Blacknell, for your service as the ANC commissioner, and for your support for your community in such a amazing way.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Aikisha Shackelford. Oh, no, actually, I see, hold on. Is Ellen here? I see Ellen. Sorry, Ellen, I see you. Next up, we have Ellen Carnival.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ellen Carnevale. I have been a resident of DC for nearly 40 years. I live in Ward 3 in an apartment building near the Oyster Adams Bilingual School at 2801 Calvert Street. My testimony concerns an old and loud HVAC cooling unit on the school's roof, which has gotten to be a public nuisance and may exceed acceptable noise levels. 4 apartment buildings are close to the school. Since 2020, and every year since then, from around mid-April to mid-October, the cooling unit on the roof of the school emits a high-pitched screeching sound whenever the motors and fans activate. Commonly, the fans and the high-pitched sound activate 1 to 5 times an hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This sound disturbs sleep, is all around annoying, and does not need to be tolerated by neighbors of the school. Even closing our windows does not muffle the sound completely, and we shouldn't have to. The only time the sound goes away is when the AC shuts down for the winter, or when the maintenance staff from DGS gets a work order to oil the motors and either tighten or replace the fan belts. There is a record of such work orders on the dashboard. DGS maintenance staff know what the problem is and are trying their best to maintain the entire system, including stopping the noise from the roof 6 to 7 months out of every year since 2020. I did try to work with former Councilmember Che's office, and I am now happily working with Councilmember Fruman's staff to address this problem. I know that HVAC problems are serious and common throughout DC schools. The district is spending money on a series of temporary fixes that are just that, temporary. In anticipation of a complete replacement, I'd like to suggest 3 interim actions. Number 1, erect a sound barrier to direct sound away from adjacent residential buildings. 2, create a schedule for when HVAC operates during the days when school is in session. Turn the system off after the school day ends. Turn it on before school starts. Turn it off when school is out for the summer or long breaks. Create a preventive monthly work order for DGS maintenance staff to check and maintain motors and fan belts to keep the system working and quiet. Thank you very much for the opportunity to bring this matter to your attention.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have some questions for you at the end. Next, we have Sabria Trotter. Good morning. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Sabria Trotter. I am a pre-kindergarten teacher at Shepherd Elementary School. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to represent the Shepherd Elementary School community. As a pre-K teacher, I bring firsthand observations of the critical challenges facing our playground, which serves our pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, and communication education support program, or self-contained students. These students, which include children with special needs, currently have a playground that falls dramatically short of meeting their developmental needs. The existing facilities are not only in disrepair, but also lack essential components, posing a significant safety risk and limiting children's ability to fully engage in active outdoor play and learning, which is a critical part of their growth and development. The crux of our concern lies in the inadequacies of our playground to support safety and the diverse needs of our students. Imagine a child with limited motor skills facing a playground where the primary feature is a climbing structure or a drop-off on a play structure that is missing its ladder. These scenarios underscore the pressing need for inclusive, accessible, and safe play options. Historically, our attempts to address these issues through work orders have been met with prolonged delays or insufficient solutions, further diminishing the quality and the safety of our play equipment. Instances including the removal of essential equipment such as swings and ladders without replacement exacerbate the problem. Currently, we have 5 outstanding work orders with estimated completion times averaging over 190 days and the longest stretching beyond 400 days. These work orders include 736692, 763361, 763371, 763373, and 734114. This timeline is disheartening considering the rapid pace at which children grow in their fleeting window to benefit from the nurturing play environment. The vision of a playground riddled with hazards and devoid of functioning equipment is unacceptable. Our collective goal is to provide a safe, engaging, and inclusive space that fosters joy and development during outdoor learning and play. The ideal solution would be to construct a new playground designed to be safe, inclusive, and enjoyable for all students, especially our youngest and most vulnerable. At the very least, we urge for the expedited processing and comprehensive resolution of the current work orders. Our children deserve a playground that matches their boundless potential and supports their developmental journey. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please stay with us for questions at the end of this panel. Next, we have Regina Bell, General Vice President, Washington Teachers Union. Good morning, Ms. Bell. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Lewis George. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. Thank you for holding this hearing today. The mission of the Department of General Services is to build, maintain, and sustain the District of Columbia's real estate portfolio, which includes more than 42 million square feet of district-owned and leased property, valued at nearly $20 billion. As those numbers indicate, DGS is an important agency with enormous responsibility. Yet we were all familiar with numerous lapses in the maintenance of buildings under DGS's purview. I know firsthand about the need for repairs and lack of maintenance of DC public school facilities. Last week, DGS's dashboard reported almost 4,200 outstanding work orders for DCPS. The WTU receives calls from teachers all the time seeking help getting repairs made in their school. Some pending work orders date back to 2021. These repairs include roof, heating, masonry, and faucets. When these repairs aren't made in a timely manner, They lead to more extensive damage and more costly repairs. Last Thursday, a teacher tweeted out about the faucets in her school not working. I commend DGS for responding to the tweet and fixing the faucet. It's unfortunate that they did not repair all the faucets that needed to be repaired at that school. There's a patch of black mold on the ceiling at Ross Elementary School that grows every day. A work order was input in November 2023. It is a health problem, and DGS's estimated completion date isn't until June 2024. Perhaps if a picture of the black mold is tweeted, it will be remediated sooner. There is a leak on the first floor special education classroom 166 at Hearst Elementary School. A work order was submitted in September. It is classified as high priority, but it still isn't fixed. Someone devised a contraption to collect the water from the ceiling into a tube that runs into a huge trash can in the classroom. The ceiling tiles are waterlogged and can fall at any moment. The estimated completion date for this repair is next month, 6 months after the work order was submitted. This is embarrassing and unacceptable. The toilet in a special education classroom 214 at Plummer Elementary School hasn't worked since November. Estimated completion date was last week, but the toilet still isn't working. Part of the teacher's responsibility is toilet training her students, which is impossible to do with a broken toilet. Another embarrassing and unacceptable situation. The ceiling in room T104 at Phelps has exposed yellow insulation hanging from the ceiling. I worry that this insulation contains fiberglass, which has been disturbed, and now students and teachers are inhaling fibers and dust, which cause respiratory problems. The same classroom is cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Last spring, DGS started a large renovation project at Bunker Hill Elementary School. The construction involves asbestos abatement, moving walls, and installing an elevator. Heavy and noisy equipment are being used during school hours. It's puzzling why a large-scale project that is disrupting instruction was even initiated, considering the school will have a full renovation in a few years. It doesn't seem like a good use of taxpayer money. There is a real human toll on DGS's negligence, failings, and incompetence. We've learned from the pandemic and the Canadian wildfires that indoor air quality is crucial to keeping students and teachers healthy by keeping pathogens and particle pollution at bay. Schools need to be well-maintained, mold-free with proper air filtration and ventilation systems to minimize asthma and other respiratory illnesses which contribute to absenteeism. We're counting on the DC Council to make sure taxpayer funds are spent wisely to build, maintain, and sustain DC public schools because the students, our most precious assets, are being educated in those buildings. The students need to receive a clear message that we care about you and that you are valued. Making basic repairs goes a long way in communicating that message. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Next, we will have Adam. Here, okay. Adam Lebinskin, if you were here. Karen Caskert, if you're here. Please raise your hand in the volume. Oh, I see you. Great. I see you. Karen Gassert.
Good morning, all. Thank you all for having this hearing. I appreciate you. Janice Lewis, or Councilwoman Janice Lewis George, we always appreciate your support. I am a Ward 1 resident as well as the LSAT chair at Roosevelt's Day Opportunity Academy, soon to and kind of now known as Garnett Patterson's Day. I just want to bring up a few things that have already been mentioned, but never hurts to mention them again. First, we do appreciate the significant work that DGS did to prepare the Garnett Patterson building for our community. We know it was a lot of work. We know the budget was tight. We know the timeline was accelerated, and DGS really delivered a usable building despite all those constraints. So we do appreciate DGS. There's a few things I want to bring up, 2 of which are relevant to all DCPS schools, and then 3 that are specific to my school community. One is that rodents don't belong in public schools, and it's kind of crazy that I actually need to say this in a hearing, but we constantly, we are dealing with rats and mice that we have typically not had to deal with. And when we bring up rats and mice, there is this ongoing attitude that there are just going to be rats and mice in cities. And as someone who's lived in DC for over 20 years, it is possible to have a building without rats and mice. And throughout DCPS, this should be the norm. It's harmful to students, it's harmful to communities. We all know this. I don't need to go into all of it. Number two, and I've heard this from other people, but I do just want to bring up that HVAC in DC public schools is a problem. I am currently sitting in an office that I believe is 86 degrees. We have the boiler running on blast. We're unable to turn it off. We also, depending on which classroom you go into, have the windows open and the air conditioner running. This is a poor financial decision as well as a poor decision for climate change and all of those things. So however we can accelerate HVAC in all of these schools, it needs to happen. Like, we have students who walk out of the building because they say it's too hot to learn. And that, once again, that's besides the fact of the economic and environmental aspects happening. So those are two things that just need to happen throughout DCPS, maybe throughout DGS. I don't know. Three things that we want to bring to your attention from Roosevelt State Opportunity Academy, and shout out to Kathy Riley for bringing these up earlier. One, we received $3 million last year for a childcare center. We've heard nothing about it. We're worried the money's going to disappear. We were told we'd have new windows 2 years ago. There's no movement on that. And we desperately need an elevator going from our ground floor to our cafeteria. Right now, our cafeteria and CTE spaces are not handicap accessible. And so those with mobility struggles are not able to go to our cafeteria or be involved in our barbering, cosmetology, or HVAC programs, which do offer free haircuts to the community at various times. So anyone who's unable to walk downstairs is unable to participate in those activities. This is also our only meeting space for our whole staff, and our whole staff is not able to attend those meetings because of mobility challenges. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the work that DGS and Councilwoman Lewis George and your staff do. Thank you all.
Thank you. I see we have been joined by Adam Liebeskin. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. You may begin your testimony.
Okay, good morning. My name is Adam Liebeskind. I am an inclusion instructional coach and the LEA representative designee at Tacoma Elementary School. I'm also our WTU building representative. So the main purpose for my testimony today is a large number of plumbing related requests that we've had at Tacoma Elementary School that have been unfulfilled for several months. We've had 22 requests since October that have gone unfulfilled. This includes broken water fountains, broken toilets, broken sinks. So each of these has been cited as for labor issues, why they can't be addressed. And so these issues result in issues with student safety. For example, students having to go to different floors to access water fountains, clean water and hygiene issues. I'm actually sitting home sick today, which speaks to that a little bit, as students don't have access to working sinks in bathrooms, and they're not able to wash their hands. So this is an issue at Tacoma that we're hoping to get addressed quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just checking to see if we have Elizabeth Evans with us. All right, I don't see Elizabeth. Okay, we'll get started with questions for this panel. Sabria, thank you for your testimony, for being an educator in our system as well. Let me understand. So the issues with the playground are that, one, they've taken a number, like the repairs are taking a long time, but you mentioned that you want them to be spaces that are accessible for everyone. Can you just talk about a little bit of about what that would look like, what sort of what needs to be put in place at the playgrounds in order for that to happen?
Of course. So currently the playground that we have, well, first of all, the space was truncated about 6-7 years ago in order to make space for the community center in Shepherd Park. And as a result, the space that we have has become smaller and it's not being used appropriately. There's a smaller playground for young students and then a little bit of a climbing structure that's rated for older students, but the play structure for younger students is in disrepair. And in addition to that, we now have 3 self-contained classrooms at Shepherd. And the play structures available to the students, both our youngest students in our EC program and our self-contained students, just aren't age appropriate. The play structure available to preschool and sometimes the kindergartners is very small, and there are a lot of broken pieces. Our swing had to be taken down. There's been a ladder that's been missing for years. So there's a drop off where a student could kind of just like walk off the play structure. There are a lot of missing handles and things that are cracked, and the flooring is broken, and that area is fenced off while there's this climbing structure that some of the older kids, the first graders, use. And it only has climbing apparatuses. And then there's all of this space. Sometimes some of it is parking, some of it is just for walking, and it's just the use of the space is the issue.
Okay. So we would need, basically we would need to do a project to sort of redo and revamp the play area, especially for our students in ECE and self-contained classrooms.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'm going to follow up with DGS on sort of what we need to do to make that happen, and see if we can get some guidance from perhaps Office of Disability Rights and others on what that space should look like, and as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Karen, do I have this right that essentially your school is currently being overheated, sort of the heater is blasting out hot air constantly, and so the classrooms are hot, and so you're putting on the air conditioner and opening windows to sort of equal out sort of the heat coming in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have they identified what the issue is, why the temperature can't be regulated?
My understanding from what I've heard, which may or may not be the official line, is that it is an old boiler and there are just not other, like it's just, yeah, I mean, as you know, we moved into the building after many years of it being vacant and such. So it's just like, well, my understanding is that it can either be really hot or no heat at all.
Wow. Okay. So it's a matter of basically it's an old building. It needs a new boiler because the current boiler system is just going to leave us in this current situation.
Yeah, I missed the day in teacher school where they talked about HVAC, but we also have window units for AC. So it seems like we need a whole restructure of all the HVAC.
Got it. And I know there's money in DCPS capital budget for installing an elevator at Garnett-Patterson. Is it your testimony that the planned elevator won't reach all the right spaces like the cafeteria, or that we just need the elevator as soon as possible?
Yeah, there's just, as far as we know, there's been no movement on
it.
So the
Got
windows, the childcare, and the elevator, it's just like you and others worked really hard for this to be put in the budget last
funding,
year.
yeah, that's right.
And to be honest, my other worry is that the money is going to disappear.
That's right.
From year to year if it's not, put somewhere.
Got it. Yep. We'll follow up on all of those for sure. And then the rodent issue, I mean, it's just frustrating for somebody to be like, well, it's the city, because you're right, we can have spaces in places without rodents. I know there's probably some gaps at Garnett-Patterson for sure that have not been sealed up, because some of the doors are still in a certain certain area. So it's a matter of that area and space needing to close off entry ways for rodents. If not, it's just going to continue to be a persistent issue. So we're going to follow with DGS just on how we can close up some of those holes, and see what what they can do to have that that consistency as well. I want to, Adam, it sounds like you all at Tacoma, you have about 22 unfulfilled work order requests. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and you know how long they are these are like long-standing open work orders?
Yeah, we have some from a number from October, November, December, and a few from January that are pending assessment.
Okay, so the only listed status you're seeing at this time is pending assessment, which is a vague.
There are 4 of them pending assessment. The rest have estimated completion dates for actually for early March. All of them seem to be listed for that.
Okay. We'll follow up on some of those work orders and get a list out to DGS regarding those specific work orders. But I think your overall testimony is that the system needs to be such that we're not sitting in pending assessment for months or waiting for work orders to be closed out in that regard.
Yes.
Ms. Bell, thank you for your testimony. Can I ask sort of, how are things going with the negotiations of the contract?
We're not moving terribly. We're not doing very much. Not much is happening, I should say. We're meeting again this Thursday, so hopefully things will move along.
And hopefully this meeting is not at 5 a.m.
It is scheduled for 5 a.m.
Oh, it's still scheduled for 5 a.m.
Yes.
That's disappointing.
Yes.
Okay. Will you please keep us updated on that as well as we talk about facilities for within the Washington Teachers Union? What are you all hearing as sort of some of the top issues that teachers are facing in dealing with DGS, and what improvements is the Teachers Union looking for to ensure our teachers have adequate spaces to teach?
Well, I think the teachers have said it. The schools submit the work orders. It's just how do they get done in a timely fashion? And what's the chain to complain if it doesn't get done? And like the teacher from Tacoma said, he's out sick because of the building conditions, and that's true with students too. So we want people in school, and DGS can help keep them in school. So I don't know if there's a better way to communicate everything that needs to be done other than the dashboard. I'm looking for suggestions.
Yeah, we're gonna, we put a number of policies in place. They haven't been in place for too long, and we're not sure sort of how DGS is implementing them. Work order integrity was one of the ways in which we were trying to ensure some quality assurance there. But on Thursday, that'll be something we follow up with, and especially pending assessment is something we're hearing from a lot of people, a lot of teachers alike saying our work orders are there, just keep saying pending assessment, which is sort of a vague term that people are not understanding what pending assessment means and what the timeline assigned to a pending assessment actually looks like. And so we're going to follow up with DGS to just get a sense of how we can troubleshoot some of those issues, especially regarding what appears on the dashboard.
Right. And a lot of these are health issues and like Ms. Plater said, civil rights issues. Why can't we do this? There's 50,000 kids in the system, just over 100 buildings. It shouldn't be this difficult.
Yeah. 100%. Ms. Blacknell, thank you for your testimony. You live near a modular campus DCPS built for swing space. How is that going, and what can you tell me about having that, built near your home?
There's no problem with the swing space. At first, it was a problem because they put the trailers in my SMD without notifying me when they had to renovate, what's that? I think it's Goddard School. It was a big mess, but then it was explained to me more better after they put the swing trailers there and moved the kids from Garda there, then it was explained to me when Garda got finished being remodeled, that the kids from Brown were gonna move to the swing space. But at first, the second said, it was a big mess. You know, it wasn't no communication. They just put the trailers there and put them in the back of Phillips, and it was amazing. But now everything's going okay. And I will be following up with the Department of General Service in reference to the Phelps situation with the HVAC, because the principal did not notify me. If the principal would have notified me, I would have
been on it.
I would have been on it, because I'm very sensitive in reference to the schools. I call the kids my babies, especially when it's dealing with my babies. And I will also be following up with them with Brown, because Brown, the kids at Brown are also, they're in the swing trailers. So if it was a situation, the principal at Brown, me and her, we have a good communication.
Yeah.
So I would check with her to see what's going on, and I would talk to the Department of General Service to see if, you know, have they had any work orders and everything in reference to Brown and Phelps. So I will be getting on top of that today when I leave here.
Got it. I know you will, and I appreciate the love you have for your community and for your students. It's amazing. As far as the process for the modernization goes, and ribbon cutting, what input has the community been able to have in making sure this is going to be a space in place that you all are going to be satisfied with, excited about, and it's going to be useful for all of you?
We are very excited about it, but I am a little bit upset, and my constituents and the Spingarn alumni, they're kind of upset about it because the process took so long. And I said, you have to be patient. You know, each year the government transitions. Somebody gets promoted, somebody goes to another agency. You know, you have to be patient. But I was very happy at the groundbreaking and everything, and I'm very happy about what's going on with Brown. Now I'm just waiting for them to go into Spingarn and do the work. So I'm excited because I'm going to have 2 ribbon cuttings.
That's right.
To go to.
That's right.
Spingarn and Brown.
That's right. That's right.
So,
Director Hunter is
yes.
an alum, so I know he's going to be particularly excited about
Yes. So,
Spingarn.
you know, as I said, Rome wasn't built in one day. It's going to take time. Sometimes you got to have patience. That's all I'm going to say.
I will take that for myself as well.
That's it about testimony.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think Ellen Carvel dropped off, but we've heard about okay, you are there. We've heard about loud HVAC units at a handful of other schools this year, actually, and so you are not sort of separate and apart. This is something that the committee has been hearing about. We'll follow up with Director Hunter about this on Thursday. You had a few suggestions. I think, what were your suggestions for what we can do? Because whatever suggestions you have here, we'll try to apply to some of the other schools that are also having these issues.
The suggestions are in my written testimony, which I've uploaded.
Right,
But if you want me to review them right now, I can.
No, it was just one that I think you said create a space around it.
A sound barrier.
A sound barrier. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see. I want to see what that would look like and if that's something that's possible. But appreciate you uploading your testimony because this is something we've heard from a few schools. So hopefully your testimony actually will go to help not only you and your community, but also some other communities as well. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next panel of witnesses, we will have Dolores Bushong, Langdon Park Forest Stewards, Allison Clausen, Langdon Park Forest Stewards, John Bolin, Casey Trees, Elizabeth Crawford, Shepherd Park Weed Warriors, Polly Garner, Public Witness, Laura Finenzi, Board Member, Friends of Lafayette Park, Tisha Cockrell, President of Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center, Kamzy McAdams as well. Great. And I see, and Mary Pat Rowan, Langdon Park Forest Stewards. Dolores Bouchon, we will start with you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's still morning. My name is Dolores Bouchon, and my home is directly across the street from Langdon Park, a wonderful park in Ward 5 that has numerous recreation facilities as well as a forest patch. And I'm really here to talk about that forest patch. It's 2.2 acres, and it's one of the most unique features as most DPR parks don't have forest patches. Yet until some of us in the community began to remove the invasive vines to promote natural tree regeneration, there was no regular maintenance for the forest patch. It was not seen as important enough to the city to be maintained. Luckily, when we asked for some assistance from DGS employees, Tyrone Tolliver and then his colleague, Benjamin Dorsey, they immediately responded, and we really want to thank them. The rest of Langdon Park, however, has been well maintained routinely by contractors working for DGS. We don't have to make a special request for them to come mow the grass. Langdon Park Forest Patch is protected because it is a DPR facility. However, many of our forest patches in the district, some belonging to DGS, are not. For example, there are 3 plots near Langdon Park, bordering Queens Chapel Road at 20th and Douglas Street Northeast, and they're listed as being owned by DGS. Forest patches owned by the district need to be protected from development. Our forest patches are cut down. We can't go back. There's no going back. They require soil and time to grow. So we need to protect them from development. We're fortunate that there are some remaining forested areas in the district. We are also fortunate that there is a way to protect these areas. Forest patches on publicly owned land can and should be shielded from development in perpetuity by placing them in a conservation easement, which can be done with Casey Trees. And that way, the benefits of the forest can continue to be available to all the residents in the district. As a forest steward in Langdon Park Forest Patch, I know the hard work that goes into reclaiming our forest patches from invasive vines and assisting natural tree regeneration. Hopefully, the district will fund a new office to manage natural forested areas. But we first need to make sure that they're kept forested. That means taking them off the table for development. I urge you to put forest patches owned by the city into conservation easements. Then let's fund an office to manage them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Allison Clausen.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Allison Clausen. I live in Ward 5, where I volunteer as one of the Langdon Park Forest Stewards with Dolores, who just testified. I'm also in graduate school, and I conduct research at Langdon exploring how to promote the health of city forests. When I'm not at Langdon, I'm a 5th grade science teacher, and I'm a community representative on the Mayor's Urban Forestry Advisory Council. Needless to say, I am enthusiastic about our city's forests. Today, I'm testifying to applaud the work we've seen performed by DGS on forested areas and to ask the committee to dedicate greater resources to caring for our forests. First, applause. This is to elaborate on what Dolores just mentioned. At Langdon Park and Queens Chapel Forest Patch, we've had the pleasure of working previously with Tyrone Tolliver, and now we're partnering with Benjamin Dorsey. Both men have gone above and beyond as partners in caring for our forests. Last summer, after Queens Chapel Forest Patch was determined an inappropriate development site for the new Engine 26 facility, community members approached Mr. Tolliver about cleaning up the edge of the forest where it meets the sidewalk. The forest was overgrown and regularly suffered illegal dumping, making the sidewalk impassable. Mr. Tolliver and his grounds team dedicated significant time to the project, and worked collaboratively with community members to ensure their approach was environmentally sensitive. The sidewalk is now a lovely, shady place to walk along the forest and suffers far less dumping. This fall at Langdon Park, Mr. Dorsey led a crew in cleaning up an overgrown area at the entrance to the rec center's parking lot. Our volunteer team marked young trees for their protection, and the DGS crew cleared invasive vines and shrubs. The result is a more inviting entrance where native trees are thriving. In both instances, DGS was responsive to our concerns and collaborated with us to ensure the work was environmentally appropriate. We're grateful for their hard work and applaud it as an example of the good that can be accomplished with partnerships between residents and agencies. Notably, however, both of these projects are beyond the scope of Mr. Tolliver and Mr. Dorsey's assigned responsibilities. We are so grateful to them personally, but it begs the question of why the work of caring for our forests is not scheduled or assigned. The city maintains our public grounds that are landscaped with mowing, weeding, and mulching. Forests in the city require maintenance as well. Forested natural areas are priceless environmental resources. They clean and cool air, filter and absorb stormwater, and provide habitat and food for local and migratory species. They also give community members nature access, a resource demonstrated to increase health outcomes, improve learning at nearby schools. With all that these forested areas do for us, caring for them is not something that should be left to one-off community advocacy. Research indicates that city forests are failing to regenerate, essentially failing to grow new trees. Proper resource management, however, can change that trajectory. I'm thrilled to share that at Langdon, in partnership with DGS's work, we have over 1,000 new native tree seedlings growing right now. I hope that we can begin stewarding our other forested areas and see that number grow citywide. Whether it is DGS or another agency, city forests need to receive regular and dedicated management. I fully support the formation of an Office of Natural Areas Conservation and encourage DGS to further consider its role in caring not just for landscaped areas, but for our natural areas as well. Given the breadth of services forests provide, their stewardship is well worth the investment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will now hear from John Boland, Casey Trees.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairwoman Lewis George, members of the committee, and staff. My name is John Boland, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Associate at Casey Trees. Casey Trees is focused on restoring, enhancing, and protecting the tree canopy of the nation's capital. To that end, we are dedicated to helping the district meet its 40% tree canopy goal by 2032. Washington, D.C. is a leader in environmental protection and climate resilience, and we support DGS in its work to provide a healthy environment and recreational access for all DC residents. Over the last few years, our field crews have observed recurring and proper tree planting and care practices at DGS managed sites. Our staff often spend a significant portion of their field time fixing practices like volcano mulching, which slows down our own planting and care schedules. Recently, Casey Trees was awarded a significant amount of funding through the Inflation Reduction Act to be used over the next 5 years. We would like to begin discussions with DGS staff on piloting a Casey Trees-led and funded training program that would provide technical expertise and knowledge to DGS landscaping contractors. This would have a tangible impact on our field crew's ability to do their maintenance more quickly and to improve the quality of work for contractors at no cost to DGS. Additionally, we would like to work more closely with DGS through our conservation easement program. As a managing body for much of the district's real estate portfolio, there is ample opportunity for us to act as partners for establishing easements. Casey Trees is the only conservation land trust in the district. We create easements through written voluntary agreements with the landowner, designating the site as permanent green space, which we help steward. Easements are a great way to create pockets of green space throughout DC, which help with environmental resilience by providing community benefits such as cooling and air and water filtration. Potential easement sites can be prioritized using resources such as DOE's community-level climate risk data. Establishing easements in environmentally vulnerable communities will enhance the resiliency to extreme heat and flooding. Year after year, DC is recognized as one of the most vibrant and diverse communities in the nation, and our government continues to be a leader in green and resilient development. We thank DGS and the DC Council for the continued dedication to improving the quality of life for district residents and generations to come, and will continue to support DGS in their mission and vision for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Crawford.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify at this year's DGS oversight hearing. My name is Liz Crawford, and I'm a 10-year resident of Ward 4. As a professional geologist, I have spent much of my career learning and living in the out of doors. Since moving to the district, I've become acutely aware of the importance of a healthy natural environment within the city as critical to the health and well-being of all residents in an urban area. As a result, I've become a vocal advocate for natural area preservation and restoration within the city. And I volunteer my time with invasive plant removal efforts on both national park and city lands. Living within 2 blocks of a DGS-maintained DPR facility called Shepherd Field has provided quality of life enrichment for me and my family since we moved to DC. I'm very grateful to both agencies for the facility, and I have comments today on 3 aspects of its care and maintenance. These are the management of the recycling bins at the park, the care of the exercise equipment, and the maintenance of the grounds. I'm thrilled to report that the new 311 system for overflowing recycling bins at DPR sites is working. I reported the overflowing bin on a Tuesday morning a few weeks ago, and the bin was emptied by Saturday morning. I'm grateful to Councilmember Lewis George for implementing this system of oversight to hold DGS's Sustainability and Energy Division accountable for emptying overflowing bins. I do wish to point out, however, that an overflowing recycling bin, which has been a chronic problem at the park for the 9 years that I've been using it, is a symptom of a deeper problem. And I ask the committee and the agency to consider what can be done to keep the bin from overflowing in the first place. It does seem to be a function that other agencies and other cities have effectively solved generations ago. What else can DGS do? We have a great set of workout stations at the park that I've been appreciating for years. I reported loose bolts on one of the pieces of equipment 2 years ago, and sadly, nothing was done. A few months later, the bar was ripped off by someone and is now gone with damage to the equipment. I've recently used the new 311 system to report the damaged equipment and received confirmation that it might be repaired by October. While I laud the introduction of the 311 system for this purpose, again, this process speaks to a larger issue that still needs to be addressed. Is there no program of preventive maintenance within DGS? A woman with the right tool could have prevented this damage 2 years ago in just a few minutes. Let's keep working on fixing this. Demonstrating competency on small things like repairs and basic services goes a long way towards building confidence in an agency's abilities. One of the reasons I created the Shepherd Park Weed Warriors and began working at Shepherd Field to remove invasive plants was the recognition that no agency within the city had the mandate, funding, or necessary experience to undertake this effort. I have now recognized that it is a pressing need throughout the city, and am extremely grateful to the council member and her staff for introducing legislation to create a new Office of Natural Area Conservation to manage and conserve DC's forest land. The degradation of our natural area cannot continue, and we need volunteer engagement and stewardship to step up and help now, with the hope that the city will provide a funded infrastructure to support this in the near future. There is no 311 for invasive plant removal, and likely will not be anytime soon. It is a skill set that requires knowledge, training, and certification to do properly, and the city currently has no internal mechanism for that. Creating such a team of experts to address this, whether within DGS or elsewhere, would be a valuable asset in the city's tool portfolio for better stewardship of its land. The green jobs created through this effort would benefit residents with employment opportunities, with training that is relevant and necessary in today's world, and of course, with a healthier neighborhood ecosystem, which benefits everything and everyone who lives here. I encourage the Department of General Services to consider carefully its role in the stewardship of DC lands and facilities. Every resident of the city benefits when jobs are done with care, and every resident suffers when straightforward responsibilities of the government do not meet minimum standards. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with the love and respect it deserves. Let us heed the words of Aldo Leopold and look for new ways to love and respect the land in our community. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love that quote. Next, we will have, I see them here. Hamzy McAdams.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Lewis George. I am a resident of Ward 4 and live right around the corner from Upshur Recreation Center and Park. And I did submit written testimony with like lots of dates and details and people's names, but I figure that I've heard so much like passionate testimony that I would just speak from the heart. And when I moved to this neighborhood in 16th Street Heights, after living down on U Street for 11 years, I've now lived here for almost 4. I immediately was welcomed into the community and realized what a wonderful place Upshur is. We have a pool, we have a basketball court, we have open space, we have a playground, we have a sandbox, we have picnic space, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a soccer field that's got turf on it. So we have a lot going on in our community. And I was also really excited to hear, based on urging on your behalf, Councilmember, that we are up for a huge renovation in the next couple of years. And I immediately raised my hand and said I wanted to get involved with the planning for that. Sadly, Upshur, in the meantime, is just going into disrepair. Between the pool and the basketball court, there are no litter facilities. There's no trash can. So when people are waiting in line to the pool, which happens a lot, there's no place to put your trash. And then when you get into the pool, you're not supposed to have any food items. So they've got only one trash can and it's often filled up. And so it means that the area around the pool tends to get litter spilled around. There's one trash can for the basketball courts, and then there's one trash can over by the playground in the park. And that just isn't enough. So my very first attempt to use the new 311 system was to request that they put in a litter can by the pool. And I did that in June. And by September, I was told that a litter can wasn't needed. Well, it probably wasn't needed because the pool was closed by then. So over the course of the summer, we had a lot of trash around the space, and people in the neighborhood do their best to keep it up to date. The bigger issue, though, that I wanted to say with my remaining few seconds is that the fence around the basketball court and the basketball hoops have been broken since February of last year. I've filled in a request. I've talked to Will Perkins from the council office. I've talked to multiple people within DGS, and it just seems like everybody's like, well, we're not going to fix Upshur because we're getting ready to renovate Upshur. And I just think that that's the wrong attitude. People are using Upshur right now. My family and I use Upshur every day. I work out in the mornings in the beautifully lit space that now, thank you for the new lights that are on the basketball court. But the fact that we don't have a fence, the fact that we don't have a working water fountain, the fact that the bathrooms are often not open, and the fact that that things are just generally in disrepair seems to be a wait until we fix it all attitude, and we are using the park today. So I would love to see some way to make sure that projects that are slated for major renovation can still have general upkeep and maintenance. Thank you so much for the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come here to this hearing today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Please stay on for questions at the end. Next, we will have Holly Gardner.
Thank you so much for having me. I am here today to represent the Tacoma Dog Park community and to inquire about the repair delays the park so desperately needs and seek resolution to these delays. I have personally submitted 2 service requests for repairs and both date to summer 2023. My first request was for the shale gravel turf to be refreshed. The current condition of the gravel is bare and dusty and now exposed, and the erosion to this gravel has made the larger rocks become exposed and are now obstacles for the dogs and for people walking over it. I submitted a 311 service request for these repairs at the beginning of June, and it was my understanding that DGS's service level agreement for dog park maintenance was 60 business days. When I checked on an update for my request, there was a DGS comment that identified mine as a duplicate request and was canceled in favor of a previous request, thus removing me from the process. When I followed up with Councilmember Louis George's office in mid-August, they were told the ECD for this ticket was December 2023. We are now at almost 9 months since my request was filed, and I assume longer for whichever previous request caused mine to be deleted. Plus, we were about 3 months overdue of the ECD. In January 2024, Councilmember Louis George's office was told that DGS had asked DPR to send out a team to assess the state of the gravel. It was not clear why this step was necessary, given there was an open work order with a past ECD. These delays are unacceptable, and the response from DGS has been disorganized and inconsistent. I believe there's been ample time to schedule, order the necessary supplies, and make the repairs to the park. My second request came at the end of July 2023 after the city experienced a severe wind-damaging storm. The dog park fence had significant damage due to a large heritage tree falling on one side. My request was for that tree cleanup and fence repair. Once the tree was finally cleared, we could see that the significant damage provided access for dogs to escape the park. So the community could continue to use it. My husband and I purchased plastic construction fencing and covered the hole at the dog park ourselves. This was on August 5th, and the construction fencing is still in place. When I followed up with Councilmember Louis George's office in late January 2024, they were told that by DGS that the project had been delayed because the agency is planning to address multiple broken fences across the portfolio at the same time. They gave no timeline for this project. I personally find these delays unacceptable, and my fellow dog park users and I are frustrated by the poor conditions at the park. I have previously used 311 successfully, so the situation is puzzling and the delay explanations are inconsistent. We have tried to do our part and only received disappointment with each DGS update. Providing a safe dog park is DGS's responsibility, and currently the only repairs are being performed by taxpayers. I am grateful to share this testimony, and I appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will have Laura Finisi, Board Member, Friends of Lafayette Park.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I've lived on 33rd Street across from the ball field at Lafayette Elementary School and across from the park for 14 years. I've also served on the board of Friends of Lafayette Park and the school improvement team for Lafayette. So not only do I have literally a front row seat to the park and school, but I've also been very involved with my volunteer work and have quite a sense of the responsiveness of city agencies and their responsibility for maintenance. And I would say on 3 fronts: the quality of design, the timely maintenance, and responsiveness to the community. The Department of General Services right now is failing in all 3 areas. First of all, the contractors, because DGS, if you look at the roster, they seem to have about 40 program managers for every person who actually does work, like a plumber, electrician. They get contractors to do most of the work, and the work has been subpar, and contractors are not held accountable. I'll just give you 2 examples. Contractors put in pneumatic water fountains in our park. those water fountains freeze when it's cold, and these are outdoor water fountains. So at the cost of $12,000, these froze, and then they had to be replaced by DGS workers for $5,000. So we got one for the price of three. Blue Sky, who was the contractor for our rec center, left a gravel path through the park. Mowers go over that grass and are zinging rocks. It might put out a kid's eye one day. That gravel was supposed to be removed 2021 in the fall, and it's still there. Lack of maintenance. We walked through with the mayor in July and sent a memo, which documented extensive problems at the park. We've got holes in the ground. We've got broken lights, clogged drains. We've got terrible erosion problems, compaction of the upper field. And repeatedly, these have been brought to the city's attention and they do not get addressed. But what is just as concerning right now is the lack of responsiveness to the erosion project that we finally got funding for this summer, which includes a rehabilitation of the school field. Back 8 years ago, during the school improvement project, the city promised our community a well-done grass field. That's available on the slides from the DGS community meetings at the time for March 9th, 2016. But they refused to go through the school improvement team to give plans to and every step of that field was done wrong. The wrong soil, the wrong drainage, the wrong grass, not watered when it was a drought, watered when it was raining, taken off the mowing contract twice, etc. And the principal refused to advocate on behalf of the field. She has stated in an email, which I still have, that she had no mechanism to contact the city. Back in July 2023, the mayor and the agencies committed to remediating erosion. We remember hearing about the grass field, but now we're hearing that it can be artificial turf. But DGS is not sharing any scope of work with us. They are not sharing any plans with the ANC. They refuse to give the ANC a date. And C.A. Donahue said that a grass field at Lafayette would not survive 12-month permitting, but a grass field doesn't get permitted 12 months. Grass fields are closed in the winter, which was important to the community because we need some neighborhood use. C.A. Donahue also said that it's impossible to maintain a grass field. That's not true. We have examples from Martha's Vineyard, which even has to bring its equipment for grass fields over from the mainland. If you have a reputable contractor, grass fields can be maintained, and the maintenance for artificial fields is not insignificant. I work in Montgomery County, where we have a list that includes general sweeping, cleaning, including magnet sweeping to remove foreign objects. They have to remove bird droppings, gum, and debris, deep power grooming. In order to maintain appropriate GMAX, they've got to provide infill. They've got to do work on infill migration. They've got to work on sewn and glued seams, field edging attachment, field inlays. They've got to brush. They've got to rake it. And given the complete lack of maintenance, which was well documented in the memo that I submitted to upload for this testimony, there's no confidence that the city can maintain this artificial turf. They say they can't do grass, then there's no way they can do this other expensive stuff. And they're not even talking to us about it. And they want to renege on the promise that was made to the community. And they're using the field, which they demolished by neglect, as a wrongful example of the inability of a grass field to succeed, when it's really their lack of maintenance that is the problem and shoddy construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have, I see Tisha Cockrell. Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. Good morning.
Hello, Chair and Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, other council members present, and the community. My name is Tisha Cockrell, and I'm the president of Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. We are partnered with DC Department of Parks and Recs, and we have worked together with the site director and the staff at our community Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. We are here today per our previous testimonies via the Committee on Facilities and Family Services Performance and Budget hearings, and we want to continue our plea to receive funds and assistance with site maintenance, repairs, and new item requests. Some of our requests have been rectified, such as lighting, camera placement, etc. And for that, we as usual want to thank you. However, we have many items remaining, pending, and or incomplete. So I've turned in my testimony, my written testimony. However, I'm going to read a couple of items, not all of them, that we are still looking to have assistance with. So I've spoken before about a new environmentally friendly turf field that replaces the current field, which is deemed unsafe. We've had many instances of seeing on DPRs ready to play that there is something in their program plan, but we have yet to have any information on what will happen if that's been budgeted and if DGS is aware of that. We also want to be sure to address the field lighting to find out if the ticket that was submitted has actually been completed. It was reportedly approved for completion for April 2023, and we don't have any real information on that, or at least I don't. We're looking for enhancing of security of the outdoor restrooms. We're not, or I'm not aware if those doors have been replaced. If they lock, do they not lock, or have the bathrooms been locked and are now out of service or use to the public? If they can please clarify that, it'd be appreciated. Outdoor splash park. There's been an in progress issues with series of other issues such as water pressure, and it's been in and out of service. So we'd like to know if that's being serviced, will it be replaced, things of that nature. I understand, council member, you've allotted money from the capital improvement plan for $25,000 for a new sunshade over the new playground. We'd like to know if DGS is aware of that and if they will be starting the work at some point after the budgeting. Let's see, in regards to indoor, we'd like to replace and repair the exterior entrance door on the Nicholson Street side. The front door push bar has been broken, and now we understand that this door is not ADA compliant, and individuals who would need help getting in that door do not have the ability to do so. And we know the repair and replacement of the gym roof has been an issue since 2008. Periodic leaking. This needs immediate attention. It's been reportedly on hold since April 2023, and the mayor allotted $1 million to that cause, and it was redirected away from our recreation center to King Greenleaf, and we want to be sure that that will be a priority this fiscal year. We're trying to also replace the HVAC system. It's hot in the summer in the recreation center and cold in the winter, and we've always been told there was a part that was needed, but we need to know the status of actually replacing that HVAC system. We need installation of new blinds, repainting the building interior. We're requesting a mural to the lobby, request of replacement of windows in the multi-purpose room, new fitness equipment for the weight room, purchase of, new ping pong and pool tables were promised, and we're still waiting on those, as well as many other items that are listed in my testimony. We are primarily thankful for some of the assistance given to help us rectify and maintain our community center. We want to keep this momentum going. Regarding our detailed list provided here, we need more attention paid to our rec center to enhance further projects and address needed repairs, maintenance, and upgrades. We've mentioned before that our center has been subjected to deferred maintenance and neglect for several years. Other recreation centers across the city have access to modern technology and aesthetics. We are still requesting the same attention and resources for our recreation center. We hope to continue to discuss our discussions and to see these issues completely rectified and resolved. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to further questions.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna begin a round of questions for this panel of witnesses. First, I want to thank our Langdon Park Forest stewards as well as our Shepherd Park Weed Warrior and Casey Trees. I want you all to know, as we were having this conversation and you were testifying, Councilmember Allen actually just scheduled the notice for the Office of Natural Area Conservation Establishment Act of 2023, literally as you were testifying. And so it is scheduled. The hearing on this bill will be Monday, March 18th at 9:30 a.m. So you'll see info about that in this week's register, and we'll share information out now too that we have it, but we just got it and you're the first to hear it. So we're excited and hope you all will come out for this, the hearing on the Office of Natural Area Conservation Establishment Act of 2023. I wanted to ask a question. I think there was some testimony, I think, as well about Dolores testified, but as well as John, you all both testified about a conservation easement. What is a conservation easement and how would it work?
I can take we'll jump at this. Also, first off, thank you for the news on the ONAC office. We are extremely happy to hear about that. So a conservation easement is an agreement between a landowner and sort of a stewardship partner, which in this case, Casey Trees, I believe, is the only land conservation organization in the district that's not a government entity. So we have a number of conservation easements across DC, which again are just voluntary agreements between us and the landowner, stating that the land will not be developed and just be maintained as green space in perpetuity. Usually we are the ones who are stewarding and managing the properties. We kind of take that responsibility on as the primary partner, I guess, in managing the land. Or at least that's how the ones we already have go. That is not always how they're run, but that's what the ones that we do have at Casey Trees so far. We are the primary stewards of those lands, so we rely on volunteer activities as well as our own staff to maintain those lands. But at the end of the day, it is a voluntary agreement between a landowner and a land trust organization to keep land as green space undeveloped.
So it would be between DC government via DGS and Casey Trees.
To my knowledge, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, most of ours come through OHCD right now, but DGS we could also enter an agreement with DGS.
Okay. And is there a particular area you all were looking at for a conservation easement?
Nothing in particular. We sometimes look at the tax parcel sales to see if there are tax parcels up for sale in environmentally sensitive areas such as floodplains, and we try and prioritize those. Otherwise, some of our easements have come from land donations from people who just have land, but they don't really know what to do with it. And yeah, we would just like to prioritize having easements in places where there is a lack of green space already in those neighborhoods, or if it's an environmentally sensitive area.
Got it. And Dolores, did you want to chime in there? I see your hand raised. You can unmute.
Yes, so I just want to follow up with what John said. So actually, one of the people who lives right across from the Queen's Chapel property, which is about 8 acres, it's 3 plots, has requested and sent on a request for this easement, conservation easement, to Casey Trees. But as I understand, in talking to Casey Trees, that, you know, that's a first step, but they can't really make it happen. So it's a good way to start because someone in the neighborhood wants it to happen, and there are a lot of us neighbors who support that effort. But then we have to have something that makes it go forward, and that means the city has to be willing to do that. And John, I'm not exactly sure how we crossed that gap, because now we have the gap. We have neighbors requesting it, and we have Casey Trees accepting that request, but it looks like it's just stopped there. So I don't know whether you can tell us how we make it go forward or what we could do, Councilwoman. I'm not sure what we do from there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I'll work, I'll talk to John offline about it and see what we can do to sort of how we can make that work successfully as well. I wanted to ask Kamsi McAdams Upshur, I agree. Upshur is an amazing space and place for everyone, including the garden as well, and other spaces. What are some of the maintenance issues? I know this happens all the time with spaces when it's up for modernization, people sort of just let the disrepair stay there until, and the city sees it as like sort of saving money without considering the potential safety hazards that could also cost the city money should someone get hurt and their issues. Are there any, what are the issues right now at Upshur Rec that you would like to see sort of immediate fixing before before we begin break ground on the modernization?
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I also realized that I left out both the dog park and the community garden. So not only we have all the other things, we also have a dog park and a community garden. It's a large space. I think that number one, I think that the basketball court, we're missing fence on like 3/4, like 2/3 of the park. It's not causing a safety issue per se, but it does mean that every time balls go out of range on that space, people are, going off into the field, which is, it's not a safety issue per se. We are also missing a basketball hoop and net. We don't have it. It's just the stick going up. I've sent in multiple pictures to both DGS and through and one. It just means that we're down a court. So I think that it's a space where lots of people come and a lot of people play. And now that we have lights, people are playing there all night long, well into the evening. And as the, light changes and as we open it in spring, that'd be great. I think the other really big thing is just about trash. We just need a better system for trash pickup at these parks. It's not just our park. It's at multiple parks throughout Ward 4, the ones that I go to all the time, but it's also across the city. Like trash pickup at the parks is a big problem, and it leads to rats, which leads to all kinds of other problems. I just submitted another 311 request for the Petworth Park on Taylor Street just yesterday because we were there. There were so many rats and overflowing trash. I think those are the two big issues. One other thing I will say now that I have the ears of people listening is that about 6 or 8 months ago, right when they've closed the pool, I noticed that the back door to the pool where the chemicals are stored was left open. And then that meant that both animals and, people could get in there, and it's back open again. So I think that's also an immediate concern. I think that's a Parks and Rec issue. But I think as long as we could take care of the trash, then we could and get the basketball court up and running, then we can wait on everything else until we start modernization.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to follow up with DGS. We have a whole section on our DPR parks cleanliness and trash. A part of the reason why we push forward the 311 request to start being a part of is because that allows us the data to sort of substantiate what we think needs to be a policy change on how trash pickup is happening at DPR. And it's very clear that and it's throughout the city, but I can see it clearly in some of our Ward 4 spaces and places where I'm at to see that they're not adequately. We don't have adequate trash pickup, recycling, and a number of things. There's a few things people are looking at. Some jurisdictions have obviously have trash with sensors in them and have recycling bins that have sensors that naturally tell you when the trash is overflowing as a way for people for it to be responsive to the sensors saying it's overloaded versus waiting days and day in and day out. So that's something they call them, smart cans, et cetera. And the city's been looking at smart cans across the entire DPW portfolio. As we look at trash as well. But when we did our DPR tours, regardless, the frequency of pickup remains an issue. And even if I like Liz said, Crawford, even though she did put one in on Tuesday and it was picked up on Saturday, in between Tuesday and Saturday, is still an overloaded trash can where it causes rodent issues, et cetera. So we have a whole section on this. It is a chronic issue. And part of it is too many agencies responsible are responsible in one area, and we need to clean that whole process up too. between DGS, DPW, DPR, having 4 agencies in one space leads to confusion of responsibilities and oftentimes gaps in services there. So we will follow up with them during our questions on Thursday, but I appreciate you raising it. Want to come to Holly. Holly, I guess I don't have anything to say except this has just been unacceptable responsiveness from DGS on a number of issues at Tacoma, particularly. I just learned we finally got the seat. The seat on the seesaw was finally completed after a 4.5-year run of that seat not being there. If you could just sort of communicate to DGS particularly, what are the things that you want DGS to understand from this experience you've had, and then the immediate responsiveness you would like to see happen?
Sure. I think for me, the lack of consistency in their excuses as to why the repairs haven't been made seem to come and go depending on the day you ask them. It's one thing, no, it's a different thing. Oh, wait, no, it's this thing. Oh, someone already requested it. That seems very chaotic. I also think when I try to follow up on my own service request, there's very little information. Like I said, when my first request was canceled, I couldn't see anything more beyond that. The second request with the trees, there's no update there. That's why I continually go to your office for assistance, because you can see more than I can see. So that's the only way I've received any information as to what's going on. The issue of trash is a big problem. I mean, that's dog feces that it overflows, and that's a problem. Just minor maintenance, the latches on the gates go delayed. We end up screwing them back in and fixing them. The users are maintaining that park more than the DGS is.
Well, I appreciate you coming out to testify and sharing this, and we'll have a whole section for DGS on Thursday. And we'll ask directly about the issues that are happening at Tacoma and when a actual resolution is going to occur, and hope to get a substantive answer this go round. I wanted to talk to Laura. Thank you for your testimony. I'm really frustrated right now regarding the conversation around natural grass versus turf. I've had interaction with, the city administrator about it. I've made sort of clear where the community stands and where I stand. And at the hearing, they said, well, the lower field is DCPS, so we'll go with whatever, the school community wants. And I said, okay, and the upper field is the upper field is DGS. And then I have tried to get them to say, like, what is it going to be? Is it going to be a natural grass field or is it going to be a turf field? So and I've highlighted many of the environmental concerns, the health concerns that the community has raised. We have not been able to get a definitive answer, and we have not seen the scope of work. I have reiterated how frustrating it is for us not to have seen and not have the scope of work, because that doesn't allow us to be able to work with the community in advocating for what this field is going to ultimately be. I wanted to just get, your purview as Friends of Lafayette Park on what if any conversations you all have had sort of around upper field, lower field with the school community, if any, and then your sort of the reasonings behind your preferred for a natural field.
Sure. Okay. So, when the school improvement team, which was a group of community members and teachers and the school administrator, the principal was there, ANC commissioner was there. When we met in 2016, there was a lot of back and forth. The PE teacher at the time wanted artificial turf. The community wanted grass. And one thing that's unusual about Lafayette Park, and that is very important to understand, is that, for example, when I moved into my house 14 years ago, the field behind the school was not thought of as DCPS property. It was mapped as a park. It was permitted as a park. It was, to everyone who lived there, it was Lafayette Park. It was not a separate school field. The school obtained park permits to have its spring fair and fall fair there. And the first 15 slides from the school construction process by DGS said Lafayette, a school on the park. That was their, cover sheet. It was only during the school construction process that it was found to have title, the DCPS had the title to it. And before people knew the school had title to it, the community agreed to give up both the upper field and the lower field for a year. So this is like Janney's community giving up the whole Turtle Park for a year, or Palisades Key School giving up, Palisades Park for a year, so that the school could put trailers there and not have to move the kids cross town. Okay, and that was for 18 months. And the upper field was used for their cafeteria and gym bubble and recreation by 700 kids a day. The lower field was used by trailers. And the community was promised that you'll get your park back at the end, that they're going to rehabilitate the grass field on the lower field, and that they're going to decompact and fix the upper field. Okay, so this was really a sacrifice by the community to give up its park, right? And so then at the end, when they found it was title to the school, then the school said, well, hey, we would like turf. And the community's like, no, this is the only field in our neighborhood. We do not have a redundancy, right? Like Key School has a Key School playground, a little field, and then they've got a Palisades Park. Or you go to Janney and they have their own field, and then you can go over to Turtle Park for grass. Or you can go to Murch and they've got their Murch little field, and you can go over to Forest Hills for grass. If you take away that Lafayette ball field, there is no other grass field in the entire community, because that was our park. Okay, and so the community may not have it in deed, but we in good faith gave that, what we thought was park, to the school for a year with a promise that it would be rehabilitated, and it hasn't.
And does the upper field get permitted out?
No, it doesn't, because it's so decompacted and it's worn out so much. The lower field only gets permitted out during the really spring, fall, and some in the summer. But that was one of the considerations when DGS talked to the school improvement team, and we said, what would be the permitting situation if we put in turf? And they said, we will permit it from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week, all year long. And the community thought, that's way too much parking and hassle and traffic for a residential area. We didn't want that level of activity. Plus, you have the concerns of the cancer-causing chemicals and the heat. It's used as an unofficial dog park. We have a lot of dogs that run on the field. So it was a big deal. But to hear that they're going to just go with what the school wants now, as opposed to honoring, they made a promise.
Got it.
It was published on March 9th, 2016. It didn't have an expiration date. And just to say, well, the field can't survive, to let it be demolished by neglect so that they can go back and go against the wishes of the community, that's not okay. They didn't do anything right. They didn't put in the right drainage. They used filler soil. They didn't use the right soil. They didn't put in the right grass. The principal said, when we asked her for problems with the drainage and the soil and so forth, and she said, I have no mechanism to contact the city. We asked, can you help get this field done right? And she said, it's a DGS problem. She was not interested. She has never advocated for the field. She was repeatedly contacted the first 2 years,
Mhm.
And then we ceased working with her because she said it was a DGS problem and she had no mechanism to contact, not to compel the city to work, but not even to contact, which was ironically in an email to all these city administrators. But when Greer Gillis, former head of DGS, came on a walkthrough a couple of years ago, and this is all outlined in the memo that I attached, Dr. Brocard came out, did not mention one thing about the field that was problematic, except we need to do something about this red dirt, the kids track it in. Didn't say one thing about drainage, nothing. So it's, it's interesting that, now that the school is so interested because they've been very hands-off. It's part of Dr. Brocard's impact evaluation is operations, and she's supposed to go be in charge of the custodians who are supposed to walk the property. The little bridge from that field to the parking lot is all mangled because the boards have expanded. It's unsafe. It's a tripping hazard. The track is broken. The field is broken, but there are no requests coming from the school. So
Understood.
yeah, and part of having an artificial field is you've got to have staff on site that are going to look for it and look for infield that gets dry. So there's nothing that gives us confidence that the school is going to be interested in maintaining it. I think what they're only really interested in is locking out the community, because that's what happened also with the school building after the construction. We were supposed to be able to use it for like ANC meetings and Cub Scout meetings and so
Understood.
forth. And no.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll follow up because it's a lot of history there, and I know you all have a good accounting of it. I wanted to ask John, I forgot to ask you, you were speaking about a specific training that you all wanted to offer or are offering. What was the training for?
So our field crews oftentimes notice on DGS managed sites that there are improper tree maintenance and care practices being done.
Okay.
And then they spend a significant amount of time kind of undoing those things and fixing them. So there's talk on our tree operations team of offering a training for DGS contractors for these tree care and maintenance techniques.
Got it. Okay. And so that's something you are willing to offer to DGS.
Yes, we can
Would you
use
do the same for DDOT's urban forestry?
To my knowledge, we don't really run into as many issues with their
them. I
practices
got
that
it.
we get at it. But yeah, we've got money through the IRA that we can use for these kinds of practices.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. I hope that's something that they'll take an offer up on, but I'll ask directly if they would be willing to do a training with you all and make that a consistent training as new people are onboarded and unloaded. Tisha Cockrell, thank you. We made it enough issues you mentioned to raise to director on Thursday. You mentioned the push bar at the main entrance of Nicholson Street Northeast. As you said, this is an ADA violation and we'll be following up with DGS, DPR, and ODR. Do you know how long this push bar has been broken? And is there an open work order for it?
I'm going to be honest. Thank you for that question. I'm going to be honest and say that door has been a problem as long as I've been president of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center, and probably before that. There's always been some issue with that door, and the last issues I heard was the push bar being broken. There's several tickets that have been put in. I wonder if Mr. Perkins is aware of ticket numbers. As you know, we've had quite some turnover there at the center. So maybe one of the
Look, yeah, we can look it up.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll be following up on the funding we put in, especially around some of the improvements to see where they are, and in the hopes that our money again won't be swept for other projects that were not in that were intended for Riggs LaSalle. So we're going to be following up there as well. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Fruman to ask, do you have any questions for this panel witness?
I don't have any questions for this panel, but thank you very much. Thank you for all the witnesses for your testimony.
All right. I see Commissioner Israel, you're here. We're gonna place you on the next panel if that's okay, because I didn't see you at first. All right. I have to take a brief break for a meeting, but my colleague, who is a member of this committee, has agreed to chair so that we can continue on. So I am handing over the gavel to Councilmember Fruman, and he will call on our next panel of witnesses. Or you want me to call them on? I'll call them on, and then he'll start with them. Zach Israel, public witness. Trupti Patel, public witness. Kishan Puta, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner 2E. Josh Jacobson, public witness. Danielle Yates, Chair, Kingsman Bark. Lonnie Duren, Chairman, Butler Wyatt Thompson, Boys and Girls Club. Sabrina Rhodes, Empower DC. Maria Hardy, public witness. Rick Freeman, public witness. Jonathan Sachs, Friends of Hearst Pool.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Lewis George. Mr. Israel, when you're ready, if you want to start.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Lewis George and Councilmember Fruman, everyone else from the committee. My name is Zach Israel. Pleasure to be with you today. I'm a former ANC commissioner in Ward 4 and used to represent parts of the Petworth, Brightwood Park neighborhoods. So a couple issues I want to mention regarding DGS. When I was an ANC commissioner, you can see behind me in my background, I used to represent Lorenzo Allen Memorial Park, which was actually named in honor of my predecessor, 4004 Commissioner Lorenzo Allen, who was a commissioner throughout the 1980s and early 90s. It's a great honor. It's named after him. And we actually had a ribbon cutting ceremony with then DPR director Hunter with Janice Lewis George on April 2021. So it's almost 3 years now. And it's a beautiful park. I think it's one of the nicest triangle parks in all of Ward 4, if not the whole city. But we've had some ongoing maintenance issues that have been frustrating to deal with DGS on. So if you look behind me, I'll just get out of the way there. You can notice one of the park benches there is missing a handlebar. And this has been a recurring issue over the years where these handlebars just weren't secured properly, I guess, from the get-go. They'd be loose, they'd fall off. So I submitted a request back in early October 2023 just to replace one of the handlebars. According to the DGS work order status dashboard, it said it would be completed by January 10th, 2024. It's now February 26th, 2024. It's still not fixed. And I've sent several follow-up emails. They said they would look into it. I never hear back. It seems like it's a basic thing, but if we can't get this type of thing right by DGS at a DPR park, then something's not going well here. So just want to highlight that. And that's work order 758625 for any DGS friends who may be listening in. Secondly, I'm glad to see that we now have an overflowing recycling can 311 service request option for DC residents. This has been an ongoing issue at Larry Allen Park. We have recycling that overflows all the time. I would just recommend that we change the completion time from 5 business days to something more like 2 or 3 business days tops. It's a rodent issue. We really need to be faster about this. Third, I'm also happy to see we now have a playground repair 311 service option, but there's some operational fixes that we need DGS to address. For instance, DGS does not require that a photo be submitted as part of the originally submitted request. There's just a yes or no option for that. But if you don't submit a photo up front, you'll then get a subsequent email from DGS staff asking you to take a photo. So for Hamilton Rec Center, there was a metal piece protruding in both of the slides there, and I then had to go back, take a photo, and then email it to DGS. That seems like not an efficient use of time. And it also says it's a 180-day service turnaround for that when it's actually apparently closer to 30 to 45. So we need that to be better reflected on the 311 service app. And then I know I'm running out of time, but the very last thing I want to mention is regarding small park improvement funds that I helped secure in FY24, $100,000 for reservation 312H. That's a small triangle park next to Truesdale Elementary. It's been a bit frustrating that more advancing on the project for design hasn't been completed to date. But I just heard today from DGS that they're currently in scope planning with DPR and DGS, and they anticipate soliciting the work in the summer 2024. But we need DGS to do a better job and be more transparent about how they contract capital projects like this, so the public has a better understanding of how fast this is moving forward after members of the community have worked for years in some cases to secure funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Israel. Commissioner Patel?
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman. It's really sad that Councilwoman Louis George decided to leave on my panel. But we do want to thank her for holding the hearing so that my comments may be entered into the record. My name is Tripti Patel and I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is historic Foggy Bottom. I am the vice chairperson for ANC 2A, and I'm here to testify about the Aston, DC's first high barrier homeless shelter that would primarily serve adults with acute medical conditions, mixed gendered adult families, and couples experiencing homeless to stay together, populations that can't be properly served in other shelters. In May of 2023, the George Washington University announced it had sold the Aston, a former graduate student dormitory located at 1129 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, to the Washington, D.C. government through the Department of General Services for $27.5 million. At ANC2A's June 2023 meeting, the Department of Human Services sent representatives to address questions and concerns from the commissioners as well as residents about services that Aston would provide. ANC2A at a special meeting in June 2023, sent a resolution in support of the Aston contingent upon certain conditions being met and outstanding questions around services provided. And the state of the Aston answered. After the commission requested the building assessment report from THS, it was provided from DGS, and upon review, there was deep concern on the safety and integrity of the building. The reason for such scrutiny and intensity around the oversight by the commission is that the Aston under the George Washington University had issues around mold and water leakage. If students were having such issues and maintenance before it was sold to DGS, that means the city now has inherited these issues. My colleague, Commissioner O'Micton, raised concerns about the state of the roof, that it needed to be replaced immediately and considered as a non-negotiable fiscal year 2025 budget priority, not to be tiered out and replaced in 2028. The commission has no idea when the Aston will now be operational. The initial date was October 2023. A few weeks ago, colleagues and myself heard June 2024. Now I've heard that the Aston will be online for September 2024, all due to repairs needed to make the Aston safe and livable for residents. The commission's stakeholders and residents have not been happy with how the Aston has been handled. DGS has a history of not being transparent or working with a sense of urgency in the maintenance of other DC government-owned properties, causing distress amongst different stakeholders. In conclusion, ANC2A has not been satisfied with the DGS's length of time or quality of work in regards to the Aston to make it safe and livable. DGS's lack of transparency is not making stakeholders comfortable and is now, in fact, having opponents of the Aston shouting they were right about that DGS and DHS have not been good partners. DGS has now put itself in a position of not being trusted by anyone, as they have presented themselves before the commission. They have not presented themselves before the commission to address concerns and questions. Let me be clear. I and the commission want the Aston to succeed and want to be viewed as allies and partners in this process, but keeping everyone in the dark is not how DGS should be conducting business. I'm using this hearing as a way to hold DGS accountable and to have them address all stakeholders. Thank you, and I'm prepared to address questions to the best of my ability. Thank you. Tripti Patel, Vice Chair, ANC2A.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patel. Commissioner Puta.
Hey, Councilmember Fruman. Thanks for having me. How many minutes do I have as a commissioner?
3.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got a lot for you today, but thankfully, I think you and I have recently spoken about some of the parks that I'm advocating for improvements on. So let me start first with schools. I'm the schools rep for our ANC, and in my district is Hardy Middle School, which enrolls children from across the city, and then of course MacArthur High School. But on Hardy, I did just speak with Principal Maureen Westover just about half an hour ago. She tells me that, you know, like a lot of schools, there are some concerns with the budget. She is going to have 41 more students next year, but and she's trying to figure out the funding on instructors. And of course, I'll put in the plug that they could use 2 more instructors because otherwise they're going to have to cut back services and offerings. But aside from that, on facilities, they don't have enough desks and chairs. So if you can please put in a note that that we have 6 months to get this done before September. They need 25 more desks and chairs. Councilmember Fruman, you know about the Fillmore school that was on the top floor there. From what I'm understanding, it's those classes that don't have that at least 2 classes up there that won't have desks and chairs, and she's trying to find them, but she could use help from you and DGS on that. On their cafeteria, which is funded for renovation next year and expansion as their students population gets bigger and bigger, cafeteria is already overcrowded. The money is there to build out, to expand it, to build outwards from their cafeteria into open space, kind of like their parking lot area. The request from her is, can they also get classrooms on top because they are getting full? And instead of having a huge, big expansion, can we do a small expansion? This would take more money, but instead of just butting out and doing just a single floor expansion for their cafeteria, can they put classrooms on top? That is a request from Principal Westover and others at Hardy. Their auditorium, the money is there right now to study the auditorium. We need the money they have not heard anything. No study has happened. Nothing has proceeded, and they do need this auditorium done. So they need the funding to build it as well, and that's a request our ANC will be putting in. I think the other issues at Duke Ellington Field and Jelliff and MacArthur High School we've talked about recently, but I'm glad that we were able to have some good time to talk about Hardy Middle School, and I know you know about that air conditioner chiller that we need to remind them about, right?
Thank you very much, Commissioner Puta.
Yep.
Mr. Jacobson, Josh Jacobson.
Councilmember Fruman and staff members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Josh Jacobson, and I am the ANC representing SMD 1E06 located in Pleasant Plains. I'm here today to talk about swings and increasing transparency at DGS. For those unaware, the area around Banneker has many families that love to play at Banneker. Neighbors tell me that the swings are one of the most popular pieces of equipment and that they love that we have an amenity as great as Banneker in the neighborhood. However, the length of time it takes to replace a broken or missing swing is a constant source of frustration in our community. For background, in April of 2022, a neighbor submitted a request asking that the then missing swings at Banneker get replaced. In February of 2023, I testified on the same subject asking for the missing swings at Banneker to be replaced. In June 2023, I visited Banneker with Council members Nadeau and Louis George, along with DGS and BPR representatives, where me and both council members voiced to DGS the need to replace missing swings faster. And finally, in August of 2023, 14 months after the initial request, I will note, DGS finally replaced the swings at Banneker. I sent countless emails to DGS during the first 8 months of my term trying to get a resolution to these missing swings. And I received just as many emails from neighbors asking for updates. Neighbors started discussing just replacing the swings ourselves if the DGS was not going to act. It should not take 14 months to replace swings. Additionally, one of the toddler swings at Banneker is broken again, and I do not want the community to have to wait until next year to have the swing set replaced. The 311 request ID is in my testimony and can be viewed there. DGS received over 100 requests for new swings in fiscal year 2023, and it seems that those requests are fairly frequent. I asked this committee to confirm whether or not DGS has to go through procurement for each swing request, as they have mentioned to me in the past. If these are not already in stock in a warehouse, what is the reason why these are not stocked, given how frequent the requests are? On transparency, and as I mentioned in my testimony last year, it would be helpful as an ANC and a community if DGS published all work orders, obviously excluding security sensitive ones, to a publicly accessible database on Open Data DC. The dashboard for DC public schools is a good start, but it is insufficient as it is not possible to download the data set, nor is it possible to see work orders outside of schools. Lastly, DGS has shared that they plan to add in a new diving board at Banneker for the summer season after the previous one was removed before summer 2023. I would like to note that the community is excited and is also expecting to see that diving board implemented before the pool opens. And I hope that DGS can keep this promise to the community. Thank you for your time, and I will stick around in case there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacobson. Danielle Yates.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Freeman and other council members. I'm actually here representing a collective of dog parks. There are most beloved dog parks in the city. First, Kingsman Dog Park, which is my home park, which is in the northeast side of Ward 6. Swamp Poodle Dog Park, which is also in Ward 6, as well as Newark Street Dog Park in Ward 3 and Virginia Avenue Dog Park in Ward 8. We are all community members from across different wards who serve in a volunteer capacity to help support and maintain our city's dog parks to ensure that all residents, all of our neighbors and their furry friends have access to quality outdoor spaces to roam and play. The reason I wanted to testify today is that we are representing the concerns of our neighbors and our communities around the negligence of the city's Department of General Services in response to reported park maintenance and infrastructure challenges, as you've heard from other witnesses prior to me. As part of our partnership agreements with the city to serve as friends of park groups, we are tasked with regularly monitoring our local dog parks and reporting any maintenance issues to DGS. However, our requests are often ignored for months. The average response time is usually quoted as 90 days, and that's a floor and not a ceiling. Our tickets are often closed without any action, resolution, or explanation. And when a ticket is closed, we have no way of following up to find out what happened. If we happen to submit a new request for the same issue, it is usually flagged as a duplicate and closed immediately, despite no action taken on the original request. So we are deeply concerned for the health and safety of our park pals and their pups when they visit our city's dog parks. The issues we are dealing with range from large to small. They can include things like rusted, cracked, or leaking fountains, corroded trash receptacles with hazardous sharp edges, bent and loose fencing, and persistent drainage issues that create a cesspool for bacteria in our parks. The most egregious examples include Swamp Poodle, which was without water access for multiple months, and that can be a huge health risk for our dogs, especially on hot summer days. And at my park, Kingsman Field Dog Park, we had a gate that fell off of its trap and actually fell onto a park pal and her pup, who was actually a small pup. And it was lucky that the gate did not crush her pup. When we've occasionally received a response from DGS to our maintenance requests, the fix has usually been only temporary and not sustainable for the long term. So, for example, when we've had broken gates like this, they typically only receive a small patch. They're not actually completely fixed, so that they typically fall off within several weeks, therefore requiring more assistance and more waiting. All of our parks are showing severe signs of aging and neglect to key infrastructure like our gates and fencing, our water access, our trash receptacles, our ground cover, which can all create a really unsafe environment for humans and their pets. Our groups have had to fix these issues directly ourselves or hire contractors to do the work that DGS is supposed to fulfill. Most urgent maintenance work has fallen on volunteers from the community to complete due to insufficient response from the agency. This is both not sustainable nor safe because we are not equipped to perform this level of maintenance, and we are concerned about our liability should any issues arise in these parks. So we are requesting that DGS be more transparent, held accountable, and increase its communication around its plans to improve the maintenance process to ensure our city's dog parks, as well as all of our community spaces, receive the support that they so desperately need to remain safe, reliable, and fun places for everyone to enjoy. Our request includes several items. We request that DGS leadership meet with us immediately to discuss imminent safety hazards like our broken gates, and to also determine an ongoing maintenance plan that will ensure our parks remain up to standard and continue to offer safe and reliable spaces. We also request that DGS identify a dedicated contact person for park partners to share our concerns with and to request help when needed to elevate more urgent safety issues. We also request that DGS address the lack of transparency around how maintenance requests and repairs are handled, when and by whom once a ticket is submitted. We also request that DGS review its maintenance request process to both increase efficiency, improve its communication, and also to lower response times. And finally, we simply request that DGS stop closing tickets without explanation or resolution, and to provide a process for ensuring accountability when that does happen. We thank you for your consideration of these concerns, and we applaud the commitment of both DPR and DGS around improving our parks, but we simply seek greater transparency and better communication as to how and when these treasured public resources can and should be maintained and when repaired when needed. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Yates. Lonnie Duran, Chairman Butler Wyatt Thompson Jr., number 2, Boys and Girls Club. Mr. Duran? Mr. Duran, you're apparently muted.
I'm sorry. I say thank you, Chairman and staff. I said my name is Lonnie Duran. I live in the Noma, Surson Quarter, Banning Lane area. And at the time, Greater Washington was closing Boys Club, Metropolitan Police and Boys Girl Club. And at that time, Coach Thompson, when he was living, he had saw the news in which 13 people had got shot over at the Tyler House. So Councilmember Wells had called me, so we went up there and was out front discussing some of the stuff was going on in the area. And I brought up to the news that the club was trying to close without the community involvement. So the coach's grandson called him and asked him to call me. From there, we worked something out to actually pay for the amount of money that could keep that club open, along with Mr. Elan. Mr. Elan is on the board of Greater Washington. I said that to say the Boys Club is one of the oldest last boys club in the city. And at the time, we went and worked and got the club with Park and Recs and DGS up under Oxford Agreement and MOU. But the club during COVID was closed. And that time, the pipes were busting. We need air, and the air and heat in the gym ain't worked since we got the club in 2013. And I want to skip over a lot of stuff to bring you to where I'm at now. We're not in nobody's funding, so I'm glad I am able to get on this call to see in the future how can we actually be put in some type of funding stream. But Mr. Hunter and Charles Allen, they moved some funds around in regards to us getting this club back over, because it's been closed like over 5 years. So the club is going to get a new HVAC system. They're going to fix the roof. They're going to fix all the windows, but it looked like it was condemned, so kids were breaking the window out, and the floors. So we're really getting an uplift. But I wanted to thank Mr. Hunter and Mr. Allen in regards to over a period of time that it wasn't getting done. I had to deal with the community and community meetings and saying the same thing over and over. Now we got a fresh coat of paint on the front of the club. You can see the difference it makes in the neighborhood, because we need that club in regards to all the incidents that's happening in that area to get the kids back in the club, because you have New York Avenue, which is open too. But I think that it'll be a variety of decisions kids can make and to where they want to go. And hopefully that'll make a difference in this neighborhood. But I really want to thank Mr. Hunter and Mr. Allen again. Any questions? I'm available.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your testimony, Mr. Duran. Sabrina Rhodes, ANC 5D and Empower DC.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good
Councilmember Froman, all the other council members and witnesses. My name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm the community organizer here in Ivy City with Empower DC. Also, ANC 5D02 is my single member district. I'm native to DC. And right now I want to talk about the Cromell school site today. Ivy City is historic, and so is Cromell. Treating the site with dignity and respect is what we should see from the district's agencies. We are excited that instead of using our community as a dumping ground, we will design it with a small area plan so that it will flourish, thrive, and be beautiful. We are very involved in the state of our environment due to outdated zoning laws and regulations, which has put Ivy City residents at risk of having poor air quality from industrial uses close to residential homes, like having a chemical plant and housing the entire fleet of DPW. Also, New York Avenue emissions from vehicles and the railroad. Poor planning and systemic and institutional racism. We are in need of DGS and or DPR to provide someone to clean the site regularly. We have no one dumping the trash cans which get overfilled or pick up debris unless we do it or ask someone to help out as a favor, or it gets done during the community cleanup. Cromell is part of DGS's portfolio because it was a school, but it is a DPR property and it's public. For years, we have come to this committee to ask for someone to tend to the grounds, and recently we have been in need of cameras. It goes against what we are fighting for, and to see clothes, cigarette butts, glass, and dog feces on the site we're fighting so hard to have renovated and brought back as the light of Ivy City is disappointing. We are meeting with both agencies, but DGS's project manager for the renovation of Cromell is the only representative we are in constant contact with, and would like to know who at DGS can we speak with to help us with the issues which are environmental. We as a community want to make sure the Cromell site is getting the maintenance done regularly by DGS. There also needs to be cameras on the site for the safety of the children and to monitor the illegal dumping and any other activities that go against DPR rules. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes. Thank you for your testimony. Maria Hardy. Okay. Rick Freeman. And Jonathan Sachs. Mr. Sachs, are you there? I believe you may be signed in as the Hearst PTA. Okay, so we're going to have Mr. Sessions testify, and if Maria, Rick, or Jonathan are present, let us know, and we'll have you testify as well, and then move to questions. Thank you. Nice to see you, Mr. Sessions.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Good to see you. And Mr. Perkins, thank you for your accommodation. I appreciate it. And I'm sorry I don't have a chance to address the chairwoman, but I will, I'm certain, in the future. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Warner Session, principal of the Session Law Firm. I am pleased to appear today to testify on the performance of the Department of General Services. I'm testifying from the perspective of someone who has practiced law in the District of Columbia for the past 32 years and who has routinely engaged with various district government agencies over that time, and in particular with the Department of General Services. My clients, who include Community Bridge, Inc., a African-American-owned woman certified business landscaping and janitorial service in the district, as well as the Alliance for Construction Excellence, a premier construction trade subcontractors association, have performed under DGS contracts over many, many years. Accordingly, I'm bringing that perspective to my testimony today. Since its inception 13 years ago, DGS has continually, in my view, evolved. As you may know, DGS was created in 2011 because of the consolidation of several agencies, including, among others, the Department of Real Estate Services and the Metropolitan Police Department. DGS was also given facilities management responsibilities for the Department of Parks and Recreation and for the DC Public Schools. And I've heard a lot about DC Public Schools today, got my own education. The initiative to create DGS stemmed from a May 2011 audit by the District of Columbia auditor, which identified the need to reduce inefficiencies and redundancies among those various agencies, and to streamline construction, maintenance, and procurement. There is no saying that what gets measured gets done. While further improvements can always be made, from my vantage point, DGS has been diligent in pursuing this objective of efficient programmatic management. One area in particular has been DGS's commitment to certified business enterprises and small business enterprises. DGS is making an intentional and robust effort to impose outcomes for CBEs and SBEs in its procurement activities. Let me cite a few examples. For example, creating more opportunities for CBAs as prime contractors, engaging in targeted outreach to small businesses, and working to build a pipeline of additional resources to support the work of DGS. Developing a mentor protege program, whereby DGS seeks to build capacity for small businesses by offering mentorships with established construction companies to help support their growth. Providing greater transparency through its website to enable subcontractors to get paid timely and to improve transparency. Setting aside construction contracts under $13 million for CBEs. And finally, setting aside goods and services under $5 million for small business enterprises. In FY23, for example, DGS awarded contracts to SBs totaling $367 million. Significantly, half of those contracts went to in Ward 7 and 8. Finally, as far as people go, let me simply say that leadership matters. Specifically under the leadership of Delano Hunter, the DGS continues to make great strides. I've known to work with Director Hunter since his tenure at DPR, and I can attest therefore to his business acumen, intellect, management skills, and overall demeanor. He's always accessible and responsive to contractors and stakeholders. I would like to highlight in particular, on the heels of the previous witness, Mr. Durham, that Director Hunter has led the effort to renovate and repair the Boys and Girls Club in the Sursum Quarter neighborhood. As Mr. Durham indicated, that club had been closed for 5 years. And due to HVAC problems, structural issues, windows, when Director Hunter took over, he came in and immediately tasked his people with getting that building back open. And hopefully this spring we'll start to see the young people come back. It's a very important resource and safe place for people in that neighborhood. Finally, the Director Hunter is supported by very competent and highly talented senior executive staff, who include such people as Chief Procurement Officer George Lewis, Deputy Director for Facilities Management Donnie Gonzalez, General Counsel Javier Beltran, and Michelle Loggins, Associate Director for Legislative Affairs. I mention these individuals by name because they have been engaged. I have been engaged with them on a range of issues such as lease negotiations for district agencies, infrastructure development, and the St. Elizabeth's campus, and issues relating to resolving a myriad of procurement and subcontracting payment issues, just to name a few. The DGS team is consistently responsive, responsible, and always operates in good faith. That concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sessions. I guess I'll do one quick check to make sure that Maria, Rick, Maria Hardy, Rick Freeman, Jonathan Sachs, are any of you on and prepared to testify? Okay, Mr. Sessions, it's always great to hear a lot of good news, and you delivered a lot of good news in your testimony, so thank you for that. One of the things that you touched on was the better communication with vendors might be a thing that's useful. We're hearing that in other witnesses. I'll ask them about communication and transparency with the public, but you came at it from a slightly different perspective of communication with vendors. And I wonder if you could speak to ideas that you may have that could be recommendations to DGS to how to improve that kind of communication.
Yeah, and it was interesting for me to sit here and listen to some of the issues that others have had. So I can speak to my discrete experience, but oftentimes it's simply a resource problem, you know, whether it's a council office or an executive branch agency. You all are, everyone is has great demands on their time and responsiveness. Let me just say, I think it really goes back to leadership, and to the extent that the head of the agency can direct and delegate his folks to respond in a timely way to inquiries that come in. Again, that's been my experience where, again, citing the Boys Club is one example where when calls were made, we got responses, you know, within 24 to 48 hours. To answer your question more specifically, I think it's a resource problem. And I will, you know, be back here again during budget season to see to what extent, you know, more staff can augment better communications. It's a big agency. You know, I talked about its history. It's consolidated 5 different agencies. So they're being pulled in 1,000 different ways. If something happens at a school at 6 in the morning, they have to dispatch people to get there. So infrastructure is important. You know, getting your people mobilized in a strategic way, I think it's important. It's all about management and leadership. And to the extent that can be improved and more efficient, I think maybe this time next year, some of the complaints that you heard from some of the individuals testified earlier will be resolved.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you again for all of the good news that you delivered and all of the praise for the staff at DGS, who really, this is a big job and it is getting better. Long way to go in different places, but thank you for acknowledging the quality of the work that's being done. I'm going to turn now, Mr. Israel, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all of the different projects that you've been important to, sitting in front of the Triangle Park that you helped make happen, the small park fund that you talked about that does seem like is moving forward, though. I hear you that you're looking for more transparency around that. The overflow of the trash cans is a thing you hear everywhere, and I wonder, is it a DGS? Is it a DPR? Is it a DPW issue? Is it a coordination between the different agencies? Why is it that emptying out the trash can seems to be something that becomes a hurdle and we fall behind?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilmember Fruman. Sorry, just really, so I think it's sort of an all of the above. And unfortunately, and it's not to their fault, but your average DC resident is probably unaware that DGS is responsible for collecting recycling at DPR parks. And DPW is responsible for collecting it at for the public litter cans. And so there's sort of that issue in terms of lack of awareness of that. And then I think, you know, quite frankly, it's just not the highest priority for DGS. And, you know, it's a very serious problem. And there are some people, you know, we have, unfortunately, you know, litter being disposed in the recycling cans themselves. And so that's a problem not caused by DGS, but I feel like DGS needs to do more to regularly clean these. And that's why I mentioned that the 5 business day turnaround for that request should really be expedited to 2 or 3 business days, because we don't want overflowing recycling to contribute to rodent problems in our public spaces.
All right, very, very helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Commissioner Patel, the Aston is a really important project. And I guess what I'm hearing from you is that you and your ANC had been supportive, but you really feel like there's a missing level of cooperation and transparency that makes it more difficult to be supportive to this very, very important project. I'm taking from your testimony that the key thing you would want is a meeting with senior folks at DGS to get a full update on where things stand, not just to be hearing that the new target date is September 2024. Is that right?
I believe you summed it up quite correctly, Councilmember Freeman. So when ANC2A passed the resolution in support of the Aston, it was conditional and it was contingent that we be treated as allies and partners. For many of you who have not been following the Aston, it has become quite a contentious issue, not only within ANC2A, but the community surrounding the Aston. It's currently in quite a bitter legal battle right now. As of Friday, the judge didn't dismiss the lawsuit. They're going into mediation on Thursday. And, you know, we keep hearing conflicting narratives and stories, like the executive, which is the mayor's team is like, nope, we're going full steam ahead. The Aston is scheduled to be open. We were told in the last meeting, the reason why the Aston was delayed in opening is because DGS found some structural issues that were a lot more pervasive than initially thought. So we were told at the end of actually 30 days ago that the new slotted open date was June of 2024. And so this is basically 8 months later. And no one from DGS has bothered to come to ANC2A to address the commission, to speak to residents. And now I have colleagues on the commission who are upset and angry. They feel like the ANC has been taken advantage of. The opponents of the Aston are now saying that the commission and colleagues like myself, that we were fools to trust the executive and, you know, give full faith to the DC Council in this entire process. And I don't want to have to come testify at this hearing to get someone from DHS to take ANC2A seriously. I don't want it to reach the point where, you know, where we feel exhausted, burnt out, and tired, and that ANC2A is going to rescind its support. I mean, we're still quite a long ways down the road from doing that. I want to make it very clear we are supportive of this, but, you know, I shouldn't have to come to this kind of hearing to ring the alarm that DGS has not been a good ally or a partner in this. So it's really frustrating and it's really disappointing, because the Aston is such a big deal and it's so vital and it's so needed.
So, well, thank you very much for that. I'm going to, I actually was not aware of the lawsuit, and who knows whether or not that creates a complexity for DGS, but I will be meeting with the directors of DGS and DHS, and I will raise this and raise the need for transparency. I know you get this panel a little bit gets the booby prize with me being the chair for the moment, but Will Perkins is sitting here as well, taking good notes, and will absolutely be conveying the import of this testimony to Chairwoman Lewis George. Mr. Puta, I've talked a lot about different things, and Harding Middle School clearly, has great needs. The desks and chairs comes as something new to me, but thank you very much for raising it. The expansion of the cafeteria and the possibility of putting classrooms on top is very, very intriguing. Honestly, it's the first time that I've heard about that, and I'm going to ask a little bit about that. The auditorium, you and I have spoken about, we need to make sure that is moving. We put the money in the budget to address that auditorium in last year's budget cycle. We did the same thing for the Jackson Reed Auditorium, and money was put in the budget for the Anacostia Auditorium as well.
Right.
And I know the Jackson Reed one is starting to move, so I want to be hopeful that the Hardy one as well.
I hope so.
MacArthur and thank you for all the work that you're doing there. Jelliff, you and I personally spoke just the other day, as well as about the Duke Ellington field. I'm intrigued by the idea of putting classrooms on top of the cafeteria expansion, but where are we in that process?
Yeah, that money will be is this year and next year to start the planning process, and then the construction wouldn't be till they wouldn't get the full money until the next October, but yeah, it's still a year out for the cafeteria. We have time, so if we could plan for classrooms as well, I know that would be the smart thing to do to plan for the future growth, which it's inevitable. It's coming. It's going to be 40, 50 kids every year.
Yeah, so that's super helpful. Have there been conversations with DGS about this idea, or this is the first I've heard about the idea?
Right. You got it fresh off the press, actually, Councilmember. I just heard it from the principal. It was an idea. I wish I had thought of it. I didn't realize they were bumping out and that there might be room on top, but that apparently is the plan. So if so, that's this new idea. And I would love to meet you at the school if you want to see it, but work with your staff to explore it. Please do ask them.
So we will do follow up on this, and I would want to be supportive. Ward Hardy Middle School serves a lot of Ward 3 residents. It's located in Ward 2, so obviously you are Ward 2 commissioner. We want to wrap Councilmember Pinto in as soon as possible on that.
Indeed, and yeah, please do follow up on the chiller as well. We want to make sure that permanent solution is in there before it gets hot.
I think that we might have gotten a notice recently that there is progress on the chiller, and I guess I'd assumed you'd been on that, but we'll check and pass that.
Thank you.
I think it's March that is the target date on the chiller.
Yes, that's right. That's what they say. But
okay. Well, then you did get the same update, but you're more skeptical, and we will press on that. So thank you
very much. Thanks all.
Mr. Jacobson, this is again a recurring thing. The timeliness of repairs, and including about little things, missing a swing, that is actually a big loss at a playground, as you start to miss a couple, and then you're not getting anything like the utility out of it that you want. I will look into, I imagine that the committee chair as well will look into this procurement issue about, is it the case that every time a swing breaks that you have to do a separate procurement, and can there be some stock available to deal with it? I know one thing, and this seems like it shouldn't apply here, but one of the things that DGS has spoken to, and Director Hunter, who's really trying to do a great job and is doing really quite well. We use all different kinds of equipment in different places, and so then when you have to replace something, you got to go to 10 different you don't have one vendor for all the swings. You could have 10 vendors for the swings and different kind of swing sets. And so that can become a barrier and create supply chain issues. But that's the thing we'll look into. I am curious that the painting over your shoulder was particularly lovely and looked like it was personal. Is that something from your family?
My father-in-law likes to paint, and so he gifted that to us. It's my wife, my sister-in-law, and my niece. So I'll pass along the commendations to him.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Yates, thank you very much for your testimony. And again, it's a similar thing about responsiveness on these dog park issues, but we're hearing it, I think, on DPR issues, and it may be a thing that's akin to what Mr. Sessions was talking about when he said it could be staffing, that, that it's a lot. And so on the DCPS side, a ton of work has been done, and I think it's really bent the curve. And maybe one of the lessons here is that there needs to be a similar level of work on the DPR side. And it could be that part of the project is to make sure that DGS has the horses to be able to address these kinds of issues. Again, I thought, if I have it right, your asks where DGS leadership would meet with you, and I take it that's the coalition of dog park representatives, that they designate a contact person for whom you can deal and address some of the transparency issues and the closing of tickets when work has not been done. I wonder on that last one, on the DCPS side, we've moved to trying to have somebody at the school sign off on, or at least have the opportunity to sign off before a ticket is closed. Is there anything like that that's happening on the DPR and the dog park side? How do you find out that a ticket's been closed and the work hasn't been done?
Correct. We usually find out via the 311 app, which is where we were told to submit our requests. Some of our requests are closed in the evening, actually when we're sleeping, and so we know that there's no chance that the fix was made. And so we immediately open up a new request, and then they tell us that it's a duplicate and that that one is also closed immediately. We have one that wasn't closed. It's remained open for almost 3 months now. We went ahead and made the fix ourselves because it was a fix to the gates, and the park was actually inaccessible because of it. We left the ticket open just to see what would happen, and it still remains open 3 months later, even though we were told it would be fixed within 90 days. So yes, you're absolutely right. We want to meet with them because I think part of our concern is both that there are open tickets that remain open. Kingsman Park requested new trash cans for our park over a year and a half ago. And we were told that they were stuck in procurement, that they would be coming. And a year and a half later, we're still waiting. The trash cans at the park are broken. They no longer fit in the receptacles. So they actually remain open with no lid, meaning that they're smelling and they're attracting rodents. And we can't get anyone to respond to our request to tell us what is going on. So there's immediate issues that need to be addressed, but also we want to know what the ongoing maintenance plan is because, as others have said, that these aren't surprise issues. We know that there's natural wear and tear. We know that this kind of stuff happens. It's just that when we don't understand what the process is to get these things resolved, when they're not able to provide information about the sort of inventory that they can provide, we're just left waiting with no answers and no explanation. And so I think they really need to think about what is their ongoing maintenance plan. How are they going to address some of these issues, particularly for most of our parks that are somewhere around 10 years old and are severely aging and really need significant investments. But if they're not going to do renovation projects, how are they going to address some of the infrastructure challenges, many of which are ongoing and have existed for several years? So we're not talking about anything that's necessarily new. It's the same issues that keep popping up, and we think that they need a plan for how they're going to address those both today but also ongoing.
Well, thank you very much. And it does touch on, it's an issue that cuts across that these maintenance issues and the timeliness of responses I know that it's a goal of the agency to stay on top of these maintenance issues and be more responsive, but as much good news as there is out there, there is a lot of headroom for where we can have further improvement. And some of that comes from folks like yourself pushing and folks on the council helping to push. I do think we're pushing on an open door. It's not people who don't want to be able to do this more quickly and thoroughly, but we have to make sure that they have the resources and that we stay on them. Mr. Duran, as you started with your testimony, I thought, oh my God, this is a terrible story. Such need in the area that you're talking about. The Boys and Girls Clubs, historically so important to the city. Couldn't be a time where they're more important today. We need to have good places for our kids to go, to be productive, to be in the presence of adult mentors. And this needs to be a very, very high priority for the city. I worried about it. And then as you came around in your testimony, the fact that Councilmember Allen and Director Hunter have worked as diligently as they have to get this going so that you can get the kinds of improvements that you are looking for. I was really heartened to hear it. So thank you for the testimony.
If I may,
yeah,
if
please.
I may, what I didn't mention is that since we've been closed and since we opened that club, even during COVID, we gave out gift cards, turkeys, and toys. So we service these families in the area, and I think at that time there was a lot of people was in need. Even people was working that still weren't making ends meet. We just did the turkey drive this year, and on the 23rd of December, right before Christmas, we had 170 kids to come through there, along with 70 families that received toys. And I never ran out of toys, but I ran out of girl toys this year. And most of the stuff that I do have pictures to back what I say. And that way we might not have the air and heat. I had a lot of heaters in there running, and DPR supplied that. But I don't want to sit here and act like it's a sad story. The problem is we need to be added to some type of funding stream. So when something else come up, the building is over 100 years old, and we talking about cast iron pipes. So I thank you for having me on, and I hope everybody on here get what they need as well. Thank you.
Well, I mean, thank you very much. I mean, the work that you're doing is critically important, and it's heartening to hear that straight through COVID you were doing that same work. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Rhodes, I've passed through that playground and seen how by the Crummell School and seen overflowing cans at different times. And thank you for your testimony. I think again, if I'm right, your key point was that you wanted to try to get with the agencies so you could get better assurance about how the park will be maintained over time. Is that an appropriate takeaway from your testimony?
Well, that too, but we would like for the site to be maintained now, as well as when Crummell opens up. We need it maintained regularly. Like I've been over there, and someone from DGS was cleaning up, but this was after the overflow, and it needs to be on a regular schedule so that we don't get rats, rodents. Also, we're having folks, their dogs, they're bringing their dogs over and they're pooping all over the place. So if we can get some kind of dog poop stand with the bags, I'm not sure exactly what you call it, and some bigger signs.
Well, those do sound like musts because you can't have that All right, well, listen, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for the testimony of all of our witnesses. I think we're going to move to the next panel, but thank you for your testimony. So for the next panel, we have Neil Flanagan and Jim Schulman, who I believe are here. Mary Beth Tinker, Catherine Ferguson, Keish Ladawadi, Matthias Paustein, Chris Weiss. And if I garbled pronunciations, I apologize. And if I garbled pronunciations of old friends, I apologize even more. So let's start with Neil Flanagan.
Good afternoon, Acting Chairperson Matthew Fruman. My name is Neil Flanagan. I am testifying on behalf of the Archives Advisory Group of the Council of the District of Columbia. Our mandate, as outlined in the FY 2021 Budget Support Act of 2020, is to advise the Council of the District of Columbia about Project AB 102C and the district's capital improvement plan. Interest of time, our group consists of a diverse group of archivists, scholars, and institutional directors. I'm delivering the testimony for the group today because I'm both an architectural professional and a public historian, specifically with experience in archives and highly sustainable projects. We speak from experience when we say that the Department of General Services has failed to engage the public on this project. Indeed, they have been so secretive, they antagonize many district residents, as you will hear extensively today. Secondly, DGS has pursued an outdated approach to sustainability that may not comply with the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act of 2022, endangering this vital project. A new archive should be a national model for the values that the mayor and the council have legislated in the name of their voters. UDC is the best home for the documents that record the lives of Washingtonians from every walk of life. UDC's president, Dr. Maurice Eddington, agrees that having the archives on campus will facilitate new levels of academic excellence and has established a faculty committee to explore its potential. Nevertheless, DGS's management of the project has always been perfunctory. Since 2013, the project has been benchmarked to the municipal archives of the city of Ottawa, a building that opened in 2011 to designs completed in 2009. Think about how sustainability has changed considerably since then, with attention turning towards carbon management, net zero approaches, and the immediate elimination of fossil fuels. Indeed, with Councilmember Robert White, Councilmember Louis George, you institutionalized this updated paradigm with the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act of 2022 and the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment Act of 2022 as well. Since the beginning of 2023, the Archives Advisory Group has warned DGS about the need to comply with these laws, but it has been dismissed, and they have produced no empirical study or data to show why it should be accepted. Without this information, we believe they could risk the appeal of a building permit, endangering the project. In November, we are told that DGS awarded the construction management contract to Gilbane Building Company, beginning a process of design refinement that ends into the final budget on April 26th. The time to engage the public and comply with the laws of the District of Columbia is narrowing fast. More generally, DGS has failed to engage the public substantively. While the award-winning Martin Luther King Library held regular meetings to discuss the design with the constituent advisory group over a period of years, DGS has not sought the input of the public since 2013. Thankfully, the secretary and the state archivist held one meeting in April 2023, which was collegial and very productive, but it was already late in the design. Since the selection of the university as a site in 2018, DGS has never published project updates without outcry from the public or direction from the council. The AAG therefore asks that you hold the Department of General Services accountable in two ways. First, we advise this committee join with Councilmember Bonds and the Committee on Employment and Labor and demand empirical data showing why they have chosen fossil gas heating over an improved building envelope, thermal ballast, and air source heat pumps. Secondly, we recommend that the council develop standards of public engagement on similar capital projects and legislate them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schulman.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman. My name is Jim Schulman, and I testify today as a DC registered architect who has served as an expert witness before the Zoning Commission, BZA, HPRB, etc. I will focus on the role of the Department of General Services in the DC Archives project. As an architect, I've had high esteem for Hartman Cox Architects over 40 years. In this case, however, I worry that the architects, structural engineers, and their sustainability consultants may not have adequately considered the important question of embodied carbon in the building to be demolished. Embodied carbon is the sum of all greenhouse gas emissions resulting from the construction of buildings, including materials and construction activities. Most of these embodied emissions are associated with the production and use of concrete and steel, common structural elements. As former president of the American Institute of Architects, Carl Elefante, has observed, if the concrete and steel industries were nations, their greenhouse gas emissions would be third and fourth in the world, respectively, after only China and the United States. And I'm not giving you all my written testimony. It particularly irks me that at least some of the floors in the building to be demolished were designed and used for heavy dead loads for library materials and are therefore well suited to house archival materials. One explanation given was that the floor-to-floor heights are too small for an HVA distribution system needed for archival climate control. And it leads me to think that the design team, as Mr. Flanagan, thank you, has said, may not have been well enough integrated to creatively solve these problems, or may possibly have been instructed by DGS not to explore them. I'm not a mechanical engineer, but it is entirely possible that with heat pumps instead of gas boilers, the issues of the floor heights required for HVAC could be resolved cost effectively. The DC Zero Waste Plan that was just endorsed by Mayor Bowser last week gives weight to the need for life cycle analysis prior to any consideration of demolition, and it reinforces the logic and priorities of the Greener Government Building Amendment Act. I urge the council to use the Budget Support Act to make future capital funds for the DC Archives project contingent on conserving energy through building reuse and the elimination of fossil fuel combustion to comply with the Greener Government Buildings Act. The DC Council is the gatekeeper for funding for the project, and it's the council's responsibility. I thank you for this opportunity to share my views.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shulman, for your testimony. And Mary Beth Tinker.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Mary Beth Tinker. I'm a resident of DC and I live near UDC Van Ness campus. I'm a retired nurse, a volunteer at UDC, and a UDC student. The Department of General Services has violated the trust of UDC and the DC public by directing a campaign to demolish one of UDC's largest and most important buildings, the Arts and Sciences Library, Building 41, which the last testifiers have been talking about. A longtime staff member at the college recently remarked to me that, quote, if we allow this, it would be a huge embarrassment to the college. This building is where my mother attended classes, my sister and me. It is where the clubs, the sororities and fraternities met. It was the library, the heart of the college, end quote. The building also held a working daycare center, a photography lab, and a TV studio. All have been vacated under the direction of DGS, almost completely without input from students or the public. Instead, DGS has turned over much of the direction of the project to Cozen O'Connor, a corporate law firm with 32 offices across the United States and over 800 attorneys specializing in real estate and business law. Scrolling through their website, it seems that about 10 or so of the 800 attorneys are African American only. In June 2021, UDC was required to present a 10-year campus master plan for the DC Zoning Commission hearing. An attorney for Cozen O'Connor, Meredith Moldenhauer, submitted the plan for DGS. But significant information submitted was knowingly false. There was no mention of the possible demolition of Building 41 although DGS had been planning the demolition for years, and we know that now for sure. One engineer contracting with UDC told me, we all knew it was going to be demolished when they told us to start clearing it out and isolating the equipment about 6 or 7 years ago. I testified in 2021 on that UDC master plan along with David Christeel, the ANC at the time, having no idea that we were testifying on false information placed in the master plan by DGS through their attorney at Cozen O'Connor. Was the goal to purposely mislead the public, the DC Zoning Commission, and the UDC community? If so, it worked. Unaware of the real plan, the Zoning Commission approved the campus plan on condition that the public be involved moving forward. That condition was not met, but DGS did not seem to notice or care. Suddenly, in April 2023, the UDC community and the surrounding neighborhood was notified by the DC Zoning Commission that the plan was to demolish Building 41. After 2 years of misinformation without public engagement, then President Ronald Mason announced that demolition of Building 41 was a, quote, done deal. That message then was repeated over and over to students, student government, faculty, staff, the ANC, and the community, and even some of the council members, that students and others need not, and in fact should not, weigh in. The student representative on the UDC Board of Trustees expressed his feeling that opposition was then pointless, but he did vote against the proposal anyway. Now, in the absence of a written order by the Zoning Commission, which is actually required for permits to proceed, DGS has gone ahead and hired a construction manager. The contract that they have signed is for $990,000, just below the $1 million that would require review of the contract by the DC Council. How devious. This will likely be the first of many contracts signed by DGS for just short of $1 million in order to circumvent public oversight on this project. This project should be paused, the money for it should be frozen, and it's true that the DC Council is the gatekeeper and is responsible. An audit should be conducted. The demolition of one of UDC's most important buildings would destroy most of UDC's food-producing gardens, exacerbate racial inequality at UDC's only public HBCU, and demolish a sorely needed daycare center, which is very nice and empty in the building right now. It would also be a violation of environmental goals for UDC as well as DC environmental law. If DGS is not held to account on this, where does it end for UDC? A recent capital budget proposal for UDC suddenly includes $90 million for the demolition of another building, Building 44, which holds UDC's state-of-the-art greenhouse and green roof. Will this building be next? Thank you very much. And I want to say that we are fans of, those of us who are critical of this project are fans of the DC Archives. We very much want the DC Archives to have a good functional building. We just don't want to sacrifice UDC's campus in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tinker. Catherine Ferguson.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Fruman. Thank you for allowing me to speak about my concern regarding the Department of General Services resistance to fully implementing the Greener Government Buildings Act of 2022. My name is Catherine Ferguson, and I've lived in Ward 6 since 1998. The Greener Government Buildings Act of 2022 is a critical component of the district's plan to reach its climate goals. As of October 2023, this law requires the DC government will build only net zero energy buildings that are highly energy efficient, maximize on-site renewable energy, and do not burn fossil fuels. Alarmingly, DGS is now proposing to break this law by seeking to build a new fossil fuel burning building for the DC Archives. I'm quite concerned that DGS's reasons for requesting this exemption suggest insufficient knowledge of current electrification technologies or a lack of commitment to the district's climate goals. Contrary to DGS claims, the DC Archives building can be efficiently heated with current heat pump technology. Large public spaces like the Ronald Reagan Building, which is over 3 million square feet, are in the process of switching to fully electric heat pumps. If the DC archives were to open using fossil fuel heat sources, DC taxpayers would first pay to install those connections and later pay to retrofit an existing building. We know from common sense and empirical research that it costs less to electrify a building at the time of construction. Constructing a fully electric DC archives building will provide the additional benefits of cleaner air and lower utility costs from day one. In my own more than 100-year-old home, I've recently switched from gas to electric appliances, including a highly efficient heat pump. This switch required me to educate myself on new technologies and to reorient contractors who reflexively offered me gas appliances. I understand that the work of fighting climate change requires new ways of thinking and acting, but the increasing signs of existential threats to our planet demand action now. DGS has proven that it can build net zero energy standard buildings such as the Banneker High School and Stead Park Recreation. Now DGS must commit to building only net zero energy buildings as required by DC law. As we move our city toward a safer and healthier future, we need our government agencies to lead by example and with expertise. Therefore, I respectfully ask the council to follow through on its exemplary commitment to fighting climate change by ensuring that DGS adheres to the Greener Government's Buildings Act by building only net zero energy buildings that do not burn fossil fuels. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ferguson. Keish?
Thank you, Chair Fruman. My name is Keish Ladouahedi. I live on Van Ness Street, a short walk from UDC's College of Arts and Sciences Library, which DGS proposes to demolish to make room for the DC archives. I have spent the last 10 years tending the organic gardens around the building, which will also be destroyed. I had hoped that the opening of the new DC archives would be an occasion for celebration, but I can't celebrate. The project has serious flaws in terms of climate change and project management, and DGS is responsible for both. I fully concur with Jim Schulman's comments regarding the absurdity of DGS's proposal to demolish a structurally sound building simply because it does not meet this project's particular needs. DGS has also shown a disturbing lack of interest in complying with the Greener Government Buildings Act, and I fully endorse the testimony of Catherine Ferguson and the many other witnesses who will follow me, who will testify about that particular issue in detail. I will focus on DGS's failures in project management. First, DGS shows a pattern of concealing information about the archives project from the public. DGS shares responsibility for deliberately concealing plans for the archives project in UDC's recent campus plan, as Ms. Tinker testified. The campus plan, which was submitted in December 2020, did not disclose the decision to demolish Building 41, despite the fact that the project was funded in 2019. DGS lawyer Meredith Moldenauer was the lead lawyer on both the campus plan and the archives project. Last December, DGS lied to cover up for that previous concealment. DGS manager Alam El-Alami testified before the DC Council that the proposed demolition was not included in UDC's campus plan because funding wasn't allocated until 2022. Now, that is a barefaced lie, given that the project was funded in 2019. Second, DGS failed to recognize UDC as a client agency on the project, despite the fact that there was a major impact on the UDC community. For over 5 years, UDC suffered the loss of the Arts and Sciences Library, TV studio, photo lab, classrooms, and office space. And in the coming months, they will suffer the health and environmental impacts of a demolition and construction site overlooking Denard Plaza, the core of the campus. Had UDC been recognized as a second client agency by DGS, the UDC administration would have been obligated to perform community engagement, most crucially during the campus planning process. In summary, DGS's mismanagement of the archives project constitutes egregious failures in terms of both climate impact and project management. The archives project should be temporarily paused and funding frozen, and the council should request the DC auditor to audit the project. At a minimum, the council should place conditions on the capital funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kish. Matthias Postian?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I've had computer problems. Can you just confirm that you can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you
Great.
loud and clear.
Perfect, great. Well, thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Matthias Postian. I live in Ward 4. I'm with Beyond Gas. I'm going to touch on two issues today. One is the building energy performance standards and its relation to DGS, and then on the archives building. So regarding BEPS, building energy performance standards, I'm very concerned that the district government may not comply with that standards in many of its buildings. Let me explain why. DGS has chosen a so-called alternative compliance pathway. That's a bespoke pathway that basically gives DGS 2 cycles to comply with the energy efficiency requirements at the portfolio level. Everybody else needs to comply in 1 year, usually at the level of each individual building. So DGS has gotten a lot more flexibility and they've gotten a lot more time. So what's the problem? They've gotten a lot more flexibility and a lot more time. That's the problem, because 2032 is when they would need to comply by. That seems very far away. And so there's a real danger here that we're going to go through many years where we'll hear, we don't have to do much yet. And then come 2032, they say, well, we have 16 million square footage of real estate that we need to deal with. It's just too difficult to do. So they need they need to get going immediately if they want to touch that goal. So how much money do they have for retrofits? This budget year, there's $1.5 million allocated for energy retrofits. And how much do they need to comply over the 2 cycles? 16 million square footage times an estimate of $20 or $30 per square foot, we're talking at least $400 to $500 million total. So it's like, $50 million a year. They're very far away from that. They just don't have the funding. And so what's the solution? DGS needs a funding method that has a limited impact, or ideally no impact, on its own capital budget while making deep energy efficiency improvements. Private sector uses energy savings performance contracts, or energy efficiency as a service contracts. So these contracts allow energy efficiency upgrades to be implemented as a service by a third party that underwrites the upfront costs by a long-term contract under which the upgrades are paid for by the future energy savings. The third party service provider lines up the financing, installs the equipment, and takes on the performance risks. Has DGS used these types of arrangements? The pre-question hearings say DGS has been working on a third-party financing solution that could help the agency implement retrofits without additional upfront costs. So my question is, has been working on means what? So I urge the council to heavily nudge DGS in that direction, make some funding conditional on using these kinds of contracts. They will simply have no chance of coming anywhere close to, complying with BEPS without heavy use of these kinds of arrangement. The money just isn't there. So let me pivot to UDC and the Greener Government Buildings Act. You've heard from many previous speakers that there are plans to install fossil fuel boilers. Why? The answer is simply, nobody told DGS that they can't do that anymore. And so that's why they're not doing it. There is no other reason. Now they say we started this project way before the Greener Government Buildings Act became effective. But the truth is the Climate Commitment Act of 2022 passed in June of that year and effective in September of 2022 already banned fossil fuel equipment installations post 2025, that January 1st. That would be the date at which at the earliest we'll be able to install anything. They just start demolishing this year. So basically they knew this was against the law effective September 2022. Now, legally, DGS doesn't have a leg to stand on, in my opinion. And it's not that hard to comply in this case. There are lots of reasons given why they can't. There aren't any geothermal wells. Right behind the Wilson building is a federal government building that is retrofitted from steam heating to all electric. They don't have geothermal wells. You guys park there. You know there isn't enough space for the Trade Center to install geothermal wells. They use air source heat pumps. They don't have enough solar. They don't need to have enough solar. The law is very flexible there. The specific reasons of an archival building, well, that's not a reason not to go fossil fuel free. The National Archives of Canada and the National Archives of Scotland are currently built to a net zero standard. And obviously, if the Scottish and the Canadians can do it, we can do it too. So to conclude, I just urge everybody on the council to really draw a hard line in the sand. There is one more funding round for this project coming up. I don't think it should be funded without fossil fuels being designed out. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chris Weiss.
For the record, good afternoon, environmental colleagues of who these wonderful folks who I'll be quoting shortly. Chairperson Lewis George, if you're starting to come back in, Councilmember Fruman.
I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. DGS officials who may be listening and staff. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I'm submitting testimony on the performance of the Department of General Services. More specifically, the DC Environmental Network is concerned about how the district government seems to be moving in the wrong direction as it relates to the DC Archives project. We request that the DC Council put funding for the new Archives project on hold. The Archives project is a major project of great civic significance, expected to cost over $100 million. If the Department of General Services design is implemented, the new building will be a monument to DC's failure to comply with environmental laws and policies that are essential to fighting climate change. Here are the DC Environmental Network's primary reasons as explained by a number of my talented colleagues. Number one, we have to stop building in on-site combustion of fossil fuels. That's backwards. There's no wiggle room in the law. It literally says on-site combustion of fossil fuels is not allowed, said Matthias Postian of the Sierra Club. We're talking about a building that will be in existence starting perhaps in the second half of the decade, and we're still building it with fossil fuels. Number two, let's make our climate crisis laws and plans mean something. We have all these plans, the Clean Energy DC plans, Sustainable DC, Climate Ready DC. They're all great. Question is, are they real? Said Jim Doherty, a member of the district's Commission on Climate Change and Resiliency at a December 14th roundtable about the Archives building project. The decision that's coming up on the Archives building will be the test, whether this is all just flowery talk or whether there's been a real change. Number three, gas is bad for the health and well-being of district residents. When it's burned, gas emits health-harming pollutants, said Barbara Briggs of Beyond Gas DC. The decision at hand is whether a major new DC government building will comply with DC law, contribute to the attainment of DC's climate goals, and to the future health of DC residents, or if it will not. Number four, demolishing a building, then building an entirely new one is crazy. DOE brought this point up in their comments to the Zoning Commission. Demolishing a building and building an entirely new one is the most environmentally destructive option, said Kesh Laduwahedi, a volunteer at UDC's Organic Garden, who lives a short walk from the campus, in an interview. Why build it on this site when you could build it somewhere where you don't have to demolish a structurally sound building? Number five, reading DGS's answers to this committee's question on the Archives building left me with the feeling that DGS needs to work harder to figure out how to comply with district laws. At this stage in the Archives design and development process, DGA's plans for environmental performance should be more clear, a former member of the Archives Advisory Group, Caroline Petty, said at a roundtable. But to a large extent, they remain a mystery. I would personally add that every time the district seems to take a step forward by establishing meaningful policies like the Greener Government Building Amendment Act, the Clean Energy DC Act, and other climate crisis policies, it seems that we end up having to fight twice as hard just to get the executive to fund and enforce these same policies. Also, we can't ask the private sector to comply with requirements to reduce carbon emissions and then turn around and ignore requirements for government buildings. That's bad governance and sets a bad example. The DC Environmental Network has additional environmental and community engagement concerns about the project that are included in the written testimony. We request the DC Council put funding for the new archives project on hold and put a better proposal together that is in compliance with district environmental laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. I'm going to do a round of questions and then Chairwoman Lewis George will chime in, who's been here for most of the testimony of this panel. Mr. Flanagan, there's a lot of conversation here, and there's a school of thought that says don't do demolition, that's a wrong decision right out of the box, and then another thread that says if you're building a new building, make it compliant with the existing law. As part of the archives group, were you privy to any of the conversation or thinking around whether or not to demolish or to go with a new building? Do you have any insight into how those decisions might have been made?
Well, we were not included in conversations about the programming study, which was done before we were constituted.
Mm-hmm.
I've certainly reviewed all the documents, and I think ultimately it's good to frame the debate with a few more facts. The first is that half of the concrete frame will be preserved because the building sits on a parking deck that would otherwise have to be built, and the footings will be reinforced, but they otherwise will remain intact and used as the foundation. So that actually, essentially in the building, it's very common with parking garage foundations that half the concrete is below grade. And that's especially true with a building like this that actually doesn't have that many floors because the floors are so high. They're about 20-foot floors. So it is actually a partial reuse project already. The second thing is that the issue that raised by Mr. Schulman was about the floor heights actually has to do with archival storage, not ventilation systems. And then secondly, even if it did, the archival storage cannot use compact cooling such as radiant cooling and heating inside the archival vault because of humidity control issues. So it does have to be forced air in the vault, but there are other ways to solve the forced air heat source. And the other reason why the demolition is not really appropriate was actually the floor flatness coefficient, that the floors are varying heights, and they're not flat enough to actually allow mobile shelving to be used. So you'd have to use static shelving, which DGS looked at for several locations and resulted in a building that was like 2 or 3 times the size, which is more concrete, to be clear.
So I'm sorry, and you were saying a reason why demolition's not appropriate, or were you suggesting a reason why the building itself?
Sorry, yeah.
Full reuse as opposed to the partial reuse
Correct.
that you're talking about.
Correct.
And what's the square footage of the existing build? Do you have a sense of what the square footage of the existing building is and what the square footage is of the proposed new archives?
I believe the proposed new archives is 110,000 square feet, and that has been downsized several times, which is also part of carbon management. I can't recall off the top of my head what the size of the UDC building 41 is, but I think it may actually be larger.
Okay. You talked about solutions on how you could do it without burning fossil fuel on site, and you talk about air pumps. Can you just talk to me a little bit about or heat pumps, how complicated is that pivot at this point in the planning process? Are there greater costs associated with it? If you were making the pitch, you should do this as opposed to what you're planning. What are the metrics? There is the very critical metric of complying with the law, but how does it compare?
Mm-hmm. Right. That's a very challenging question because this is it's a complicated building. Any solution is going to be very specific. One thing that there are some comparisons people made that I think are the right comparisons, that I think it's very achievable in this building, but So the Ronald Reagan building is likely, which they said as a location that's moving to air source heat pumps, that's likely a heating load building. This apparently is a cooling load building, and previous proposals, we know the DGS in their original design, or Hartman Cox and their engineer, in their original design actually looked at a heating system that's primarily based on radiant heating, like basically like a almost all of the same kind of technology as like a space heater, which is obviously not the most efficient way to do it. And air source heat pumps do not use an incandescent element to heat. They use the same principle they use air conditioning to transfer heat from one space to another. So it is very possible to do that. It's important to understand the technology. I think the main problem at this point is the contract. If the contract has been leased, presumably for some sort of the first stage of construction management, ultimately, 100% design development drawings were I believe produced in either November or December. So those will be used to conduct this pricing and clash process that leads up to the April 26th so-called guaranteed maximum price, which is where the contractor has to come in under budget. Any change either has to be before then, and then it's still, I think, contractually challenging, or it has to happen after that and be a change order, which may be the only way it happens. But that's my primary concern at this time.
So you talk about heat pumps. Are there other technologies that are out there that are potential solutions? I mean, there was talk about I think that somebody used the example of geothermal, which there actually is geothermal right behind where the building is. Are there other things? There was a recent story about solar used to heat water, which then is used for heating and cooling systems. Are there other solutions besides heat pumps that, in your experience, could be possible here?
Well, there certainly are. The geothermal facility currently only serves UDC Student Center, which I think should give us pause about how sustainable that building is if it's the only building that can be served off that system. There's no reason they couldn't change the project boundary to include an easement for a geothermal system. That's it's a bit at this project. The real advantage of there are lots of exotic systems, but if the real advantage of the air source heat pump is that it's can be done completely on site. It's a technology that's maturing, if not already mature. There's when I say that in terms of market availability of the technology and reliability, and the elements needed to change it could be might require improved glazing or improved envelope or maybe some other kinds of thermal ballast specifically around the archival vault. But the reality is that the architects, Hartman Cox, have not been paid to do that. It's not in their contract, and I fully understand why they are not doing work. They have not been contracted to do that. We've never seen any evidence that they've been asked to study that.
All right, thank you very much. I'm over time, and I will yield back to the chairwoman.
Well, I wanted to see, Councilmember Furman and I have pretty much the same questions, but I wanted to give other panelists an opportunity to respond to some of the questions that Neil was able to answer, and see if you wanted to be able to weigh in on some of those questions as well.
Sure, I'm not up to speed on the technologies the way Mr. Flanagan is. However, I do know that in only the last maybe 6 or 7 years, the capabilities of air source heat pumps have increased greatly. You now can get energy out of air that's as cold as 20 below zero. So these have become extremely efficient to the point that they should become very common. This would be a great opportunity to use that technology.
Yeah. I want to get the panel to react to DGS's pre-hearing responses on this in 3 parts. The DGS states the primary drivers to achieve net zero are solar energy, geothermal energy, and an energy efficient building envelope. Satisfying these drivers is typically limited to factors of available real estate. The DC Archives building is projected to need about 296 solar panels, which will utilize all of the available area on the building's roof. To actually achieve net zero, over 2,000 solar panels will be required to meet this building's unique electrical demand.
Could I react real brief? I'm not sure if that's your invitation.
Yes.
So there seems to be a great amount of confusion. I don't know where it's coming from. I almost want to say, if you read the law, you know that you have more flexibility. So the law is very clear. If there is insufficient space for production of renewable energy on site, that renewable energy can be procured off site. So well knowing that not every building has enough roof space for solar panels. And then all the law requires is that a contract be signed, and it's also incorrect as DGS has stated in other contexts that offsite source for renewable energy must be Maryland, Virginia, or DC. The Greener Government Building Act gives the government more flexibility than every little requirement in the Appendix Z, where it does say DC, Virginia, or Maryland. Greener Government Buildings Act just says must be procured offsite through a long-term power, through effectively what's a power purchase agreement. DC already has that. From from Pennsylvania, they could use that for that purpose. So the solar is not the problem. Similarly, most facilities in densely populated areas do not have access to geothermal, and
Yeah, I
air
was gonna
source heat
actually,
pumps have been used of that too.
hold on,
Sorry.
Matthew, I'm gonna pause there. That one was just for I do have a question regarding that, but anybody else want to respond to the net zero solar panel? If not, I'm gonna move on to the other statement DGS made.
I fully agree with Mr.
Agree with, okay.
Just something on solar, which is, I testified 20 years ago that the convention center we have today was not compliant with DC law because the council at the time required that it have state-of-the-art environmental features. And they built that building with not a single solar panel on a flat roof that could have powered it. So there's a history here of the district government not enforcing its own environmental laws. And that's what, to some extent, we're here today to do.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Yep.
Could I just weigh in? One of the things I wanted to point out is I believe there is a lot of disingenuousness on DGS's part in making these arguments. The point that Matthias raised about off-site renewable energy production, that point was brought up by DOEE in their comments to OP's memo in the Zoning Commission public hearing weeks before the public hearing last September. So this is not like, this point has been brought up for 6 months now.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to see if you can another pre-hearing response we got from DGS was for geothermal. The site in which this building is to occupy offers no physical space available for a geothermal well field. The building is being constructed above an existing below-grade parking structure. The athletic field to the west, not DC Archives property, is already being utilized as a geothermal well field for the University of District of Columbia. The athletic field to the north is occupied by University of the District of Columbia's athletic program.
I'm happy to answer that. I would sort of reject the premise again. I think that that's setting up a very specific narrow pathway for net zero compliance, and it's not clear that's the way. And again, if they've claimed to have studied all these things, they've never released the study with the numbers. Energy is very measurable. A lot of forms of sustainability are not. Energy is very measurable. They should be able to show us the models that show that they need geothermal and that air source heat pumps are inadequate. We just don't have.
Got it. So one thing we can ask DGS and follow us, like, substantiate this for me. On Thursday, we can ask DGS to substantiate this claim. here with some data or some facts.
Council member, would be a better request.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in? Matthias Poshkin, you were speaking about the geothermal space. Did you want to weigh in any more on that?
Yeah, I think this is basically institutional habit. DGS has some really great buildings that work with renewable energy, and there are often schools that have more space available. So they port their preferred behavior from schools to this building. But everybody else in this field is perfectly happy entertaining air source heat pumps, and I can't see why they wouldn't work here. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. The last portion of this, DGS responded to me in our pre-hiring responses was DGS has proceeded with the design of this building ahead of the minimum requirements, which were established at various points in time along this project's development history. Initially, the project needed to meet LEED Silver. However, DGS was designing to LEED Gold standards. Also, in advance of the legislation, DGS had already adopted the net zero strategy with multiple net zero projects across the city where available real estate made it possible. These philosophies were in place for the design of the DC Archives building, but as referenced above, the constraints of the site limited the typical implementation strategies for net zero.
Well, I can't, some of that is true. It's that they're designing to LEED Gold, and that's the Archives Advisory Group is actually divided on further levels of LEED, but so we won't comment on that. But the law was passed. It was subject to a fiscal statement or what is the term? Fiscal impact statement effect, which was repealed before the zoning hearing. I think it was fully repealed in the FY 2024 Budget Act. So ultimately, I'm not an attorney, but I've never seen their counsel's opinion on why they are not compliant. We kind of feel like they're running out the clock, such that appeals once if they ever publish their opinion, we'd be able to challenge it, and then they'd just wait it out, which is what they've done, several times.
And what sort of engagement are you all getting with the mayor's office as a secretary and UDC? Typically, it's the owner agency like DCPS or School Modernization who leads community engagement, but you're here for DGS. What has that engagement look like?
Well, I think a lot of it's tricky for exactly the reasons that you highlight, that there's UDC actually conducted the zoning commission because that it was a modification of their campus plan. And then the building the lead agency has been cooperative. I mean, the issue is that UDC also had its president change last year.
That's right.
And then also the archives, the Office of the Secretary, this Office of the Secretary has been changed over in between the two projects.
That's true as well.
And then also the State Archivist position was vacant for 2 years. And so we think they've been very productive in their way, but they had actually really, by the time Dr. Lopez Matthews had become State Archivist, the contract for design had already been let.
Done, yeah.
Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes, yes.
Could I elaborate on that a little further? Yes. So this is one of the points that I address in my testimony. So clearly OPR is, it's fair to say, the lead client agency on this project. And from every indication, OPR did quite a good job of community engagement with those people like the Friends of the Archives and other folks who were plugged into the Archives project. There was a budget hearing in April 2019 where one of the Friends of the Archives project testified about the demolition of Building 41 and the construction of a new Archives project. The major flaw in DGS's project management is its failure to designate UDC as also a client agency. Now, if it didn't, in the face of that, if the UDC administration under President Mason had any sense of responsibility to its community, it could have gone ahead and engaged with the UDC community without having DGS designated a client agency. But my point is that if DGS had designated them, a client agency, it would have obligated UDC to do that. And while there was a change in the presidency in UDC, President Ronald Mason was there until last July. I mean, basically, he had from 2018, when the first memorandum of agreement was signed with the Office of the Secretary's office, until July 2023, a full 5 years when the UDC community was not engaged. So that failure to engage with our HBCU, our only public university, that truly was an egregious failure on DGS and UDC's part.
Let me ask this. Can building 41 be retrofitted to be in compliance with net zero requirements? Are they planning to demolish it because otherwise it won't work?
Well, yeah, any building any building can be retrofitted. I don't believe that the building could be retrofitted without an overcladding, because of the design. It has a concrete cladding that I have no idea what the insulation levels are. And is actually part of the structural system. It absorbs shear load, so it can't really be removed. So we have somehow insulation and other tools. It can be it could be retrofitted. There's no reason why it wouldn't. I would say that it would. Any construction on the site would actually disrupt the community garden. However, there's no way to stage that site without doing that.
Okay.
Can I just weigh in for a minute, please?
Yes.
The School of Architecture and the School of Engineering and the School of Agriculture were never included in any of these plans. But now this semester, the School of Architecture is doing a project with students to propose plans for the building. So some of the students are proposing plans that include retrofitting and others. But this building is only about 45 years old. Now and it was, by the way, developed by two brothers, African-American architects who developed the plan for UDC and implemented it. And now some of those years, 45 years, the building has sat empty and neglected purposely by DGS. So then the narrative became, oh, it's neglected, it's no good, it's got asbestos, it's got mold with a, well, actually on inspection, you notice that the carpets are fine. The ceiling looks good. You don't see hardly any water leaks or that. And also apparently the architecture students told us a couple weeks ago as they're researching this, that the building was designed with light in mind, to have good light for classes and for, various, activities that would go on there from the college. So it has a lot of potential. And as more and more architects are weighing in, saying that, yes, this building could and should be retrofitted as far as the environment is concerned. No wonder the Department of the Environment has come out opposed to the plan of demolishing the building. Thank you.
It might cause significant delays if we ask them to go back to design. Is that okay?
I don't believe it's okay. I think we have a very good plan. I mean, there are always ways to be more sustainable, but again, it ticks most boxes, and we have buy-in from the university. We believe, the condition of the records at Naylor Court is really abysmal, and it's just another delay. We've delayed it. We tried to fit this into rehabilitated buildings twice already, and it didn't work. And I spent every Friday this spring at Naylor Court reaching the records, and you can tell that they've aged really badly because of the poor climate conditions of that building. And I don't know how much longer that really can go on. And they don't have enough space either. They're overstuffed.
Yeah.
I believe there's always time to go back. It's a lot easier to change a design than it is to change construction. So that's where I come from. I have not had the intimacy with the project the way Mr. Flanagan has, but I'd rather this project be done right and for the long haul, for archival reasons, than to rush forward and check the boxes.
Matt, did you have any follow-up questions you
You know,
wanted?
just a couple of very, very
Go
quick
ahead.
questions. Thank you very much for all of the testimony. One aside, Mr. Schulman, you said that the convention center didn't get solar panels on the roof at the time that it was built. Are there solar panels on the roof yet?
I don't know the answer to that question. I haven't followed it closely, but I know that they have never replaced they didn't use low emissivity coatings on the glass, which is very common practice now. And they had to put a lot of glass. They had to put in baseboard heaters as supplementary auxiliary heating for the building because they weren't, for aesthetic reasons, willing. When we brought it to their attention, I brought a solar engineer in who looked at the plans carefully, and they said, no, we're not going to change the design. So
Okay. And then Mr. Postian, you testified about one issue that I don't want to get lost in all of the other conversation about the archives, about the BEPS program and the public buildings. And you talked about a potential solution. I mean, the idea that there's $1.5 million into the budget and it needs to be 50 million over a year for 8 years is worrisome. So the scenario that you described is obviously very problematic. You talked about energy savings performance contracts. If this was going to cost $400 million to do over an 8-year period, is it conceivable that contracts like that could fully fund this project, this effort, or are we going to need to do much more in addition to that?
So that's an excellent question. I think one would need to look at categories of buildings. There are some buildings where you'll be surprised that you can save something on the order of 40% of the energy with relatively little upfront investment. And little means, still millions of dollars, right? But basically what I'm suggesting is that there are going to be some buildings where you're getting very much into the payback calculations, and it's self-financing with the energy savings. And there are going to be other buildings where that's going to be much harder. So I think the real important thing here is to realize that it's going to be very unlikely, let's just all be honest, that in the next budget, the administration is just going to say, and here $50 million extra for you to try to comply with BEPS. It's just not going to happen. And given the size of the budget overall, it's going to be hard to squeeze that money out elsewhere. The good thing is, in principle, you don't need to, because of our weird accounting rules. Upfront investments are capital, electricity savings later on are operating budgets. So it's going to be really hard to make it all work. So the easiest way is to let a third party finance those investments upfront. They're off the district government's balance sheets, and then they basically are going to get repaid through the energy savings. That's also the best way to ensure that they're actually installed properly and maintained properly, because only that third party benefits from that. And so that's a complex problem that needs to be started right now, because you need to figure out which buildings we're going to use, which providers we're going to be using. We need to build experience. You don't want to sign a $500 million contract on day one. You want to, edge your way up. And before you know it, we're in 2032 and we haven't really gotten started. So I think that's the key, is just to make headway and begin this process very quickly with some percentage of the district's portfolio. And I think DGS should do this ASAP. And they have to be nudged. I don't think it's going to happen on its own.
Well, thank you very much for that, and thanks for putting that on the agenda for this committee. That was very important testimony and something I hope to follow up on. So thank you to all of the witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you to this panel of witness. I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Matt Fruman, for standing in and chairing this committee hearing, oversight hearing with me, and to his staff. We really appreciate you here and Team FFS. We'll call our next panel of witnesses, Jonathan Hers, Anne Dubois, Laura Levinson, Naomi Cohen Shields, Scott Williamson, Barbara Briggs, Sierra Club, Patricia Briggs, Public Witness, Anita Bear, Jonathan, you are first up. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. And you may begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Hers. I'm a longtime resident of Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. I'm also an architect and have been involved for 25 years in the development and promotion of sustainable design principles to integrate the environmental, social, and economic considerations into the built environment, particularly those that promote human health and equity. That's why I'm here today to urge the council to finalize action on the Healthy Homes Act to allow a fully funded program to replace dangerous gas appliances and equipment in 30,000 of the district's most vulnerable households, to proceed as soon as possible and stop any plans to divert these funds for other purposes. The act also provides for strategies like added insulation, new windows, and air leak sealing, which will reduce energy use, lower utility bills, and improve indoor air quality. It also carries a training program for DC-based small minority-owned businesses and DC workers to carry out the work. DC is committed to carbon neutrality by 2045, and the Healthy Homes Act is a vital part of that commitment. Transition to electric systems helps to slow the effects of the fossil fuel-generated climate crisis impacting our world and eliminates exposure to methane-related indoor health problems like childhood asthma. This transition to electrical systems will allow us to systematically shut down our existing gas pipeline and distribution systems and possibly avoid the growing costs of replacing and maintaining those pipes now under the paused Washington Gas Project Pipes program, money that could be invested instead in removing polluting fossil fuel systems from homes while improving indoor air quality and public health. Funding for the Healthy Homes Act comes from a fee on utility bills that's not paid by the beneficiaries of the program, so it won't affect their rates. And new efficient appliances will save all DC households millions of dollars annually on utility bills. In contrast, continued use of gas would ensure that these households, like all other gas customers in the city, and it sounds like the archives building, will continue to pay the sure-to-be rising Washington Gas Project Pipe surcharge on their gas bills well into the future. And gas and fossil fuel prices will only continue to rise as congressional action is taken to eliminate the estimated $757 billion in federal fossil fuel subsidies, guaranteeing that unless they can switch to electrical appliances, these vulnerable households will be paying even more for gas in the future. The success of the district's Healthy Homes Act should matter to all of us for the health of the planet and as an equity issue too. That's why I and other members of Third Act, a national volunteer-based organization committed to a sustainable and just future for all, support this bill. And thank you.
Thank you. Is Ann here? Oh, yes, I do. I see Ann. Ann Dubais.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, Councilmember Freeman, Council staff, and witnesses. Thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Ann Dubois, and I'm a DC resident, wondering how we are going to fulfill our district's climate commitments if the Department of General Services continues to include combustion systems as it constructs new public facilities and modernizes our government-owned buildings. I live in Ward 3 and became aware last October of the DGS intentions to use gas-fired boilers in the new DC Archives facility. And a lot has been said already. I'll keep these comments short after that excellent discussion just now. But to me, it's outrageous that the agency would propose a state-of-the-art building of such public eminence to use a retrograde polluting heat source. The DC Archives is an ideal candidate for high-performance net zero design, to be exemplary of the Greener Government Buildings Act, not to defy it. I testified at the Archives Public Roundtable in December. I attended the UDC Task Force meeting for an Archives info session earlier this month. What Brad King and Scott Teixeira said then didn't inspire confidence that they were even aware of the need to comply with the GGBA, but perhaps they were being disingenuous. It seems certain that the DGS will either seek an exemption from the act or try to evade the council's contract approval process rather than change the project's design. This sets a seriously bad precedent. Using combustion heat at the archives relates to the DGS plans to address the widespread problem with gas boiler systems in the DC public schools. For example, around this time last year, a dangerous gas leak and malfunctioning boilers at John Burroughs Elementary caused carbon monoxide to permeate the building. Last month, Burroughs' boiler system failed again. This school, along with others, have boiler replacements either planned or under construction. Evidently, the project scope for a multi-year school modernization program involves a number of complete renovations of boiler plants rather than substitution with all electric or geothermal systems. DGS has already requested an exemption for Brown Educational Campus, where planned mechanical systems include water source heat pumps with gas boilers. I urge DGS to adopt solutions proposed by the Green Building Advisory Council so that Brown can move forward with modernization using clean energy technology. More public school exemption requests to allow on-site combustion are forthcoming, and I hope the GBAC will be able to address them all. Brand new boiler systems installed over the next several years mean reliance on gas for the 15-year or more lifespan of the equipment, taking us in the opposite direction from where the district needs to be going to reach our mandated emission reduction goals. Replacing one boiler with the next is not the answer. I appeal to DGS to meaningfully consider alternatives to combustion heat and abandon business as usual designs that violate the GGBA. I close with sincere appreciation to Chair Louis George for your vision for a clean, green DC and this committee for its conscientious oversight. Please see my longer testimony, which I will submit, and thank you for your attention today.
Thank you. Next, we will have Laura Levinson.
Thank you, Council Member. My name is Laura Levison. I'm the Energy Committee Chair for the DC Sierra Club, but I'm testifying as an individual today. Barbara Briggs is testifying for the Sierra Club, and I'm covering a piece of our testimony that she won't have time for. She will cover the Sierra Club's opposition to the archives using fossil fuels in the building. The Sierra Club continues to be deeply concerned that DGS and the mayor are not committed to funding retrofits to DGS buildings to comply with the building energy performance standards. DGS has chosen the alternative compliance pathway for BEPS compliance. We understand, as I think Matthias talked about much of this, but I'll cover a little bit again. We understand the agency intends to achieve compliance for their buildings as a portfolio over a period of 10 years, rather than on a building by building basis, which probably makes sense for them. We also understand, however, that DGS is planning moderate energy efficiency improvements in the earlier part of the compliance period, while postponing deeper retrofits to the second 5 years. This is very concerning. Given likely funding constraints and the long planning periods required for major renovations, DGS should move forward with some major projects sooner rather than later. And Matthias covered very thoroughly the need for DGS to start using energy savings performance contracts. So I will skip over that part of my testimony, but the Sierra Club agrees on that. We have not heard that DGS has made any significant progress toward using energy savings performance contracts to finance energy efficiency improvements. If current staff do not have the time or expertise to negotiate these contracts, we urge DGS to obtain assistance through hiring or contracting. On another topic, we appreciate that the district government obtains a third of its electricity supply from wind and solar resources. via power purchase agreements and solar installations on its buildings. DGS's website indicates that the other 2/3 is offset through the purchase of renewable energy credits. The power purchase agreement for wind energy for the district government was announced in 2015. Since 2015, the cost of renewable energy resources has continued to decline, and wind and solar make up an increasingly large share of electricity generation. So we urge DGS to replace these purchases of renewable energy credits with additional power purchase agreements for renewable energy. This will ensure that it will help accelerate the transition to renewable energy for our energy supply. And thanks very much. Look at that, I came in under time.
Great work. Next up, we have Naomi Cohen Shields.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, council members, and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Naomi Cohen Shields. I live in Ward 1, and I'm the DC campaign manager for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. Our grassroots nonprofit has been advocating for over 20 years in support of measures to mitigate climate change and pursue climate justice in the Chesapeake region. I'm testifying before you today out of concern, like many others. The Department of General Services is not sufficiently implementing the Greener Government Buildings Act that the DC Council passed in 2022. In their seeking approval to build a new DC archives facility at UDC that relies on burning fossil fuel for heat, DGS is not complying with established council laws. Therefore, CCAN opposes efforts to build a new DC archives building that burns fossil fuel. Furthermore, the fiscal year 2025 budget should not include funding for a new DC archives building that relies primarily on burning gas. All branches of the DC government must continue to be held accountable for leading the way towards a clean and just energy transition. In representing our organization, I would like to share the text of a petition that over 50 CCAN members signed last week and continue to sign on to, which echoes the testimony of many others here today. The Greener Government Buildings Act, which you passed in 2022, requires that as of October 1st, 2023, all newly constructed DC government buildings must be net zero energy compliant, meaning that in addition to not burning fossil fuels, the buildings must be highly energy efficient and maximize on-site renewable energy generation. But plans from the DGS for the new DC archives facility on the campus of the University of the District of Columbia call for the building to use on-site combustion, violating DC law. Because gas-powered boilers have an average lifetime of 25 years, the DC archives building would be on a path to burning fossil fuels well past 2045. Since the DC Council is responsible for the DC Archive project's capital funding, it is the Council's responsibility to ensure that the project adheres to environmental laws and policies. I appreciate your record of climate leadership, and I want to see that your laws are followed. Please direct the Department of General Services to redesign the DC Archives facility so that it does not burn dirty fossil fuel and uses only clean, renewable, and efficient energy for its heating needs. I also encourage you to direct the DGS to conduct a life cycle embodied carbon impact analysis and to explore additional strategies to reduce the project's carbon impact, as the DOEE requested. You have made bold climate commitments, and we ask you to ensure that district government agencies do not undermine your climate vision. After collecting final signatures this week, I will submit this petition into the record here with my written testimony. You've also heard from many others already about how the DC government's claims about why this project cannot be built to a net zero standard do not withstand scrutiny. In comparing their options, they neglect to consider the most efficient and low-cost heating option, air source heat pumps. We cannot continue to rely on false equivalencies that only serve to perpetuate the status quo. We know that continuing to burn gas in buildings is not only a disaster for the climate, but also a health threat to individuals both inside and outside building facilities. DGS must be held accountable for upholding the district's climate laws, and the DC Council must ensure that budget funding is not allocated for a project that violates their directives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I look forward to receiving the petition as well. Next up, we have Scott Williamson.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Scott Williamson, and I'm a Ward 3 resident. I'm a member of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. I live 2 blocks from the UDC campus. I'll keep my comments short and submit full testimony in writing. I come before you to echo the concerns raised by many here that the new archives building, if it's built as planned, would lock in high levels of greenhouse gas emissions and local air pollutants for several decades at least. I wanted to elevate at this point something we haven't raised quite as much, which is that the DC target for net zero emissions is only 21 years away. The global need to zero out greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, which is just one generation away. And these are both absolutely critical if we're to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Buildings built today will easily last 75 years or more. If we commit to fossil fuel energy in new construction now, we're committing to failing those targets not by a few years, but by multiple generations. So designing this building and every future building to get off fossil fuels is far more than worth the effort. Feasibility arguments now or arguments about what we designed before will be no comfort in the future when we're dealing with the consequences of that choice. DGS's plans, as others have pointed out, are illegal. The Greener Government Buildings Act requires that all buildings be built to a net zero all-electric standard. The law does not make a proviso for projects that had been drawn up to other standards in the past. DGS has also avoided public engagement and council oversight throughout this process, as others have well noted. DGS has avoided those contacts until unless pressed, and DGS's recent move to enter into a contract for construction manager at $990,000 just to avoid council oversight, or at least apparently to avoid council oversight, also strongly suggests an intent to avoid compliance with the law or sincere engagement with the public. I strongly recommend the council should not now give DGS benefit of the doubt based on this pattern of behavior. I'll submit the rest of my testimony in writing and echo the comments of others on this and prior panels. And thank you very much for your time again.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Barbara Briggs, Sierra Club.
Chairperson Lewis George, Councilmember Fruman, thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. My name is Barbara Briggs. I am testifying today on behalf of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with about 3,000 dues-paying members here in the district. My testimony will focus on DGS's role in transitioning DC government buildings away from burning fossil fuels as required by the Greener Government Buildings Act. Also adoption of electric vehicles and progress toward zero waste, which is where I will start today. According to the Zero Waste DC plan, recycling and composting should be available citywide by 2025, including in all government buildings. Recycling and composting in schools is an important opportunity to divert large amounts of waste. DGS needs to step up to ensure that our schools are doing their part toward meeting the district's zero waste goals. DGS should go back to offering the comprehensive recycling and opt-in composting that was available to all public schools as recently as 2019. Likewise, DGS is responsible for providing recycling services in public housing. Composting should be a permanent and routine part of operations in all buildings, not a program we constantly have to reestablish. To move beyond the standards set over a decade ago, DGS should investigate current waste needs across DC public schools, public housing, and other public facilities and share its reports with the Office of Waste Diversion. In addition, DGS should ensure compliance with existing building material reuse and recycling requirements for the renovation or demolition of DGS-controlled buildings. To move on to the issue of transition to net zero buildings, including the question of UDC, we want to thank DGS leadership and staff for their hard work in reducing carbon emissions of DC government facilities and for the construction over the last few years of several new buildings to a net zero standard. These include Banneker High School, Lewis Elementary, and Stead Park Recreation Center. The Greener Government Buildings Act of 2022 is a tremendously important step forward. Starting last October, all new DC government buildings must be built to a net zero standard, meaning that they are highly energy efficient, produce all or most needed energy on site, and it doesn't have to be all, and do not combust fossil fuels. Council may need to step up now to defend this important piece of legislation. In late 2023, we learned that DGS's revised plans for the new DC Archives building call for gas boilers in violation with the Greener Government Buildings Act. The new archives building is important for the district and should be built right in compliance with DC law. We urge that DC Council insist that it be constructed without fossil fuel combustion, with the possible exception of backup power generators as permitted by law. To do so, air to water heat pumps can replace gas boilers. Little else would need to change in the building design, and these changes to the heating system can be made without pushing back the completion date. DGS's arguments for including gas heating do not hold up to scrutiny. At a DC Council roundtable on December 14th, DGS's director claimed that heating with gas was more efficient than electric heat, but this claim was based on a comparison between gas and electrical resistance heating, the electric heat of yesteryear, as opposed to highly efficient heat pumps. DGS's director also claimed that, excuse me, I've lost my place here. Give me a second. DGS's director also claimed that there was not enough space for geothermal wells and hence gas boilers were required. We've heard from Matthias Paustian that really is a false argument. DGS's presentation made no mention whatsoever of Air Force heat pumps, which are a widely used technology for decarbonizing buildings in densely populated areas where geothermal wells are not viable. A new archive to house DC's extraordinary history is needed, and it will be a terrific asset for UDC and the district. We urge DGS to rework its plans to eliminate combustion and to include air source heat pumps. We urge council to help ensure that this important flagship building is not outdated before it's built. Also, all new and renovated government buildings should include charging stations for electric vehicles, which are an important part of DC's decarbonization plan. We ask that council allocate sufficient funds to allow DGS to proceed with the important work of decarbonizing DC's government buildings and to function in compliance with the law. This will allow DC government to serve as a role model for the private sector and incubator for needed workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Patricia Briggs.
Good afternoon, Council. Thanks for allowing me to provide my testimony today. My name is Patricia Briggs. I'm a volunteer leader with the Washington Interfaith Network and a member of the St. Augustine Catholic Church. 2 years ago, I testified in support of the Greener Government Buildings Act. And today I'm back, this time to push for it to be implemented. The DC government is planning to build a brand new DC archives building that will burn fossil fuels, locking us into the climate and air pollution for decades and violating DC law. Too often, good policy goes through, but is ignored. DC Council must have the courage to act now and fulfill the Greener Government Building Act. With WIN, I spent the last year learning about methane gas and how the district's dependence on gas is harming our communities' health and the climate. Together, a team of us learned that methane sold by Washington Gas accounts for 23% of the district's total greenhouse gas emissions. We learned that often the buildings with gas appliances, the air indoors is often more polluted than outdoor air. Our team knows that a continued reliance on methane gas poses a health risk and a climate risk. Some people can afford to switch out their furnaces or gas stoves, but what about those who can't afford it? I believe clean air is a human right. That means public housing residents deserve healthy air in their homes. Children who attend schools deserve healthy air in the classrooms. Newly constructed and heavily redeveloped government buildings, housing, and schools need to be net zero. Will the council ensure the DC Archives building is net zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Anita Bayer.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anita Bayer, and I am a resident of Ward 3 and a member of the Ward 3 Democrats Committee that I'm representing today. I am the co-chair of our committee's Transportation and Environment Task Force. And the Ward 3 Democrats, we take fighting climate change very seriously, and we are happy to report that we believe the District of Columbia is also focused on this, as well as the Biden administration. And as many of my colleagues here have already pointed out, the Greener Government's Building Act of 2022 has set forth a requirement that the district's buildings will be new or substantially improved buildings should be built without fossil fuels and to be sustainable energy net zero standards. We also have the DC Climate Commitment Act, the Clean Energy DC Building Code Amendment, and other evidence that the council and the mayor and our city have passed legislation to get the city onto a net zero track. And yet the DGS just appears ready to totally flout these requirements by pursuing a fossil fuels approach to the new DC Archives building. And it is our understanding that they will also pursue other exceptions. And we know, I believe somebody else mentioned, that the DGS has successfully done net zero schools and other buildings. So we know it can be done, and we see no reason that we should allow an exception for the DC Archives building or other exceptions, because we need to stay on track to get our city clean. So as on behalf again of the Ward 3 Democrats, we would just hopefully request that DGS can be compelled to not pursue a fossil fuel approach for the DC Archives building and not be granted additional exceptions. I might just add, I read recently that many environmental efforts are a mile wide and an inch deep. And this is why we continue to have worsening climate impacts. We have to get that to be a mile deep as well. And the city, in passing all of this legislation, is putting us on the right track, but only if we enforce it. So thank you again for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Katie Reese.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Katie Reese. I'm a longtime DC resident. I've lived in Ward 1 for almost 35 years. I love this city and my community, which includes the UDC campus. And I'm here to add my voice to the many others here who have already made very eloquent arguments against heating the new DC Archives building on the UDC campus with gas boilers. Climate change is here now. This is urgent and it's real. It's not something in the distant future. We're already seeing the local impacts. Going to see the cherry blossoms at the tidal basin is one of my longtime favorite things to do every year. And in the past few years, it's been quite sobering to see how many of the cherry blossom trees are dying due to the saltwater intrusion and the land sinking due to sea level rise. Flooding in low-lying areas of the city has become a problem, and we saw scorching temperatures when the heat dome was over the city late last summer. And then that was followed by the unusually intense storms like we've never seen here before, with random tornado-like winds that flattened so many trees in so many neighborhoods, including one in the front of my house. I was caught out in that storm, and it was terrifying. And these are the changes that are being driven by the continued use of fossil fuels, which are warming the climate, polluting our air, and causing health problems. So frankly, I was stunned to learn that DGS would even consider allowing this building to be heated with fossil fuels. As many others have already pointed out, it violates the DC Greener Government's Building Act and the city's goal to be carbon neutral by 2045. And the DC government already has many successful other examples that it can design and build net zero energy buildings using electric heat pumps, for example, that deliver cleaner air and lower energy bills because they're more efficient. Fossil fuel boilers would put the health of UDC students and the surrounding neighborhood residents at risk. And there are viable other alternatives that the DC government should take advantage when constructing this building. There really is no excuse not to do the right thing here. Way too much is at stake. I believe that we have a sacred responsibility to ensure that current and future generations have a healthy, safe environment where they can live and thrive. And I'm talking about all of our families, our children, our grandchildren, and more. And their future is gravely threatened if decisions made now do not take these dire consequences into account. The impacts of climate change are only going to get worse if responsible actions are not taken now. So I ask for the DC government, and in particular DGS, to demonstrate its leadership, hit the pause button, and rethink its approach in designing this important building. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel. We had a robust conversation in the last panel, but I wanted to see if some could weigh in on some of the things we talked about on the last panel regarding this. First and foremost, I just wanted to get a sense of what sort of, we have a large range of groups represented. What sort of engagement are you getting with the Mayor's Office of the Secretary and UDC? We talked about it. Typically, it's the owner agency like DCPS for school modernizations who leads community engagement. But you're here regarding DGS. Have any of you all had any significant conversations that we as a committee should be aware of with the Mayor's Office of Secretary and UDC? All right. My next question is, we talked a little bit about this before. For geothermal, we were told by DGS for geothermal, the site in which this building is to occupy offers no physical space available for a geothermal well field. The building is being constructed above an existing below-grade parking structure. Just wanted to see if anyone on this panel wanted to respond to that assertion from DGS. Barbara?
Go ahead.
Only to repeat what Matthias Paustian and others have said, that air source heat pumps are a really, good and common thing. There don't need to be geothermal pumps. And also the building does not need to be 100% energy self-sufficient, since power purchase agreements are also allowed.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And is it your opinion that building 41 can be retrofitted to be in compliance with net zero requirements?
I don't know. I certainly think that should be explored. The embodied carbon question is something that we're becoming more and more aware of. But I think that would be certainly beyond my technical expertise.
On Thursday, when we have a conversation with DGS, what are the questions regarding the archives that you want to make sure we get on the record from DGS, and what information or data would be helpful to have in order for them to substantiate non-compliance?
I think if I can answer, I think that the most important thing is they seem to be something that was mentioned by the previous panel. They seem to be reluctant to either perform a very routine study these days or to release a study if they've made one. This is something that would be, having done lots of design construction projects, would be a simple matter to alter the design contract to do studies. And they don't seem to have any evidence of this. If they could demonstrate the exact costs and the exact risks and the exact challenges, it would be easier to talk about. Right now, they just keep repeating the same stories over and over again and not actually demonstrating that they've done the real work.
Yeah.
I could add that I attached to the Sierra Club's testimony a fairly comprehensive set of questions. And I encourage you to take a look at that.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely will do. I'm just going to remind everyone, if you could, if you haven't yet, to make sure you please submit your testimony in writing as well. Naomi, when do you all expect to, I know you're doing, submitting signatures with your petition, I guess, with your testimony. When do you all plan to have that submitted to us?
I can submit it by the end of the week or by Thursday if that's best, since you have the next hearing then.
Okay, you have until the record closes, which is next Monday. So, I mean, if you need more time to get more signatures, that's fine, but just want to make sure we get it so that it's a part of our official record.
Will do.
Thanks. Thank you so much for your work on this. Thank you to this entire panel. And we are going to move to our next panel.
Thank you.
Dorothy Brazil, which I know she emailed, says she might not be able to make it, but we do have her testimony and we'll follow up on her questions. Taylor Terry, Autry Smalls, Tracy Phillips, Adina Dotson, Patrick D. Batista, DC Rawhides, Jim Hosick, Valerie Giblow, Shannon Jones, Evelyn Ross, Maria Patricia Corrales, VP Capital Construction Enterprises, Inc., and Nicole James, Senior Property Manager, East Bank. All right. Taylor Terry, I see that you are here. Good afternoon, and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Taylor Terry, and I'm a 16-year resident of Ward 1 and a parent of a DCPS student at Garrison Elementary. I also head up our PTO's Outdoor Spaces team there, and we conduct weekly campus litter pickups on what we call Trash Tuesdays, and also support the staff with what they need for repairs and improvements in the outdoor area. So I'm no stranger to the DGS work order process. In the interest of fairness to the rest of the panel, I don't think my timer started, but I'll just keep trucking. Thank you. We've heard a lot about work orders today, and I just want to highlight one recent change to the work order process that I would like to see DGS revisit. Up until the end of 2023, there was a community facilities maintenance request form on the DGS website that allowed anybody to submit a work order for any DGS managed site, whether it was a park or a school or anything like that. At the end of the year, that was sunsetted, and some, but not all, DGS request types were moved over to 311, which is great. I wish they would all be moved over there, but unfortunately, there's no way to put in any sort of request for a like a school or another staff site, like a rec center. And the instructions on the site instead ask people to put the request in through some member of the staff. I understand the intention here, which is to bring the issue to the staff on site's attention, and the sort of assumption that anyone at a staff site might be familiar with, hopefully at your kid's school, the administrators and can get in touch with the foreman or whatever. But the reality is that a lot of DGS managed sites, including my own school, Garrison, are sort of open to the whole community with their playgrounds or other grounds. And so if a resident wants to put in a request, they have to sort of play internet sleuth and try to figure out who the actual site staff are and try to get them to put in a request. That's less than ideal, and I think gets away from the spirit of sort of open government and everybody can put in requests automatically that undergirds the 311 system that we have. So, I'll just wrap it up and say that in a perfect world, DC wouldn't even be paying for multiple Salesforce instances where DGS is on one and all the 311 agencies are on the other. But so long as DGS does have its own system, I'd really urge the director and the staff to give the community back the ability to submit requests for safety and maintenance issues directly through that Salesforce system and not have this additional gatekeeping. You know, a lot of these issues are fairly urgent. I've encountered things like exposed wiring on the Cardozo Education Campus, or, we sometimes have unsafe situations on the playground at Garrison and some other schools. And it just really doesn't help anyone to force these requests to go through a live human just to get into a database where the process can actually start to get them remediated. So again, there's no logical reason why a broken streetlight or an overflowing trash can or a rat burrow should not be able to be reported to DGS directly when the same issue on a DPW or DDOT location would just go straight into 311 and be handled. Thank you all for your time, and let the other members of this panel have their piece.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Patrick D. Batista, DC Rawhides.
I want to thank the committee for its resilience today in this long hearing. My name is Patrick DiBattista. I'm a board member of DC Rawhides. DC Rawhides is a not-for-profit. Our mission is to promote country western dancing in the LGBT community and beyond. In addition to teaching, we hold dances, and our dances are most notable for the diversity of those who attend. Our goal is to welcome and affirm all. We've been carrying out our mission for over a decade in the district. The biggest threat to our existence is having an event space large enough, but also affordable. Before 2022, we danced in bars that would give us space, but gentrification in the district and rising real estate prices closed those establishments, making them extinct and leaving us with nowhere to go. In May of 2022, we started dancing at Eastern Market's North Hall. Being able to do that actually saved our organization. Since May of 2022, we have held roughly 2 events a month at North Hall, so somewhere between 30 and 40 events, with a few exceptions. If I were to grade the Department of General Services, I would give them an A+. We have been very pleased with the physical upkeep and cleanliness of Eastern Market's North Hall. The hall is always in perfect condition and spotless when it's our turn to use it. Most importantly, we have been very, very pleased with the staff with whom we interact. There are clear standards in operating procedures. There is clear, transparent, and timely communication. There is a high level of communication and courtesy among the staff, and staff are willing to problem solve and always willing to help us. I've been a resident of the District of Columbia for over 26 years and seen it through many changes. I love this city a great deal. Eastern Market and North Hall are assets that I am very grateful for and very glad that my tax dollars support. I've submitted my written testimony, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Jim Hosick. Jim, you can come off screen and unmute. Perfect.
Hello. Can you hear me? I'm not sure my camera is working.
We can hear you. We can't see you, but that's okay. We can hear you.
Okay. I want to thank the council very much for allowing me to provide testimony today for this hearing. My name is Jim Hosick. I'm otherwise known as Kid Singer Jim. I've been presenting music and puppet shows in the Washington, D.C. region for 32 years. I'm speaking about my experience leasing the North Hall at Eastern Market. I began renting the North Hall in October of 2019 with the purpose of presenting music and puppet shows for the children of Capitol Hill. After a hiatus due to COVID, I've been renting the facility consistently since September of 2022. I currently rent the North Hall 2 mornings each week to present my events, which I call Puppet Show Tuesday. and Boogie Thursday. I sell tickets to these events through my website.
See?
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, I think one of our panelists is, okay, there you go.
continue?
Continue, please, yes.
Okay. I sell tickets to these events through my website, childrensmusic.com. The reasonable weekday morning rates for community events at the North Hall enable me to charge admission for the children while allowing caregivers, parents, and grandparents to attend for free. This helps me in my efforts to cultivate the multi-generational audiences for which I strive. Working with Barry Margison, the Eastern Market Manager, and Nicole Aiken, the North Hall Coordinator, is a great experience. They are always very supportive of my efforts to bring wholesome entertainment to the families of Capitol Hill. They're quick to respond to my inquiries regarding the availability of the North Hall for my events and are always available to address any questions or concerns I have regarding the space. Since my events are geared to young children, I also appreciate the cleanliness of the North Hall. Mr. Benjamin Sorto, a janitor with R&R Services, is always friendly and helpful and responds quickly to any potential safety hazards such as spilled drinks. I've performed in many venues during my career, and Eastern Market is by far my favorite place. I'm proud to be a part of this great community asset and look forward to being a part of its continued success. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Valerie Jablow.
Thank you. I'm Valerie Jablow, a DC education analyst who discovered via FOIA that neither the CFO nor DGS has records of rent payments for a 5-year period by the Mary McLeod Bethune Charter School for the former DCPS school SLO, which the charter leases from DC. I received no response from the mayor's office about this. The charter board apparently believes it has no purview here, and the school did not provide me the missing records, and in fact told me this afternoon they don't have anything beyond the last 10 years. All of that, as well as DGS responses to council oversight questions, raise a number of serious issues around DC-owned school buildings that I hope you get answers for. 1, if Bethune never paid rent for that half decade, what was that money spent on, and why wasn't this flagged at DGS? 2, if the city had Bethune's rent money, where did it go, and why do no records exist? 3, is this lack of accounting happening with other charters renting former DCPS schools still owned by DC, whose payments are supposed to be handled by DGS? Of the 30 former DCPS schools owned by DC and leased to charters, the majority, 19, are being provided by DC to those leaseholders for $0 rent in exchange for credits for renovations. SLO is not one of these, so DGS should have fulsome accounting of all rent payments for it or an explanation for why it doesn't. In addition, given that there are only 11 former DCPS schools for which rent payment is supposedly due, and that DGS has no records of payments for one of those for half a decade, I hope you determine whether DGS is collecting rent for all of these other schools. I hope you also ask DGS why there is apparently no accounting of money spent by the leasing charters for those facilities toward rent credit, what work was done for that credit and for whom, i.e. the charter leaseholder or an entity subletting the space from the charter leaseholder, whether the credits exceed the money spent on renovations, and proceeds of sublets by those charter leaseholders that DC is supposed to receive a percentage of. I also hope you follow up on what appears to be cavalier data on schools from DGS's responses. For instance, in response to oversight question 54, Watkins Elementary is listed under recreation, while some former DCPS schools are not identified as being leased at all, though they are, and Bernie is identified as being under DGS control. Finally, I must underscore that my testimony here is not about mere record keeping, but about securing public assets for the public. Many of those $0 rent former DCPS buildings are being subsidized twice by DC taxpayers. First, in per pupil facilities funds to the charter leaseholders, and second, by DC not accounting for millions in renovation credits. As it is, DCPS doesn't have use of its former buildings, despite a deep need for swing space for renovations, even as those leased buildings contain hundreds of thousands of square feet of unused space. Put another way, DGS is ensuring that DC is likely getting a negative return on investment on its leasing of former DCPS buildings, and that is in the best light, presuming there's no fraud with unaccounted for rent payments. Please let us all know what you will do to hold DGS accountable in its stewardship of DC-owned school buildings. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will go to Maria Patricia Corrales.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the DC Council. My name is Maria Patricia Corrales, and I'm proud to stand before you today as a minority women-owned contractor within the community from Ward 4. I'm here to share my testimony regarding the invaluable support provided by the Department of General Services in fostering opportunities for growing and facilitating a work path to middle class, the small business like myself. As a minority woman entrepreneur, navigating in the realm of the contracting often feels like an uphill battle. However, with the assistance of DGS, we have been able to overcome obstacles and thrive. Their commitment to fostering diversity and inclusion within the contractor atmosphere is open doors to individuals like myself, allowing us not to only participate, but also excel in the very competitive marketplace. One aspect I wish to highlight of DGS dedication to ensure the abatement of constant flow of work orders, which also serves the lifeline for small businesses. Unlikely the stagnant lake, the work order list resembles a steady stream, constantly flowing ever as work orders are aggressively completed. These work orders, when funding allows, become opportunities for growing and economic empowerment. Despite the opportunity were some inherent challenges, such as challenges esteemed for the natural of populations we serve, particularly in sensitive areas like CC and B. Despite our unwavering commitment to deliver the high quality of work, we often find ourselves grappling with issues such as vandalism. It's an ongoing battle that is often overlooked and takes away from the progress we made. Nevertheless, we stand up to the challenge, and we are thankful for the opportunity that DGS provides. In conclusion, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Department of General Services and Mayor Bowser for their tireless effort in supporting small businesses like mine through their steadfast commitment and unshakable support. They have not only provided a trail to the middle class, but also have paved the way for a brighter and inclusive future for all of us. Thank you. Respectfully, myself.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we are going to hear from Tracy Phillips.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Phillips, and I am both a DC resident and a small business owner in the district. I am currently a vendor with Eastern Market, and I just wanted to express how grateful and happy I am with the services that they provide to vendors at Eastern Market on the weekends. They have been a godsend in terms of helping small businesses in the district to become able to just sell and just be able to make it in this small business arena. It's already difficult enough. And I think that what they provide to the vendors in the district and small businesses is just, it's priceless. And I just wanted to express how happy I am with the services and how happy I am with the organization that they provide to vendors to allow us to be able to sell to other DC residents and just visitors in general. So I just wanted to express that and let you all know that it's a beneficial area, and it's a beneficial group that we work with there at Eastern Market. That's all. I don't need that much time.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony and for sharing your experience. Next, we're going to hear from Adina Dotson. Adina, if you're here, you can come off mute, unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Adina Dotson. I am a vendor on the weekends at Eastern Market, DC. I can be, well, that's my email. I have that in my testimony, but my testimony is regarding my experience with DGS's operation of Eastern Market. I would like to start by saying I am one of the newer vendors approaching just about a year. And I have been assigned to many different lot spaces throughout the map at Eastern Market. And I have had a chance to connect with many of the other vendor neighbors during my weekend selling at the market. I have had a wonderful experience at the market and with market management. The vast amount of management coordination that is required with a market of this size is huge. Barry, Katrina, and Kevin have mastered it. I have had set up instances as a new vendor and other situations arise, and all of my concerns have always been addressed in a professional manner. On site, via phone, by management. They've been great. They have been extremely responsive and helpful no matter the issue. They are all skilled at what they do, but their communication efforts with their internal and external customers are outstanding. I personally have seen the way the three of them communicate with each other. This is key, and it's proof to such a super successful market over the years. I've also visited, so I've seen over the years how well the market has been run, in my opinion. Very professional, and they are very open-minded. I am profitable as a vendor at Eastern Market, and I feel valued, I feel safe, protected, and I feel supported. I always feel heard, and I feel like I'm a part of a really good community. Eastern Market is managed well, and I am honored to be a part of such a gem. Thank you so much for listening and your time.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Audrey Smalls, I see you. If you can accept the invitation to be a panelist. All right. While we wait, I'll just Miss Jablow. You said there's certain questions we should be following up with DGS on, and that was regarding the payments, ensuring that lease payments are being made between DGS and charter schools, both in the instance you discussed, but also in other in all instances, sort of almost like an audit of payment. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what you found right in your instance is that right now they have no evidence of having received lease payments from which school was it?
This is the Mary McLeod Bethune Charter School, which is leasing the former DCPS school SLO in Brookland.
Okay.
They did not have, no one had receipts for this 5-year period from September 2009 through August of 2014.
Okay. All right. Well, I know the committee will certainly follow up and try to get documentation for this instance, but also try to see if we can get some documentation just to make sure this isn't a systemic issue or chronic issue that's just not limited to Mary McLeod Bethune and could be involved in other instances. Terry, you had some suggestions for DGS, and I just wanted to highlight a few of those. The main thing you talked about was wanting for the form to return, the original form to return, where people were able to submit requests. I love the idea of adding back more service requests. 2301. What are some of the main things you'd like to be allowed to request directly?
Yeah, so repairs to school buildings inside and out are probably the most important one for me personally, but that would also apply to like any unstaffed facilities, like a lot of parks that are unstaffed. You can't do like a rodent abatement request anywhere for those. That's not among the types of requests that were moved into 311. Also, strangely, there is an overflowing recycling bin request type for DGS that you can now make in 311, but not for trash cans. So I can't tell you why that happened or what the thinking was there. It may have been oversight. There may be some rationale, but anyway, that's the main range of stuff.
The main issue is because they're DPW trash cans and not DGS trash cans, which again goes to another issue of just
not on DGS sites though, because we faced this at Garrison, where we can't get our trash cans emptied. But anyway,
so the dumpster is DGS, the litter cans are DPW.
Okay. All right.
I know.
You're clearly better versed in the minutiae here than I am,
it
but
makes
I'm
no
gonna back
sense.
off.
No, it just highlight in another panel I just talked about sort
Yeah.
of some of the confusion that we're having, and it's because we have too many agencies handling small like issues that we need to sort of get the system
Totally
under control
understood.
in a way where we don't have multiple agencies doing it.
Yeah. So anyway, the upshot is the main request types that are now impossible to make without going through some human are anything to do with a park or rec center facility and anything to do with a school facility.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I agree with you, and we'll work with DGS to see which areas we can sort of
And
add
again,
back. those
ideally,
things.
this would all be in 311. We'd have one system, we'd have one contract, we'd save a lot of money, but baby steps.
Absolutely. That would make too much sense. For government.
Thank you for revisiting this.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for being an active member of the PTO as well, for the children's and families in Ward 1. I want to thank the Eastern Market vendors. I know you all mentioned good experience with the operations and custodial services at Eastern Market, which is great to hear, especially their communications being so strong. Is there anything you want to add as far as ways to improve your experience or to sustain experiences you all are having? All right. Patrick, thank you for your testimony. How do people learn about DC Rawhides?
Basically through social media. And again, our real key, even though we, through our IRS mission, are an LGBTQ organization, our real focus is on welcoming and inviting anyone. And you should come some night. There are people of every ages, people of every gender, sexual identity, people of every race. It's such a feel-good experience. So we'd love to have you come dance with us.
Awesome. All right. Well, please do send the information over. And Jim, the same. How do people learn more about your the work that you all do? Jim was here. Maybe he's left. Okay. Well, thank you so much to this entire panel. A reminder to please make sure you submit your testimony in written format so that it can be a part of the official record, which closes on Monday at 5 p.m. You can submit it through our council hearing management system or by emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. This concludes. I want to thanks to all of our witnesses today over broad categories. We had over 60 plus witnesses today. So thank you so much for your engagement here and your willingness to work to make our Department of General Services the best it can be in servicing our district residents and providing great services to district residents as well. This concludes the public witness portion of our annual performance oversight for Department of General Services. We will reconvene on Thursday, February 29th at 2 p.m. for the government witness portion of our hearing. Again, if you would like to submit written testimony for the record, please do so by 5 p.m. on Monday, March 4th. The time is 3:50 p.m. and this hearing is now adjourned. I want to specifically say thank you to Will Perkins, my committee director who manages his portfolio. We've not been able to have a successful hearing without him, and Sebastian Wyman, who is also a part of our committee. Thank you to my team, and thank you to the council staff. Thank you so much. Bye.